Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to Croft in North Yorkshire for this fantastic TCR UK and BRSCC race weekend. The weather is absolutely superb, tiny bit overcast, but it's been warm, it's been dry, it's been really wonderful conditions out there for the drivers in qualifying. But qualifying's done for the moment. Now we race. We're getting into 6 races here today. Well, qualifying's almost done because we do also have qualifying for the main event this weekend, which is the TCR UK Touring Car Championship, rounds 3 and 4. Qualifying coming up later on this afternoon. But that will be on the TCR UK. But for those of you here on the BRSCC channel, welcome. You've got 6 excellent races coming up in store, 2 of which today coming from this lot. This is the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. That's a couple of hares running around. They're certainly trying to get themselves a grandstand seat, once they've stopped fighting, of course. And once they've managed to sit themselves down and sort out whatever problem they had, a bit of a domestic going on there, then we'll be able to see 2 excellent races from the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Now, it's crazy to think that the Mazda MX-5 Paddock in total has already had 2 race weekends. This is their 3rd of the season, and it's only the beginning of May. They raced at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit to kick things off around the middle of March, and then just a couple of weeks ago they were at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit in very mixed weather conditions, and it wasn't quite mixed weather conditions all the way through. Thankfully, dry weather conditions here, relatively warm weather conditions on this wonderful spring afternoon here in North Yorkshire at Croft. And it's given us quite an interesting grid because Harry Dean is going to be starting on pole position for this one. It's his first, as far as I can tell, pole position, at least in this championship. And a few of the championship contenders lining up behind him, looking to try and take full advantage if possible. So quite a strong entry for this weekend. 27 cars on the grid. We'll go to the grid very shortly once they're going around towards their warm-up lap. And some of the championship contenders a little bit further around where they should be in terms of the running order. You can see the marshals in position. Quick shout out to all the marshals here that are attending this weekend, all the volunteers, all of our officials, medics, and all the people that make these race weekends happen. Of course, we couldn't do it without them, and they've been doing a super job this morning to make sure that Croft has been looking resplendent. Of course, it was resurfaced a couple of years ago, so it's extra grippy out there, I'm sure, from all the mileage that's been being put down, particularly from those in qualifying. Had 1 or 2 offs and red flags in qualifying from other series, but there is plenty of rubber that's been laid down, so we should be getting some pretty quick lap times throughout there. And this is a circuit where it favours the brave, but it can also bite back hard if you take too many liberties. It's fast, it's flowing, it's only about 2.1 miles, but it feels a little bit long because it is so fast, it's so quick. Long, fast corners, long sweeping turns, lots of long straights, and plenty of big braking zones, lots of overtaking opportunities on a circuit like Croft, and I'm certain that this lot will certainly take full advantage of that throughout the next 15 minutes of racing coming up. 2 races today for the Downforce Radio MX-5 Clubman Championship, and the MX-5 Clubman Championship slotting in nicely to the entire BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Paddock. It started actually at this very circuit 2 years ago in 2021. Back then we had about 10 cars, now there's 27, and we've had bigger grids, some 30 into the mid to high 30s in previous races, weekends over the last couple of seasons, and they've been very strong over the last 2 weekends too. And it seems to inspire plenty of people. It uses a very popular one-day format. I know some drivers like to get into a circuit, do their racing and get out in one day, and that's exactly what the Clubman Series is for, to allow drivers to race within their own competition, but also at the same time, you also have the Gaz Shock's Mazda MX-5 Championship, which runs over 2 days, and that usually has quite a high level of competition with some of the fastest drivers in the paddock that race Mark 1s. Now, these drivers in this championship are not slow, by all means, but there's a different level of competition in this championship, and this championship is now starting to find popular drivers and competitive drivers in its own right, and it really is becoming a firm favourite for many drivers to come back and take part in. There are some drivers who have raced in the 2-day MX-5 Championship, or the more established MX-5 Championship previously, but are now switching to Clubman because 1, they like the one-day format, and 2, they like the competition it breeds, and it gives them the ability to race for an overall race win rather than find themselves on their own personal pace somewhere a bit further back if they were on the more established MX-5 Championship grid. A good example of that a little bit is Harry Storer, very talented driver, and won the first MX-5 Clubman Championship and was in the top 3 again for 2022. He's now gone back across to the MX-5 Championship, and he's finding himself still competitive, but in somewhere around sort of the top 10 to top 15 drivers. So he's trying to find his speed and use everything he's learned at MX-5 Clubman to get back up to speed as much as possible. So this is a really good stepping stone for anyone that wants to try MX-5 racing with the BRSCC. You start in the Clubman Championship, then if you feel you're comfortable enough and quick enough, you can then move on to the MX-5 Championship, and then, as many do so, move into the Clapham North MOT and Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, and you'll see one of their races today, and that is an uber competitive championship in particular. So watch out for that today. Just seeing there some clear up from one of the drivers. It looks like it's Rashan Chigarimbo's car from the Fiesta Junior qualifying session we've just had. He actually put his car second fastest in that session. We'll see the Fiesta Juniors tomorrow. I will give you a headline from that. We had a bit of history made. We've had the first ever Mark 7 outright pole position, one of the new next-gen cars, set by Ben Mulryan. It was quite a time as well. It only managed the 1:40s, 6/10 per second quicker. But that's a story for tomorrow, of course. That's definitely one to watch for the two Fiesta Junior races. We are getting set now for our first race of the day. Now the on-track clear-up is finished. See plenty of spectators here watching trackside, a few drivers and a few fans and families and teams watching to try and get themselves a piece of the action once their racing sessions have been completed. And I'm certain we'll see more and more people pack into Croft tomorrow to see some more top quality action. You can see here the grandstands, at least. This is down at Clairvaux corner, and there's plenty of people on display to come and watch this because they really are enjoying themselves. It's a wonderful day out to go for motorsport racing, particularly at this level. Particularly when you've got these kind of club championships supporting TCR UK alongside it. It's got wonderful level of access. You can hover around where the assembly area is, walk to the back of the pits and the paddock, and you can see all the drivers and the cars being worked on. It's that close access, that close ability to get close and experience these cars as you should do, right up there in front of your face. It's a great ability to get involved and do that. So as you can see, cars are making their way around onto their formation lap round to the grid, and then they'll round to the grid, then they'll head off and on their formation lap to get racing underway. I think this might even be their green flag, actually, because I saw some boards out there, so we might be preparing for a start when they come and line up in a second. But as the cars make their way through, you can see a couple of corners here, particularly down to Tower Bend. There are lots of bumps down here, so you'll have quite a high-speed approach, exiting Clairvaux, then Hawthorns, and then the S's. You then go through the little wiggle of left, right, and S's, and then down this long, fast straight, but a huge pair of bumps that are right in the braking zone. That can really unsettle cars if you're not careful. Here's a place where some people, if they're brave, might go for side-by-side action, or at least go nose to tail and as flat as they dare. Jim Clark S is very, very fast, a very treacherous part. Get it wrong here, you can be spat out onto the runoff area on the outside of the driver's left. So heading around, as we believe this is the formation lap, so we'll quickly give you the grid then as to how they're going to line up. Tyre at the start on pole position in car number 9, alongside car 8, alongside car 50 of John Pethick. Row 2 is where we find the championship leader, number 42 Paul Bateman, alongside 73 Bo Parry, one of his best qualifying performances in recent times. Matthew Fletcher starts 5th on the grid, alongside Michael Pearce, who ended his qualifying session in the gravel trap up at Clairvaux. Give you some of the quick grid graphics on the front here. So Dean and Pethick on the front row, Bateman and Parry row 2, Matt Fletcher and Michael Pearce on the 3rd row of the grid. And we go to row 4, which we see Hayden McDonald alongside Nick Ledoyne in car number 5. And it's Jake Pace and Del Pace, the Pace family, on row 5 together. Row 6 is Matthew Goddard alongside the Brands Hatch race winner, Jordan Pimley. Took a first win for him and for Close Racing back in Kent. 13th on the grid, a welcome return to Johnny Greensmith, former MX-5 and Porsche champion. He starts on row 7 alongside Russell Halley in car number 99. And it's Jamie Turner, a bit further back than he'd like to be, in 15th on the grid. Maybe so also for Kevin Bird, starting back in 16th spot. And then Rob Greensmith, I'm really pleased to see he's out because he had a crash at Silverstone, which meant he had to completely reshell his number 122 car. It's back out and repaired, so he's starting 17th on the grid alongside Kevin Dengate. And the rest of the field will quickly rattle through as they're coming towards the grid. It's Alan Hawkins and Simon Waterfall on the 10th row of the grid from Thomas Davis and Peter Bell. Then it is Jordan Head and Jason Aisbert, followed by David Scowler, Michael Brett, Simon Browning and Chris Thelwell in car 577 rounds out the 27-strong grid for our first race of the weekend here at Croft. So cars lining up onto the grid to get themselves ready to go. You can see here, this is the Pace family, so it's Del Pace in the white car with the orange bumpers, the kind of pale blue car with the orange bumpers, and then the all pale car is Del Pace, and that's him in alongside him in the front row. So moments of anticipation here. Someone I think is in a little position on the second row of the grid. I think it's possibly Bo Parry. He's a little bit close to Paul Bateman, I think he should be. But either that gets a penalty or not, we'll have to wait and see. So, cars just about getting ready into position. You can see the runyourfleet.com safety car, the Jaguar at the back of the grid. And we're just waiting for the last few cars to be gridded up. But once they're ready to go, the green flag will fly at the back, the 5-second board will go up, and then we are set to go racing for 15 minutes of action here for the first race of our TCR UK race weekend at Croft, the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. There goes the 5-second board. Let's see then who wins the sprint down towards Clairvaux for the first time. It's Harry Dean on pole position. It's John Pethick alongside him. And I think actually we might be going for a formation lap, I think, because they were given the signal, so they are getting a green flag. No, it's a 5-second board. There was a few boards went out. That was a 5-second board, so we are going to go racing this time. It is Harry Dean on pole position. It's John Pethick alongside him on the front row of the grid. Red lights are out, and we are racing for the MX5 Clubman Championship, and straight away, Pethick goes to cover off a fast-starting Paul Bateman, who's already putting himself alongside both Harry Dean and John Pethick as they head down towards Clairvaux for the first time. There's some jostling in the background. Looks like it was Matthew Fletcher getting involved with Michael Pearce in the 101 car. They bounce and bump their way through Clairvaux for the first time. A couple of cars running wide, one very wide, one of the Go For It racing cars going straight into the mix of dust and cars everywhere, but thankfully he's managed to get through, and all 27 cars, thankfully, have somehow survived. Now, Paul Bateman then from the second row of the grid has gone to the lead already. A couple of the cars skipping the chicane in the background, but they're all charging through. There's one car that hits Strive. We'll catch who it is in a second when we see them on the timing screen. So Bateman leads, Dean second, it's Pethick third. It was fourth for Bo Parry, and a change for fifth was on between Matthew Fletcher and Michael Pearce as they headed down into Tower Bend. They're 3 abreast further back. That's Rob Greensmith battling with the 9 of Jamie Turner, and also 722 Alan Hawkins was in there as well. But through the Jim Clark S's for the first time. Look at them flowing their way through, left and then right, nose to tail, bumper to bumper as they come up towards Barcroft for the first time, and Bateman already back on the defensive. He knows he's got to try and hold back the tide here as we see them charging in towards the right-hander at Sunny in and Sunny out. There's a lot of cement dust down there from one of the Fiesta Junior cars that had a bit of an expiration, and Paul Bateman's run wide because he's lost 1, 2, 3 spots already. There goes Harry Dean to a lead. Second place for John Pethick, and they're 3 abreast now for third place. And Matthew Fletcher, ever the opportunist, sides up the inside into the first part of the complex and goes from 5th to 3rd in one move. Fantastic stuff for Matthew Fletcher. Goodness me, someone put hot sauce on his cornflakes this morning because he really is going for it on lap number 1. So through the head for the first time, little nudge there from Bo Parry. He just punts the rear of Paul Bateman's car. Come on, get on with it, put your foot down. Down onto the end of lap number 1. First time, and it's Harry Dean who leads it then. Harry leads the way from Pethick in second place. It's Fletcher in third. It's then Paul Bateman fourth. Bo Parry is fifth. And it's Michael Pearce in sixth. Hayden McDonald in seventh place. But it's Nick Ledoyen, Del Pace and Russell Halley rounding out the top 10 as they make their way onto the second lap. So in terms of movers and shakers in a way, see exactly who was where in terms of grid spots. Not really too many that moved up. One of the biggest movers was a few cars picking up 4 places or so. One of the biggest movers from the top 10 was certainly Patrick Fletcher, up from what was 5th on the grid into 3rd already. So onto the back straight out of the S's for the second time. Make their way down towards Tower Bend once again. Lots of jostling in the front pack as well. As the top 10 comes streaming through. 2 of the team cars here going through. That was Johnny Greensmith, chosen by Kevin Bird. And there also in the black and yellow car is Jordan Pimley. And the brown tax race went a little bit further back he wants to be. Entered the first lap in 16th. He's got some work to do to pick his way up through the order. Jim Clark Estes for the second time. Lots more battling going on. A couple of cars just a little bit sideways as they come through. And it's great to see just so many battle packs up and down the order. There's always somebody to race with in one of these championships. It's whether at the front, in the middle, or toward the rear, you'll find somebody on the same pace as you, and they're always guaranteed to have a fantastic time. For the great spectacle for the spectators that are watching around the banks, particularly at the complex here. It's a great viewing spot to watch them, even at low speed. They're all over each other in terms of battling. And the line here is to take a slightly wider entry, clip the apex on the exit, and fire yourself back onto the pit straight to complete another lap. So here goes the pack as they make their way up towards Clairvaux for the 3rd time to complete lap number 2. As they come down towards it, Harry Dean's gap at the moment is just a fraction under half a second as they come through to start lap 3. So Pethick still 2nd, Fletcher 3rd. Bateman holding station in 4th now, championship leader after the first 4 races of the season. Now, Paul Bateman hasn't won a race so far this season yet, but he will be keen to do so if he can today. And starting with the 3rd row of the grid and getting to the lead briefly was there as Kevin Dengett going very sideways, and so also there was the 888 of Thomas Davis. So they're finding the limits of grip out there and exceeding them a little bit as they come through Hawthorne. So there goes Paul Bateman with the dive up the inside, thinking, right, think you can dive up the inside and surprise me at the complex, do you? Have some of that. And he always elbows him out wide over the curves exiting Tower Bend, and that now gives the opportunity for Bo Parry to try and come past in the grey and orange car, and he does make it through. So that little shuffle there from Paul Bateman has literally shuffled Matthew Fletcher down from 3rd to 5th in one move. So all the great work he did up at the complex a couple of laps ago on the opening lap has almost come to nothing. He's back to square one. Oh, and Harry Dean's run wide up on the complex, Sunny in and Sunny out. And I wonder if there's still some fluid down there. Obviously, the cement dust that the marshals put down would have cleared up most of it, but I think because there was quite a lot, I think Harry Dean's getting caught out there, and he's now fallen out of the lead pack. He's under threat for Michael Pearce. He's put John Pethick into the lead, and they are all over each other for second place. So somehow, Paul Bateman finds himself into second place now. It's now Matthew Fletcher's got back past Bo Parry in that sequence into third. Parry now shuffled to fourth. It's now Michael Pearce in fifth. Off the road has gone Triple Eight of Thomas Davis, so he's now trying to get himself back onto the road. Thomas Davis, the ex-Fiesta racer, up at Sunny Out. Has been corrected in my ear, thank you for that. More battles going on further back. That's Kevin Bird getting involved there with Russell Halley in the chrome purple and yellow car. Down towards turn one. Harry Dean now trying to put himself through. Fastest lap of the race of all people, Johnny Greensmith. So welcome back to MX5 racing, Johnny. Certainly hasn't forgotten how to do that. And I should mention, it's the same car he used to race back in the day when he was winning the championship. So that car certainly, if you want to call it long in the tooth, but certainly still pretty competitive. And you can see how competitive the grid is because we've got the top 10 all in one shot together as they head out of the S's and back towards Tower Bend. So Pethick under control at the moment, but he's still feeling that pressure from Bateman behind. And Bateman's one of those drivers I've noticed, particularly this season, where he's not the most aggressive out there. He is what he needs to be, but he doesn't take too many risks. He takes more calculated risks in terms of making attacks. He won't go for a dive unless he can see that the move has a good chance of being made. He won't just steam down the inside and just hope for the best. He seems to be someone who, if he can't immediately get past, he'll settle for the second and third places because he knows that points will start to add up and count towards the end of the season when it gets to the sharp end. You're battling for a championship. It's not all about race wins the championship as the Doyen hits the cement dust and gives a free pass to Jonathan Greensmith up the inside. But now as they come up towards the complex, I'll get back to my point in a second about points because they're all over each other here. And it's now Bateman to the lead, so he has made the move up there. And I think there's more fluid down at Sunny In and Sunny Out than maybe the clear up at the complex suggests. And that's not a slight at all on anyone that was clearing it up, but certainly not the marshals, but they cleared up as much as they could in the time they had. It's a fine job they've done, but I reckon there's still a little of something down there, whether it's just a mixture of the dust and some of the fluid that was down there, still out there, that's catching a few drivers out. And I don't think the grip levels were what they should, what the drivers want them to be as they make their way through. So down towards complex. Oh, and there's one car that's gone around. That's the 18 that's had a rotation. The 18 getting back going again. So 18, that was Goddard, who had I think Matthew Goddard had a spin. So he's out of the top 20 now after a decent start. Leaders make their way out of the S's and on towards Tower Bend once again. We're coming up to half distance now.
Fifth place, which currently is Bo Parry.
Well, apologies for any technical issues that we had there. Had a little bit a glitch in the system that we had to quickly fix there, but we're back to pictures now, so thank you for bearing with us on that one. Back to the front, and it's still relatively as it was before we had that little glitch. It's Paul Bateman in the lead for Matthew Fletcher in second place, John Pethick in third, and Harry Dean in fourth, as they make their way now through the so that is now the 7th time of asking. It's spread out now between the top 10 runners. Top 5 are kind of a bit more equally spaced there. We've got Hayden McDonald, who's made some good progress through the order. He's now up to 6th as a result of that. Michael Pearce is in 7th. Johnny Greensmith is up to 8th now, ahead of Del Pace. And Jordan Pinley is in the top 10. We'll see if anyone that's dropped down in a little intermission that we had. I think there's been too much shuffling around. I can see from any of the front runners. But Paul Bateman then looks as though he's potentially on course for his first win. And I say potentially because, of course, we've seen how hard they've been battling amongst each other all the way through this race, from what we've seen. There's a real chance, I think, that Paul will certainly try and go for it. He had great pace at Brands Hatch. He only just missed out a couple of times on that first win. As he now make their way down towards the complex. You can see Matthew Fletcher is putting Paul Bateman under big pressure here. Complex again, top 4 nose to tail. Pit lane there, we see 178, Kevin Dengate, so a quick check in for him. There's the issue with the 178 car as he heads back out. Now onto the pit straight once again to begin the 8th lap of this first Downforce Radio race. Harry Dean sets the fastest lap of the race now, 141.343 as they turn from Clairvaux again. Over the bump, that really nasty bump at Clairvaux. I was watching quite a few drivers being caught out by that in qualifying. really is a bump where it's a big bump, but it's also quite deceptive. You don't really feel it or see it until you're right up at the apex. If you carry too much speed or take the wrong line through there, it really can throw you sideways and completely mess up your whole lap before you've even had a chance to start it. So make their way through the S's once again. Bateman's got a tiny bit of reprieve this time. The gap as it came across the line to complete the lap was 0.3 of a second. It looks a slight bigger, but there's also an equal amount of distance between Fletcher and Pethick at this point, and Dean's also trying to latch himself on to keep himself past the quartet. In the Jim Clark S's, though Parry is broken away in 5th place from Hayden McDonald, or at least he's dropped back quite a bit from the top 4. There, the cars move around and squirm under brakes. They're trying to get it stopped. Pretty fascinating to watch. They'll make their way up towards the complex again. This is where Fletcher seems to be quite strong exiting out of the sunny in, sunny out complex. As they make their way through, should be quite key. This is a battle going on here further back. This is for 13th place between Kevin Bird, the 59, and 228 of Jake Pace. And that's a fairly easy outcome, isn't it? As wide goes Kevin Bird on the exit, sunny in. And all Jake had to say was thank you very much and slipped up the inside to pick up the position. I'm sure that Kevin will try and fight back if he can. But at the moment, Jake looks pretty strong. Across the line they come to start the last lap of this first race of the weekend. And it looks as though we're going to have a bit more of an easier time for Paul Bateman. I think he's taken wins in what we used to have in the MX5 Championship as Group A and Group B races. We used to have the promotion and relegation system back in that championship. But essentially, Paul Bateman, I think he has won a couple of those kind of promotion races from Group B. But I don't remember him actually winning a race in BRSCC MX5 circles outright. So if he's able to do this, what a moment that's going to be for Paul as he turns him through Tower Corner. Now the fight might still be on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th here, because I suspect that Harry Dean and John Pethick might try and line up Matthew Fletcher for a move here if they can make it through. But it all depends on the run that they can get through the Jim Clark S's and up through Barcroft and maybe into the complex to make a pass here. So up through the S's, in towards that right-hander at Barcroft. There's plenty of dirt and dust and potential fluid down there, so the grip levels aren't fantastic. Slightly wider turn in there for Fletcher. It works as he gets a better run through sunny in and through sunny out. He likes the good exit here to try and get himself a little bit closer to Paul Bateman, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. And as they head up towards the complex for the final time, Fletcher is going to put the attack on here quite late as they come in through the complex, through the left, and then through the right. But if Pim could just keep that car in the middle of the road in all the right places, he will be able to hold on. He's got one more corner to go. Here comes Pethick having a look out, trying to get a wider approach to try and win the line and the sprint for 2nd place, but I don't think it's going to happen. As they come out to the final corner, up to the checkered flag, Paul Bateman can now say, at least this season, he is a race winner in the Downforce UK Radio Mazda MX5 Clubman Championship. He wins race number 1 of the weekend from Matthew Fletcher in 2nd place and John Pethick in 3rd. Harry Dean taking 4th position, and Bo Parry rounds out the top 5. And there is a very happy, I'm sure relieved Paul Bateman will be having a chat to Rob Lewis when they get down to the top 3 area in a moment. But congratulations to Paul, that was a very well thought drive, and there were points where he was sort of falling back a bit and getting back into the mix and everything else that was happening around him. But that was a really, really strong effort from Paul and everyone involved, and that's great front-running battles. Again, we apologise for one or two of the technical glitches that we had on our side, but we managed to get it fixed in double quick time for you. The rest of the order coming across the line now to complete the field. That's Rob Greason coming across, and Jordan Kim should be coming across in a moment's time. The order comes across and takes the checkered flag. So Paul Bateman then will be able to extend his championship lead after a victory. It's his first win of the season, and the first win that I can think of him, an outright race win in terms of like a main race win in BRSCC MX5 circles. He's done a very fine job. He's really developed in the last couple of seasons. Great to see him back in BRSCC MX5 circles. He has been quite a regular before, but in the 2-day, more established MX5 championship, but he switched to the Clubman, has been very much a wise one because he's taken full advantage of that. He's really put himself right at the front as someone who is now a genuine championship contender, even after these first couple of rounds. A couple of drivers further back that I expect to be a bit further up there, like Jordan Pimley. He was one at Brands Hatch, but finished back in 10th, so he will have some work to do from the 2nd race later on this afternoon. Of course, the finishing order of race 1 sets the grid for race 2, so it'll put Paul Bateman on pole position later on. This, of course, is barring any post-race potential penalties for track limits or any incidents that might come up. the moment at least, it will put Paul Bateman on that pole position. So well done to all of our Mazda MX-5 drivers. We actually got pretty much all but one of them managed to finish the race. Well, here's the result then. Paul Bateman takes what I believe is his first MX-5 championship win in BRSCC circles outright, at least this season in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. It's Matthew Fletcher in second place, John Pethick in third after a great lead battle, which also included pole sitter Harry Dean, who finished up in fourth. Bo Parry, one of his best results in recent times, picks up fifth. It's Hayden McDonald, Michael Pearce, Jonathan Greensmith in 8th. It was a good drive from 13th on the grid. Del Pace in 9th, and Jordan Pinley rounds out the top 10. Nick Doyle was 11th, and Jamie Turner in 12th, and it's Jake Pace and Kevin Bird who round out the top 14 drivers in that first MX-5 Clubman race. 15th for Russell Halley ahead of Alan Hawkins in 16th place, and it's Matthew Goddard, Simon Waterfall and Jordan Head who finished 19th, with Robert Greensmith rounding off the top 20, and it's Chris Thirlwell, Thomas Davis, Jason Aisbett, Peter Bell, Simon Browning, David Scowler and Kevin Dengate was the last finisher, albeit 3 laps down. So excellent work from everyone in the MX-5 Championship. They will have their second race later on this afternoon. Of course, before that, we've got plenty more MX-5 racing, as well as city cars and, of course, Civics and much more as well. Right, let's for the first time head down to the pit lane and have a chat with the top 3, courtesy of our pit reporter for this weekend. It's Rob Lewis.
Well, that was a very good race, wasn't it? Our first race of the day on the BRSCC support package, supporting the TCR UK meeting here. What a cracking race that was with our BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Now, I want to speak to this man here, Paul Bateman, who's managed to get the Masters win as well, don't forget, so he's got 2 wins. If I could just grab a chat with this man here. Paul, 2 wins, 2 birds with 1 stone, effectively. You got the overall win and the Masters win. You must be really chuffed with that.
Yeah, I'm over the moon, over the moon. The car, we had some oil out, nobody said, but we had a lot of oil down at Sunny Inn, and I was being a bit cautious there, that I thought people would fly off, and I was keeping well clear of it, and I was being a bit too cautious, I think, which allowed these guys all back and put me to 4th, and then I clawed my way back. So but that oil was tricky.
The commentary team did actually say there was a lot of cement dust down, and maybe it was just causing a few issues for the drivers.
There was a lot of oil underneath that cement dust, I tell you. On the green flag lap, I went, oh, hello, and I stayed well clear of it.
Well, so what's the plan for the rest of the day then? Double it up in race 2?
Absolutely, I'd love to. That's very, I'm seeing this guy's bonnet in my mirror, and it's very, very, very tight in the Mazdas. It's brilliant. Well, what better racing can you have for a low budget? It's brilliant.
And that's what brings you to this championship?
Yeah, I've done the other championship, and I'm getting old now, so I thought I'd take a step down. I'm 67 next week, and I'm feeling better than ever about it all. Not bad for an old boy.
Fantastic, Paul. Well, I can tell you now, you don't look a day over 21. Congratulations on your wins there. Right, let's see if we can grab a word with our 2nd place driver, or maybe even our 3rd place driver. How are we doing? 2nd place? Yep, so we've got our 2nd place driver here, Matt Fletcher. Matt, superb 2nd place there. I'll tell you what, Paul in front, he's a bit tricky to get past, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quick. He's very quick. But that was just an awesome race. Starting 5th, I didn't get a great start. Dropped back a place. There was a bit of chaos in the first lap, a lot of oil on the track. Managed to make a few places and then just kept at it. Tried to stick in there. It's a really fast circuit, so the toe in here is worth a lot. And I had to hold John off a couple of times, who was coming up. So it was into Tyre. I had to block him off. But managed to hold it, and last lap thought I'll give it a go, and didn't quite make it stick. But yeah, very, very happy with that result.
Fantastic. So obviously Paul did mention with the oil being out as well, so it's just all cars in the field had to really put up with the same conditions ultimately.
Yeah, absolutely. You just don't know what to expect. We went out obviously on the green flag lap, and we noticed that it was a bit slippery. But of course, in the race, you kind of you're still going for it. So luckily, I didn't fall off, and yeah, very happy with that result.
Fantastic. Right, well, we'll let you crack on there now and see if we can grab 3rd place. If we've got John Pethick here, hopefully, are we going to do if I could just sneak in and do an interview for the telly? I'm being shouted at me here. John, fantastic 3rd place. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, really happy, yeah.
Just in case there's any points
I did. I was leading at one point, but still happy to get the podium. Yeah, and it was just a bit too slippy at the first sunny corner, and yeah, me and the leader had some trouble there early on, but we had to sort of go offline a bit halfway down the track and brake halfway down the track, and that was nice and grippy there.
No, so you managed to sort of suit it to your driving in the end. Yeah,
it was just about hugging the inside line. So after that, I considered passing Matt, but I thought I'd settle for third.
Fantastic. Right, well, we're just getting ready to wrap up now. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your third place there, and hopefully a bit more of the same later on.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. It was good fun.
Fantastic. Right, well, I can see some of the CityCar Cup cars are in fact out on their green flag lap, so I think it's time to head back up to the commentary box with Scott Woodward.
We are indeed. Thank you very much, Rob, for that. Good to hear from our top three from the Mazda MX-5 Clapham Championship. But from Mazda MX-5s, we're now heading off to the world of city cars and the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. I don't know if these little diminutive cars fool you. They are proper pocket rockets. They are fantastic to watch. And it is a mix of Citroen C1s, Toyota Aigos and Peugeot 107s. All of them mechanically underneath the exact same car that was built in the exact same factory. And it will be fantastic to see them going wheel to wheel around the Croft Circuit. They've done that the past couple of seasons. Croft actually holds a bit of a landmark for a couple of reasons. Back in 2020, when these cars first had their first season of racing anywhere, it was a first ever standalone race for the CityCar Cup after they'd done a couple of races with the Club Sport Trophy. And then last year we saw a landmark where Ben Craner took the first ever outright win for a Student Motorsport Challenge car. We'll get to them in a second throughout the race. And that was a fantastic effort for him and the Oxford Brooks team, which is now known as Barrack Sport, and they're back again for this season. They've got a couple of teams in this championship. So this championship is essentially a main championship, then we have a sub-championship alongside that runs within. So we have the main CityCar Cup Championship, and then also, as I mentioned, we have the Student Motorsport Challenge. This is a brilliant incentive that's been put together, a brilliant scheme been put together by John Paul Latham and everyone who's involved in the Student Motorsport to allow colleges, universities, and even sixth form teams, now we've got one of those in this season, to get educational establishments to run teams and allow their motorsport and engineering students a proper real-world racing, real motorsport experience when it comes to working that out. So we'll talk about that as the race goes on. What we will give you quickly, just before they get underway, is at least the first few cars of the grid. It's going to be on pole position Stuart Bliss in his car, who starts on pole alongside the top student motorsport car, and that is the Northbrook College car. The reigning champions, who we know as Met Motorsport, and that's Richard Jepp alongside him on the front row. And then the second row of the grid, we've got Elliot Lettis, and he's the championship leader coming into the weekend after he took 2 wins and a second place. So he'll be one to watch out for to see if he can make it happen. So the last few cars are getting into position on the grid now. We're getting set for our first of 3 races here this weekend, all 15 minutes of action. And then we'll wait for the green flag to be flown at the back, and then the 5-second board will go up, and then we'll be set to go CityCar Cup race. They might not necessarily charge down to the first corner with lots of speed and gusto, but they will certainly make quite a spectacle once they get underway. There goes the green flag, there's the 5-second board, and now we are all set then for racing for race number 1 of the weekend of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. We're away in racing, lots of wheel spin, looks like for Elliot Lettis, and one car was slow to get away from the back of the grid, but they've managed to get going as they head down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Here comes the cavalry, charge down towards Clairvaux, and it is going to be Stuart Bliss who will head them in towards turn 1 for the first time, with Jet following suit and Elliot Lettis in third. It looks to me as if that was possibly, I think, either Dominic Fletcher. Oops, there's one car gone around, that's 88, I think that's Richard Snuggs, and also involved we've got 310, which is John Nicholson, and the 72 also, which I think is Liam Payne there as well. And yeah, Payne looks rather frustrated, you can see behind the wheel there, but both those cars coming together. Obviously not what we want to see when everyone's all bunched up together, but as they come up towards Tower Bend, I'd be surprised if we don't at least throw the runyourfleet.com safety car. Wouldn't you surprise if we had a red flag for that, because we've got 2 cars stranded, possibly linked together. As they come down towards Tower, we'll carry on racing until we get a signal otherwise, and it's still Stuart Bliss who leads the way as they turn in through the right-hander for the first time. The rest of the pack comes jostling through. The car that was involved, I think it was 77, that was Richard Snuggs, I think, that got involved in that. No, it was 88, I think it was. Yeah, 88, Richard Snuggs. There he is. And I have a feeling that that car's had some rear suspension damage because it looked as though it was crabbing a little bit. So we'll wait and see. Meanwhile, leaders come back towards Barcroft for the first time. And Elliot Lettis is putting the 65 car, Richard Jebb, under plenty of pressure. Not for much longer he won't be, because safety car has been deployed as we expected. So everyone now has to reduce their pace. Oh, and off the road in the background has gone one of the Bitcoin racing cars. That was the 4th place car, 21 of Christopher Mackenzie. Oh, and another one off the road. That's 57. That's Jack Wheeler. That's the Surrey College motorsport car. That car took a couple of podiums at Snetterton. And I'm afraid that car's weekend hasn't really started brightly either. So, after one or two incidents, the RunYourFleet.com safety car has been called. And that means now that the leader, Stuart Bliss, and everyone else will be able to pick it up, and they will now be picked up and gone through. But actually, to clear it properly up now, we've gone red flag, so we're going to have a bit of a break here to clear up some of the cars which have been involved in that. So the other car which was involved in that was I think the 72 car of Payne. We had a few cars involved, but Richard Snutt's car went spinning first, and then we had both the 310 through all the melee that was going on around after he'd spun. It was the 72 car of Payne and John Nicholson and the pink Peugeot that came and tangled. Then we saw Christopher Mackenzie go off the road of his own accord, whether it was anything to do with any of the cement dust or the oil that was still down there, or the fluid that had been dropped down there from the couple of previous sessions. He was off the road, and then Jack Wheeler also found himself off into the barriers in the East Surrey College car. So plenty of events going on in that first few corners. So there'll be a little bit of clear up now for our marshals to handle as we come towards it. But the RunYourFleet.com safety car is now possibly going to trundle around to see what the situation is down, first of all, at Clairvaux and Hawthorns. And there you can see the two cars which were involved in that first corner incident. They have been prized apart. And that's the driver of car 72, I think either he's a little bit winded or just standing there in frustration. There's the Jack Wheeler car as well. That car being wheeled away, no real pun intended, but he's now being pushed to a place of safety. And again, big thank you and a big shout out to our magnificent marshals, who are fantastic at what they do. They give up their free time on weekends because they love the sport and love being a part of it, and they are genuinely a vital part of a race weekend, which is amazing. Now that's another car that's stopped on the, they've stopped because it's been parked anyway. I thought it had a problem, but it's a car that's parked up. Now I should mention that's quite a significant car actually. There's a great story behind this car, number 101. So that's Peter Bauer at the wheel of that car. Now he, before this season, I don't know what his racing background is, if he actually has any at all, but he does have a novice cross on the back, so my guess would be possibly not very much. But believe it or not, he actually won this car in a raffle. He won it in a raffle draw, which was drawn at the Autosport International Show. He was the winner of that car. And so essentially there was a prize for, it was a charity raffle, was put on, I think, arranged mainly by AMR Motorsport. So the guys, like Martin Piccolo and the guys down at AMR Motorsport, helped out for the Orange Aid charity. And the winner of that race car was Peter Bauer, and it's basically a full suite of being involved in racing. So all that's everything that he requires to go racing was all pretty much came with the raffle prize, which was pretty sensational. And now he didn't make it for the first round at Snetterton, but he's making his debut here in the very car that he won here at Croft Circuit. So that's magnificent to see. That's not quite magnificent to see, at least not for the 72 car. That's not, of course, for the 72 car of Hayden Payne, I'm afraid, because Hayden has got some repair work to do on that car. Also, the same for John Nicholson's car, though John Nicholson's car appears to have, I can't see too much more of the front of the car. We only saw the two cars kind of interlinked by bumpers, I think, briefly. But John Nicholson's car being pushed away. We saw Jack Wheeler's car being pushed away. And I imagine that Richard Snuggs has also gone to the pit lane in order to try and get whatever was ailing his car after the initial incident fixed. And they also had Christopher Mackenzie get off the road, but I imagine his car was relatively undamaged. He didn't look as though he went into the barriers, simply just bouncing across the grass, and that was it. So I think he may have luckily, got away with that. And if he has, he's a very lucky boy indeed. So John Nicholson's car has been pushed back to the assembly area, where it will go all the way back to the paddock. And the CityCar Cup part of the paddock is all the way down on the runway, which is, well, this used to be effectively like an airfield in many cases, and in some cases it kind of still is, I suppose, because you've got that huge tarmac runway that the drivers can do. So just for those who need to know the procedure, the race didn't go past the end of the first lap. So how the rule state is, if the race is red flag and stopped before the completion of the second lap, then what happens is they bring the cars back onto the grid, but they do so in their original starting order. So they'll go back to exactly the order in which they started the race from the qualifying results. So it'll be Stuart Bliss then, who'll be back on pole position once again in car number 18. Gives us a proper chance to go to the grid actually whilst they're regridding this, because we only got the first couple of rows before we got going again. And so we see some of our younger fans having a bit more of an alternative way to keep themselves busy whilst the race cars are lining themselves back up. Such is the want for that with these rather large steep hills that you can roll down. I'm sure somebody who'd rather have his car rolling of his own accord, and might well be if you can get it restarted, is Jack Wheeler, because his incident down up at the... So I think what we will do actually, because now we've got a chance to do so, is actually properly go through the grid for you, so we literally get a run through, as I say, it will be the grid that we originally had from qualifying, so we won't be able to, it won't be a change of anything. We'll have a couple of cars, I'm sure, that will be missing because of the incidents that we had. But as we now get ourselves... Let's see if we can figure if Stuart Bliss can try and do this again from pole position. And Richard Jett was having quite a defensive effort trying to hold off Elliot Lettis. I think Andrew Dyer was in there as well, and there's those usual suspects at the front as they were last year. The driver they're missing from that front group is Richard Bliss, because he was the champion. So we'll give you the grid as a run-through menu then. So Stuart Bliss then starts on pole position after his time in qualifying. It was quite a mega time. In fact, he was on pole by nearly 7/10 of a second. That was pretty substantial. The cars will then go off in a minute for another formation lap. Come back onto the grid to... A couple of the drivers also holding their doors open to try and keep themselves cool, because the temperatures are starting to go up a little bit more. It's becoming a lot more spring-like in terms of temperatures, which is nice to see. One thing to mention, the restart looks like it's going to be over 10 minutes rather than 15, so a couple of minutes clear up, and also probably some clear up time that we had to use up for the off in qualifying for the Fiesta Junior car that lost quite a bit of fluid on the circuit, hence all the cement dust down at Barcroft and Sunny Inn. I suspect it's because of that we have to shrink it down a little bit to try and keep things on timetable for the rest of the day as much as possible. So to run you through the grid manually then, Stuart Bliss will start on pole position after his pole time put him at the front of the grid by 7/10 of a second. Richard Jepp, who not only takes a front row spot but also a commanding Student Motorsport Challenge pole position for the Northbrook College. It's then Elliot Lettis in third on the grid in car number 3, the championship leader. And alongside him, with an impressive effort in car number 14 in one of the Auto Bliss cars, is Dominic Fletcher. So Dominic is going to be starting from fourth on the grid in one of the other orange and grey and orange Auto Bliss Toyota Igos from fourth on the grid on the second row. We won't have Jack Wheeler because he would have started on P5. That would be the East Surrey College car, one of the Student Motorsport Challenge teams. Alongside him should be, provided that he's properly recovered from that little off he had into the grass at Sunny Out, will be Christopher McKenzie, who'll start from the sixth spot on the grid on the third row. Fourth row sees, we won't see Hayden Payne because he was one of the cars caught up in that incident after Richard Snuggs went spinning, so he won't be starting seventh, but we should have Richard Snuggs. We need to wait and see because his car looks like it had possibly some rear suspension damage because it looked like it was crabbing down the back straight towards Tower Bend. So we might have a completely vacant fourth row if neither of those cars make the start. You should have a fifth row of 115 Bradley Porter and number 20 Nicholas Goff. So Nick Goff, who is a former C1 racer, and now in a Citroen C1 again, but a different specification of C1. And just to mention, I can see quite a significant gap on the fourth row of the grid. So not only no Hayden Payne, but I don't think any Richard Snuggs either, because of that contact he had after his spin exiting Clairvaux. Row 6 is where we find Duncan Haller in one of the Student Motorsport Challenge cars. He's alongside he would have been alongside John Nicholson, but he also looks like he will not take the restart from what would have been 12th. Row 7 of the grid is Bob Bannister and Adam Reynolds in the 64 and car 30 as well. We then have Craig Flynn and Arthur Simonde on row 8, followed by Luis Torres and George Jones, another one of our Student Motorsport Challenge cars in car number 9. As they come back towards the, I think it's the race started actually, in fact it is, so we'll get through the rest of the grid as we go along, but as we head down towards Clairvaux for the first time, I was expecting a green flag that, but we're actually going back racing again, and it's Stuart Bliss who will then lead it from pole position down towards turn 1 for the first time, and they make their way towards the right-hander, and it's going to be, hopefully, all clean and tidy through the first couple of corners. Indeed it is, so we've now got Stuart Bliss in the lead then, for Richard Jepp in second place, holding on to that position from Elliot Lettuce in 4th. Quick start from... Sorry, Elliot Lettuce in 3rd, forgive me. Quick start in 4th place. I'm trying to work out who that is. It's the 115. It is the 115. So Bradley Porter's made an absolutely lightning start. That was from 9th on the grid up to 4th. What a super start that was for the 115. The blue and black car that's now about to be overtaken into Tower Bend by Christopher McKenzie. So Chris has managed to at least shake off his little excursion at Sunny Out, so managed to get himself back on track, and away he goes again. So down towards the Jim Clark S's for the first time. You can see Elliot Lettuce again, like he did on the first start, all over the back of Richard Jeppin, looking to try and get the undercut exiting in the Jim Clark S's. If he can put himself alongside into Barcroft, it'll be a bold pass on a very fast part of the circuit. As the rest of the pack goes streaming through. Elliot Lettuce thinks better of it for this point in time, but they're still trying to deal with a bit of the cement dust down there as they come up through Sunny In and Sunny Out. And mind you, it's a 10-minute restart, so 10 minutes of racing here for the CityCar Cup. And Adam Reynolds is off in the background in car number 30, another car that had a quick start. And also, so is Duncan Haller in the Barrack Sport car number 11. Bit of a dent in the side of that car, so he's obviously had a nudge from somebody. Top 3 nose to tail as they come through the complex for the first time on this restart. And as they come up through the right-hander at Sunny In and Sunny Out, and then the left-hander at the hairpin. Running wide there for Chris McKenzie. It might just invite the 115 of Bradley Porter back in the mix, and also Dominic Fletcher, who's back in 6th. You can see here, they're not the fastest cars in the straight line, but they've got plenty of grip because the setup they have on these cars is that they've got quite sticky Nankang tyres. They have gas shocks, power flex bushes, and all those elements come together to make these cars pretty damn quick in the corners. They're surprisingly quick in the corners. They can keep up with some much bigger and hairier stuff out there. Just on cornering pace alone, they might lose out on the straights, but in the corners they are proper little pocket rockets. And it really is, it's the perfect term for these cars because they do really rumble around these circuits quicker than you think. Side by side for second now. Richard Jepp is under threat for Elliot Lettuce. They come down towards Tower Bend. He has to try and lean on him here. And Lettuce, in fact, has so much more momentum coming off the chicane towards Tower that he easily breezes past into second position. So that was a pretty straightforward move for Elliot as they come through. So up now through the complex now for the second time, and up towards the Jim Clark S's. Make the way up towards Barcroft once again. Lots of nose-to-tail action. A couple of cars getting spread out as well. We'll look at and see if we can pick up the battle that's going on further back, let's say behind Richard Jepp in the Student Motorsport Challenge, because we've got the George Jones number 9 car that's in the mix there too. And I think that's the Colleague Gwent car that's up there in the mix. That's a good run for George Jones and Colleague Gwent. Get them up in there. They were a regular podium finisher. The SMC. Oh, was that a car sliding sideways? I thought it was a car sliding sideways going into the complex, but it might be my optical illusion. I thought it was Elliot Lettuce, but it might just be the chrome gold on the delivery that was catching off a little bit. The rest of the pack goes rumbling into the complex. Nick Goff there, you can see up in 7th place. Good start from Nick Goff, actually, because Nick started in 10th on the grid, but he had that big gap from the 4th row, so he's managed to work his way up to 7th and try to chase after Dominic Fletcher. Nick Goff, quite an experienced club racer. Again, as I mentioned, he's raced one of these cars before in the C1 Racing Club, but in endurance spec, but of course this is CityCar spec, which is different for that, particularly with the enhanced suspension and tyres and other little elements that kind of make these cars more like a proper race car. Not the C1 endurance cars aren't, of course. They are magnificent cars in their own right, but in terms of these are completely different specifications for a completely different purpose. That is sprint racing. For sprint racing, these cars are pretty damn good. It's coming up to half distance on this restarted race here, and Croft, it's still, whoops, Peter Bowers. Welcome to CityCar Cup racing, Peter. Big white slide out wide. He's up there battling with the 36 car, 36 of Prem Gind in the field. He's another one of the big point racing drivers as part of their squad. He's managed to hold on quite nicely to a couple of cars behind he's battling. One of those is Emilia Vincent, and she's in one of the couple of brand new teams that are debuting this weekend in the Student Motorsport Challenge. I will quickly find out exactly which team that is. I should know that, but I'll do some research a little bit later on when I've got a chance to do so. Peter Bauer, at least, seemed to get into grips with CityCar Cup car and the championship itself pretty quickly, so that's great to see. We've got an on-track battle here going on for 8th, 9th and 10th between, that looks like Craig Flynn with Bob Bannister, and also in there too is the recovering Adam Reynolds. So we've got lots of action going on there between everyone involved. Towards the end of another lap. Still looks as though it is Stuart Bliss in the lead from Elliot Lettuce in second place, who's just set the fastest lap of the race and brought the gap down to half a second out in front. Still looking here at Flynn, Bannister and Reynolds. There is the fastest lap of the race for Lettuce at the top of the screen, 1:52.154. As they now make their way towards the end of another lap. So the scrap going on now for 5th position between Bradley Porter in that blue and black car. Just working his way through Hawthorne now and up towards the S's. This is one of those key parts of the circuit up for the S. If you can get a really good run through here and carry the speed and momentum, and these cars really are about speed and momentum, you have to try and keep your foot to the floor as much as possible to keep the speed up and keep the engine in the power band as much as you can in order to make that work. Speaking of making it work, it looks like Elliot Lettuce is making Stuart Bliss work for that lead, because he's all over the back of him here. And Elliot, particularly in qualifying back at Snetterton, was in blistering form. And of course, a response there from Stuart Bliss, no pun intended, of course, as they go through. In qualifying here at Croft has certainly paid off big time as they come up through the Jim Clark S's. But just as he was for Richard Jett, Elliot Lettuce is not allowing Stuart Bliss a moment's respite here as they come through the Sunny Inn. You see a slightly tighter, faster line through the first part of this double right-hander. Has literally got Elliot Lettuce latched onto the rear bumper. He could not be any closer as he starts to edge and creep his way alongside towards the complex here on the 4th lap of racing, and looking around the outside. If he can stay here, he can make it stick. He's going to go round the outside the first part of the complex to get the line for the second part and get himself in front. Brilliant pass around the outside to make that stick for a championship leader, Elliot Lettuce. They were doing this practically all race at Snetterton in race number 3 a few weeks ago. Now they're at it again here at Croft, as Bliss is all over the curb on the exit through the hairpin to try and latch himself back onto the rear bumper, which he's trying to do in the toe here as much as he can. And he's really pushing as hard as he dares as he comes up towards the end of the lap. Goes to tail once again. Here's the scrap for 3rd though, which Jett would love to get an overall podium if he can. He has got Chris McKenzie for company as he comes up through the right-hander at Clare though, and now once again on the power back all the way around through the S's. Now onto the back straight. Now Lettuce has got a slight pace advantage, at least on his exit through here. Now as they come back down towards Tyre again, car stop 210 has come to a halt here. That is Luis Torres, another of the Bitcoin racing cars that's hit a little bit of strife. So Lewis quickly jogs away to safety behind the barrier. That's quite a low-speed part of the circuit, so I don't imagine that'll be too much trouble, because you're just coming out of the complex, but it's not the most high-speed section through there, and he has pulled it up right against the barrier, so I'd imagine that's not going to be too much trouble, and I'm sure that the senior clerk of the course will be more than happy to allow that to continue. I think without yellow flags, that shouldn't need any, I don't think, but maybe another clerk of the course, so I'm not going to make too much more judgment on that. What I will talk about is at least the scrap for 3rd going on still between Richard Jett, who by far and away is the comfortable Student Motorsport Challenge leader for defending champions Northbrook College. Of course, they were last year known as Met Motorsport. And you can see here, that's Richard signalling, don't fight me, push me, let's go, let's see if we can catch the front runners. Haven't got long to do it though. They're going to need both Elliot Lettuce and Stuart Bliss to really start tussling between each other to make that happen. And I don't see that happening unless it may well kick off, but if it doesn't, at least these two will try and get themselves a little bit closer. They may well call a temporary truce until they figure out we're not going to catch the guys in 3rd place. We may as well go at it and see who can get the best out of the best job. I think the comfort that at least Richard will have is even if he misses out on the overall podium, he will by far claim a very easy Student Motorsport Challenge victory, so he won't have too much trouble there. As the leaders come across the line to start the final lap of this first race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. It's the scrap for 5th coming past, Bradley Porter and Fletcher. Then you see him in 7th place in no man's land. There is Nick Goff with a bit of gap around him. There's 8th, 9th and 10th going off the screen. That's Craig Flynn, Adam Reynolds and Bob Bannister. Arthur Simondays going past in 11th place there as well. A couple more cars in there too. There's the West Suffolk College car going down the straight. That's in the mix in, it looks like 3rd place for them, because that was 3rd place for them. No, is that 3rd place? At least, yes, it was 3rd place, because it was Arthur Simonday in their Student Motorsport Challenge car is running quite strongly in 2nd place at the moment, so this is looking pretty decent for them at this point in time. So now up through the Jim Clark S's now for the final time. Watching Jet here, still holding off Mackenzie. Now, is Christopher going to line him up here for a possible pass in the closing stages in these final few corners? He might well have a chance to make a dive up the inside. He thought about it. You can see he was peeking out a little bit. But just nothing there when he tries to throw the car as much as he can. He tries to throw as much speed and pace into that corner as he can help. But it's not going to work at this point in time. And you can see the leaders come back into the complex for the final time. Elliot Lettuce still has the attention of Stuart Bliss all over his rear bumper as they come back in. Little flick of the grass as they come up through the second part of the complex, at complex right, and here comes Bliss moving around, trying to get a spot here. He takes the wide approach and looks around the outside. He wants to get the undercut to get the sprint to a line, but I think Lettuce might have a bit more pace than Bliss needs to get himself up to the checkered flag first, and as try as he might, it's not going to work. The checkered flag flies for Elliot Lettuce, his third win of the season from 4 races to continue his championship lead. He wins race 1 of the weekend at the Croft for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Stuart Bliss, you could tell how hard he was pushing, sets the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. So he really was going for it all the way until the end, but second place will do for Stuart. Third place to Richard Jett. Again, congratulations to him. That's a great result to get himself third place. And a dominant Student Motorsport Challenge win for Northwood College. They will be delighted with that. Excellent stuff. Second Student Motorsport Challenge for Arthur Simonday. And third for Duncan Horlaw. I suspect Arthur Simonday is one of our new teams that's racing in the Student Motorsport Challenge this weekend. I will definitely check that just to make sure. I'm sure it is, because I don't recognise the car. It's a brand new looking car, so it looks to me it's a bit one of the new ones. Of course, there are some people in the comments who were saying, come on Scott, you should know this, and I should do, but it's sometimes a bit tricky to prep when you've got quite a bit going on that side. So Arthur Simonday is, yes, that's the Queen's Ethelberger's team. Now that's actually a 6th form team. That's not College University. That's a 6th form team, and they've just picked up 2nd place in their first ever race in the Student Motorsport Challenge. Now that, if you're watching in the comments, deserves a round of applause for that. That's a mega effort to get themselves 2nd place there. Brilliant stuff. But all the drivers waving to the marshals, saying thank you as always. And again, we'll never stop saying it, we'll never tire of saying it. Thank you once again to all the marshals, particularly all the recovery crews and marshals that did their work to get the cars cleared up from that first lap incident for on the first start as quickly as possible. It's a really good effort to see them all getting up there. And I think after that race, judging by how many people were waving and pretty satisfied, I think they quite enjoyed that as well. There's the Queen Ethelberger's car. What an effort that is for them. 2nd place in their first race in the Student Motorsport Challenge. Great stuff. So let's give you the result then for race number 1 of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. Elliot Lettuce then only just beat Stuart Bliss by 3/10 of a second, and they won a race of their own at the front. It was Richard Jett who takes 3rd place and the Student Motorsport Challenge win, so congratulations to them. 4th place goes to Christian Mackenzie from Bradley Porter and Dominic Fletcher. Nicholas Goff with an excellent 7th place after he started 10th. Then Adam Reynolds, Bob Bannister and Craig Flynn round out the top 10. What a story this is. Arthur Simonday for Queen Ethelberger's. They're a 6th form team that picks up 2nd in the Student Motorsport Challenge for this race ahead of Barrack Sports' Duncan Horler. Then it's Andrew Payne in 13th. George Jones for Colin Gwent picks up 14th place. And that's followed by Leon Wild in 15th. For another one of the Student Motorsport Challenge cars in the mix in the Toyota Igo. 16th for Mickey Vincent, 17th for Jason Dean. Peter Bow in his first CityCar Cup race finishes 18th. And it's 19th for Prem Gind, and James Smith, we saw him as well from Richard Snuggs, who managed to recover after his first corner incident in the first start. We saw Luis Torres pull the car off in 22nd at the exit of the complex. So entertaining stuff for the CityCar Cup once again. Battles all the way through right to the checkered flag, and some plenty of stories to be told down in the pit lane and in the top 3, which hopefully we've got for both of them, if not at least the top 3 overall. And that is going to be down with Rob Lewis in pit lane. So Rob, I'm sure they have some very happy drivers after what was an exceptional first CityCar Cup race. Over to you.
Well, that was a good race amongst the top 4 after the red flag earlier in the race, and I should have a winner here in Elliot Lettuce. Elliot, bit hot and sweaty. Was that good fun out there?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, cars improved massively, sorted out the issue, and we got some straight line speed back, so yeah, very happy. Yeah.
When you spoke to me this morning, you did have an issue with the rear right with the brake binding, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we sorted that problem out, and as you can see, we definitely sorted it out.
Well, apologies, we had a small little freeze there on the camera, but we will throw back down to pit lane once we've got it resolved and fixed, and I'm sure they'll transition straight across when it's gotten back on the screen. But excellent to hear from Elliot Lettuce. Sounds like they had a problem in qualifying, which they were able to fix pretty swiftly. and they managed to do so in that sense. It's now going to be a bit of a clear up for some of the cars that are also around as well. A little bit of time to do so, I think. And I think we can now quickly go back to Rob in pit lane. So so what we're going to do here is we've now got the next session coming up, which I believe is TCR UK qualifying. Now that's going to be on the TCR UK YouTube channel. So if you want to watch that, you need to head over to the TCR UK YouTube channel. Just search TCR UK and you'll find the live stream that's on there as well. Whilst on this stream, whilst we're kind of waiting for that session to finish, if you want to catch us and commentating on that session over there, head over. If you're staying here for the next support races, what we're going to do here, just run you through some of the interviews that we had going through that were recorded this morning by Rob Lewis whilst the other qualifying sessions were on, so you get an insight from some of the drivers that are taking part here this weekend, why they do it, what results they've had, what their ambitions are, how they're finding the championship, whether they're new to it or they're vastly experienced, or what their season's been like so far. All those questions are answered and more, I'm sure, answered by Rob Lewis, who had a chat with them earlier on. So let's take you into those, and if you're watching on TCR UK, we'll see you there shortly for action for qualifying for rounds 3 and 4 of TCR UK 2023 here at Croft. But for those on the BRSCC channel, we'll see you afterwards for more support racing here at Croft.
All pretty much my career in Fiestas, so I'm delighted with it, especially to be able to do it in this. I mean, it really shows how much the BRSCC are pushing these. I mean, they're completely the next generation of this series, and they're really moving along, and it shows the pace that they have. So I really believe we could be up there this weekend in it.
Fantastic. So first of all, your weekend started off well. That's great. So tell us a bit about the Mark 7 Fiesta and just how. So I assume you've raced the Mark 6s before, right?
Yeah, so last year we did a season in the Mark 6s, really successful season. We just missed out on Vice Rookie Champion. We came P5 in the championship, so quite a successful rookie season. I found the Mark 6s were a good car, but obviously moving on to the new generation car, I mean, it's showing some good pace, and I'm delighted with it, to be honest. I feel like so far the handling on it is good. Obviously, it's the new generation, so Mark 7, this is the future of the series. So I'm great to be able to be up there with it.
Fantastic. And is it about little subtle differences between the cars, or are they very much the same in terms of handling and pace?
I think obviously there's a difference in it. The Mark 7s we found are quite quick down the straights, whereas due to the shorter wheelbase in the Mark 6s, they have a lot more rotation in the corners. But overall, I mean, obviously, we feel that the Mark 6 is at its almost maximum development, where there's still so much more development in this thing, and so little tweaks in it. Do you know what I mean? Just to find out more tricks and to make it just that little bit quicker. And we're definitely finding it out, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Brilliant stuff so far. So your targets going into this weekend and kind of your season so far leading up to it, how have you found it?
So I think at Snetterton we struggled a little bit with pace at the start. We still managed to get podium, so I was delighted with that. And then especially towards the end we felt we had the pace to win it. But unfortunately due to the safety cars at Snetterton we didn't have the time to. But no, I think I'm happy with the way the season's going so far. Obviously at Snetterton, like it was all right. I enjoyed. I mean, we got 2 wins in the Mark 7, so you can't really complain about it. However, coming to here immediately on the Friday, well, yesterday we found we had a lot of pace, and we were delighted with that. And then to be able to come into this free practice and win it, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better weekend to start.
Brilliant. Now, a bit of a theme that I've got with the drivers up and down the paddock. It's a very old school circuit, Croft. How are you finding it compared to other circuits? It's quite old school and balls out kind of place, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love Croft. I came here last year, my second round, and I managed to put it on P3 in qualifying. So it's probably up there with my favourite tracks. It's old but gold, as they say. I love this track so much. It's really high speed, where this car really benefits at it, and it's a track that I love. Obviously, this works well in it, thankfully, and I'm just hoping that we can keep up the pace for qualifying.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to watching your progress this weekend. Thank you very much. Cheers. And continuing with the CityCar Cup chat is Elliot Lettuce. Elliot, first session done. How was that for you?
Not bad, yeah, a lot to learn from that session. We're going really well at Snetterton, but a couple of issues with brake binding, but nothing that can't be sorted out for the first race.
How's your season kind of gone so far this year?
Well, really good at the start, to be honest. We're 0.8 ahead in qualifying at Snetterton, and now we are 0.8 behind, so got some work to do, yeah.
Got some work to do. Is it the characteristics of the circuit maybe take a bit getting used to?
A little bit, yeah. We adjusted the rear handbrake after Snetterton, and now it's just gone all solid, so we can't even turn the rear right wheel. So hopefully we adjust that, and hopefully back on pace. That'd be good.
Fantastic. It is quite a nice old school circuit though, isn't it? Is it good fun?
Yeah, it's definitely good fun. I think we need to loosen up the dampers at the rear just to handle some of the bumps, but no, it's a good fun circuit, fast as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, being on the TCR weekend, does it kind of give you a bit of an aspirational feel to sort of looking at that ladder to sort of step up to eventually?
Yeah, of course, these cars are so much faster than us, but no, definitely aim high. Hopefully, you never know, we might get to there. It'll be good.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Well, I can see your team feverishly working away behind you to get the car ready.
Yeah, no, they're definitely putting in the work. That's good. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck for you today. Hopefully everything goes well and some more great results for you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
No worries. Thank you. Now, it wouldn't be a BRSCC weekend without talking, of course, to George Grant of Clapham North, Downforce Radio. George, first of all, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. No, fantastic to be here.
It's a beautiful circuit, Croft, isn't it? It's certainly something a bit different to what we normally go to, your big circuits like your Donningtons, your Silverstones.
Very, very different. Obviously, in the back and beyond, you travel a long way to be here, and it's just beautiful, actually. In fact, where are we now? Beginning of May, and beautiful green grass. I just hope I can keep on the concrete bit.
Well, OK, then let's talk about keeping it on the concrete. So going into this weekend, how have you sort of found your season going so far?
It's actually been very good. I mean, Brands Hatch for me was a first, right? In terms of, I came second in the Masters, 14th overall, which was my best showing ever. But occasionally there are a few glitches. You know, we had a little bit of a clutch issue at Silverstone, which I had a DNF. But you know what? It's just great to be out on a track, and I just love it.
And there is something about racing at this iconic circuit as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's an old school circuit, right? And now they've re-tarmacked it. It's a little bit. It's not as slidey as it's quick, but you've really got to drive the pants off this, you know, off the cars, really, basically.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get ready. I'm sure you'll be heading out for qualifying quite soon, actually. So we'll leave it there with you, George, and good luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And I'm here in the Go For It Motorsports Mazda tent with Jack Noller. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thanks. First time here at Croft, so we did a bit of testing a couple of weeks ago, but it's mixed conditions yesterday, so lots to learn, but really good so far.
How have you found the circuit so far?
Really fun. We really have to commit at some of those points where you have to keep it flat really late into the corner and that, but that's really enjoyable to do. Little bits of canvas here and there to try and learn, and ways to get around that really tight complex at the far end of the circuit, but it's really enjoyable circuit to drive.
And tell us a bit about why you wanted to get involved in this series.
So I was actually been a mechanic for Martin the last 3+ years, and I met him at Autosport International in 2019. So I've always wanted to race. You know, I was obviously with Williams and doing esports before now, so I couldn't afford karting, so I learnt my craft through there, and then thankfully up to Martin and everyone, I got the opportunity to race again last season as my rookie year, and that went pretty well, helping develop the car over the last year and this year, try and make it better and better each time, and yeah, it's going really well. I'm really enjoying it.
Brilliant. And what is it, your targets going into this year? So the Mazdas have always been known to be a very competitive, tight-knit championship. So what sort of targets did you set yourself going into this year?
Going into this year to build off my rookie year and try and build off my best result was P6 last time, and that was after even that was a difficult weekend. Made some improvements to the car over the winter, and thanks to Glencar and Nationwide concreting, I was able to put that a bit to good use over the winter and help it come into this season. Getting a good result this year to build on that P6 and push towards podiums, and if all goes well, possibly even a win.
Fantastic. And sort of your targets for the rest of the year is sort of same kind of thing?
Yeah, we'll have a smooth weekend. The start of the year's been a bit difficult with problems here, problems there, but thanks to the team, we've worked through it all and got at least out for race 2 each time. Hopefully this weekend, finishing all 3 races as a start, but then going forwards, trying to chase those podiums and chase that front of the pack down.
Brilliant as well. And how do you find it as well being on the TCR UK races as a support package? Do you kind of see it as a bit aspirational? You've got something to maybe aim for in the future?
Yeah, it's front wheel drive, so it's very different to the rear wheel drives that we're here, but I've followed the TCR for quite a while, and obviously in the sim and like iRacing, that they're very enjoyable cars to drive. So, as much as aspirational to be able to get to that sort of level of motorsport in the coming years.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for talking to us today, Jack, and good luck.
Luck to you too. Thank you very much.
Cheers. And down to the Fiesta Juniors, I'm here with James Pope, who's got quite a bit of work going on the front left of his car. So you've been out in free practice this morning. What happened?
Just classed as a curb, something simple, just the suspension failed, nothing much. But the sponsors they've been really helpful to us, so we should get out or nice.
Fantastic. So your season so far leading up to this point, how's it kind of been for you in the Fiesta Juniors?
It's been reasonably well. We managed to get out in the end, thanks to the sponsors, obviously, because we struggled a bit financially. But yeah, it's been really good. Last meeting was nice. It was good. A bit messy race in the last one, but I did well.
Fantastic. And what's your targets going into Croft this weekend? It's quite an old school circuit, isn't it?
Top 10, maybe. Yeah, top 10. I'll be happy with that. Nice, clean weekend.
Fantastic. And the Mark 6 Fiesta as well. Is it quite a good car and a good series to kind of learn your trade in?
Yeah, it's like a mini touring car. They're brilliant. They're really good, yeah.
Fantastic. 2-litre Duratec up the front. You're only limited to about 100 mile an hour, so you've got no problem sort of acclimatising to that at all?
No, they pull really well. Brilliant around the corners. Yeah.
Fantastic. Right, we'll let you and the team crack on with it. No worries, thank you. We've got double trouble down here in the paddock with the Fiesta Juniors, and that is Jensen Belt and George Foxlow. Gents, how are we doing? I'll start with you, Jensen. You've had a session already. How have you found it this weekend so far?
It's not been too bad, but it's not been ideal at the same time. I've had a few problems just trying to get myself up to speed and confidence, and it's qualifying next, so we'll see what I can do after that.
Lick the stamp and send it, I think is the term, isn't it?
I think it is, yes.
George, how have you found it so far this weekend?
All right so far. I suppose all you can really do is what you got in car, but we've had a few problems throughout the weekend, but hopefully we get them fixed for qualifying and can only see what we can do.
Absolutely. So, Croft Circuit, tell me about it. It's something quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely different. It requires a lot of bravery. It's just a lot of full send into every single corner. It's not the easiest track I've ever driven, but it's definitely one of my favourites.
And what about yourself, George?
Well, as Jensen said, it's definitely something. I love the track, except from the final corner. It's terrible. But
what's so bad about the final corner? It's just a lovely hairpin.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh no, it's terrible. I hate every single part.
You can't gel with it.
No, just can't get it right, no matter which way you try it. But it's there, so you have to do it, don't you? You just got to get used to it.
Absolutely. Right, gents, so talk to me about the Fiesta Junior Championship. Why are you here? Do you kind of see it as a good step up with the time with TCR UK? Start with you first, gents.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely a good way to move up in the ranks. I used to do Junior Saloon Car Championship last year, but I decided since this is on the touring car package, and it's more likely to be, it's like similar to a touring car in a way, with the suspension set up, and it's just a bit more similar, if you know what I mean.
Does it kind of give you that aspirational level to kind of look up to?
Yeah, and they just drive more how you would expect a touring car to drive as well.
Fantastic. And what about yourself, George? I mean, being on this package, what does it mean to you?
Well, before this, I never did anything other than Fiestas, so this is the only thing I know technically. But well, it's as now the best one there is out of all three of the UK Junior Series, and as Jensen said, the closer touring cars, easier route into TCR and things like that. So definitely the best one to choose out of the three of them.
So your targets for this year, obviously, you're both probably going to stand there and tell me I want to win the championship. But did you set yourself that target at the end of the year, or are you kind of using it to learn and progress?
I'm just going to use this year to try find my feet with the car a little bit more. But then definitely next year, I'm going to push for it next year.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy with top 5, but we didn't have the best one at Snetterton with a few incidents and not the best position in the first race. But I do have another year, but we'll just see if we do it or not. Possibly move on to something bigger and better. Don't know.
Fantastic. No, any thoughts about possibly moving to the Mark 7s at all?
Me and my dad have had a debate about it. We're not 100% sure because the cars kind of develop as they kind of grow in the championship. So we might move on to a Mark 7 next year. It's kind of up to him though.
It's up to the funds, isn't it?
Yep, always.
And what about yourself, George? So you maybe thinking you may step back next year, or would a Mark 7 interest you?
I possibly won't, because as I say, I might leave at the end of this year depending on how we go. But possibly next year, but as Jensen said, it's all up to the one who's paying.
Fantastic, chaps. Well, good luck this weekend. I hope you guys go great guns, and hopefully we'll speak to you at some point during the weekend.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, cheers, guys. Right, I've popped down to the Paul Sheard awning because we're in a bit of a celebratory mood, because Jonathan Greensmith has returned to the paddock. Now, this is Jonathan Greensmith, former Mazda champion, former Porsche, BRSCC Porsche Boxster champion as well from back in the day. Jonathan, great to have you back in the paddock. What brings you back?
Family commitments, and just I've missed it. Missed out the atmosphere and everything. So yeah, I've just got itchy feet, and I thought that's it. I'm coming back, doing a bit of work for Paul Sheard, father-in-law. Yeah, and then we're here with my brother and a couple of other friends. So all good.
Well, we'll chat to your brother shortly. Don't worry about that. Yeah. But so what in particular made you go back to the Mazdas, especially?
I think it's a competitive championship, and it's a little bit relaxed as well. You don't want it too much pressure. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I come back, because and it's cheap and cheerful as well. So well, you can make it cheap and cheerful.
You could certainly suit it to your budget, can't you?
Oh yeah, all day long. Yeah. So it's depending on how deep your pockets are. So yeah, it's all good.
And even racing in such a competitive series, have you kind of found it a bit of a baptism of fire coming back in to get it going again?
Yeah, old has took over me as well. I'm a bit too old for it now, but I still have a bash, and it is competitive. Even in the Clubman, it's competitive. And the main championship, I don't know how to do it, to be sure now. So yeah, I am getting a bit long in tooth, but no, I love it, absolutely love it.
I wouldn't really say long in the tooth. Would it be a case of the cars have just developed that much over time?
They have actually, yeah, because when I first started, everything were totally standard, and they have started messing about with them quite a lot now. So yeah, but it's what it is, isn't it? So you just get in there, get out and get in.
So now your sort of triumphant return to the paddock. What's your sort of targets for this year?
Top 10. So I qualified 13th, and then just found out that I had too much fuel in car, so I was 10 litres overweight. So yeah, well, 10 kilos overweight. So yeah, so it didn't help matters.
Certainly doesn't with a pack that's so close like this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, every penny counts really. All the weight and everything, you need it off. I'm a bit on the larger side now since I did it before. So yeah, it's going to be a bit tougher for me, but I'm going to have a go.
And how good is it to race on this Croft circuit?
Croft is mega. It's proper. You need to be like brave, especially in sunny out, and going into Tower as well. You've got to be really late on brakes and everything. But yeah, really technical circuit. Love it.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get back to being on the spanners, but yeah. Good luck in your racing later on, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you once again back in the paddock.
Thank you. Cheers.
And with the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, I've found Kevin Bird. Now, Kevin, you've been out already this morning?
Yeah, we've been and done qualifying.
How'd you get on?
16th, so only my second time up at Croft. Yeah, a few tweaks to make to the car. We've got an idea of where we need to go or what we think we want to be doing, and race pace seems to be a bit better than qualifying anyway, so we'll see what race one brings this afternoon.
Fantastic. So how are you? Obviously not been to Croft a lot, or it's been a while since you've been here. How have you found the circuit?
I really like the circuit. I forgot how quick sunny in comes up on you and how close the barriers are, but no, it's a good circuit. I like it. It was the first ever race that I did in the Clubman, on the first ever Clubman race. So yeah, it's nice to be back, to be fair.
Superb. So your targets for this year going into the series, what have you kind of set yourself?
I always sort of try and keep up within the top 10. If I can keep it in the top 10 with the competition that we've got, I think is a good standard for me to keep in there. I don't do a lot of testing, so it's, yeah, top 10 is if I can keep it there, I'll be happy.
It's kind of one of those series, isn't it? No matter whether it's the Clubman or the full championship for the Mark 1s, it's always very closely fought, isn't it?
Yeah, the Mazda racing, whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing, and yeah, people aren't scared to get their elbows out.
Plus, you get a chance to be on the CityCar UK package. How do you sort of feel about that? Does it give you the aspirational level to sort of look up to?
Oh, massively, yeah. I love the British touring cars, but the TCRs on the same package, it's up there. They're really pretty cars to look at, really nice on track. And this season, or end of last season, this season, the racing in there got really competitive, so definitely one to watch and keep an eye on.
Fantastic, and hopefully you'll be on the grid there one day, right?
Hopefully, when the numbers drop in, hopefully we'll be up there for sure.
Fantastic. So today, what's your sort of targets going into the 2 races?
Just moving forward, we'll see where we can go in race 1. Like I say, if we could break that top 10, brilliant. That's where we just take little steps, little and often, and yeah, keep moving forward, keep looking forward.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you crack on for the moment there, Kevin.
Brilliant.
Thanks for talking to us.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
And I'm here with Luke Hilton after quite an eventful practice section. You ended up with a box full of neutrals, I understand.
Yeah, well, there's this bit on the inside coming through the tightest part of the track, and there's a huge dip that all the cars take to hook the car around in before the hairpin. And I've been hitting it all day yesterday and today, and the gearbox blew up as well as the diff, and bits of metal like shattered everywhere, and it didn't go to plan. So I only got 1 lap to set a really quick lap on cold tyres and bad rubber, so I did my best, to be honest.
What you're really saying is you did a proper job on the gearbox.
Yeah, exactly that.
Fantastic. So Fiesta Juniors, what kind of brought you to the championship?
Well, to be honest, I've come from karting, and me and my dad took 5 years out, and we thought he knew I was going cars, so we got told that the best junior championship is Fiesta Juniors, so we went here basically, and we got guided here. So.
Fantastic. And tell us a bit about the car itself. So it's a Mark 6 Fiesta, short wheelbase, Duratec engine, limited to about 100 mile an hour due to the junior regs, but is it good fun to drive?
Yeah, it's really good fun. We've built this car very well. We've built it how I like to drive it, and the setup on it is perfect. Every part of this car is almost brand new every weekend, and we're just fully prepped. We build this car from the ground up, and it's, yeah, to be honest.
Awesome. Tell us a bit about Croft Circuit. It's a theme that I'm sort of speaking to all drivers about this weekend. It's a very old school, fast, flat out circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very fast track. You've got to have a lot of commitment, keep the car singing the whole lap, and you've got to... Yeah, that's all I've got to say, to be honest, sorry.
Just keep it pinned all the way around.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
Brilliant. So describe a bit your season so far leading up to it and your targets sort of going into the year.
Well, to be honest, Snetterton was a very good round. Bit of a shame for race 2 though, but this round we're hoping we can get some good results. Our aim is to win the championship, but we're going to take every round as it comes. So we hope for the best, to be honest.
Brilliant. Well, I'll let you crack on. Obviously, I think you'll be out for qualifying very shortly. Just one last thing, if you want to shout out any sponsors, go ahead.
So I've got 2 sponsors coming this weekend. We Are Fred and RTW Homes, very good sponsors of mine. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us, Luke Hilton.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. And I'm here with Max Silarski. So you've had 1 session so far at Croft today, which was free practice. First of all, how was that for you?
Well, we ran into a slight issue with my ABS and my alternator wire, losing a bit of power, but getting it fixed, all sorted, heads up high for qualifying.
Fantastic. And your season so far in the Fiesta Juniors, the grid size has certainly swelled this year. Does it make it a bit more competitive for you?
Well, it does a bit, but then you just got to think ahead and like push past that, so yeah, it's all right.
And the actual championship itself, is there just something about it that gives you the right development to then progress on up the ranks?
Well, obviously it's very good to start racing cars at a young age like this, so it's a very special championship. There's not many, but it's a really good championship.
Brilliant. And your target so far this year, so did you sort of set something at the beginning of the year that you wanted to go for, or is it just a case of let's develop as the year goes on?
Well, just as it goes, like we didn't know what to expect. Obviously, Snetterton was a very big surprise to me, so yeah, just carrying on with the good results, and hopefully we just do well, take it as it goes.
Croft Racing Circuit, I'm asking all the drivers this, so don't worry. Croft Racing Circuit is a very old school circuit. How are you finding it so far?
I really like it, the fast flowing corners, and then you got the tight section at the bottom. It's really fun.
Brilliant, brilliant. And being on the TCR package as well, is that something that sort of appeals to you, having that ladder potentially there for you to sort of go for?
Yeah, well, obviously I love watching their racing. It's amazing racing. Hopefully one day I'll get to drive one of them cars, but as I said, we're just taking it how it goes.
Fantastic. Thank you for chatting to us today. One last shout out for your sponsors if you want.
all my sponsors, thank you very much for making all this possible. And obviously they will be watching, so thank you guys. It's really appreciated.
No worries, Miles. Thank you very much. And I've popped my head down to Team Morwin to talk to two very special people, actually. First of all, I want to talk to the driver, Nick Goff. So, Nick, first session out in the car at Croft, how was it?
Yeah, it was decent. We had a gearbox change overnight, which is always fun. And we probably got a longer third gear ratio than we'd really like. But P10 is actually my best qualifying position of the season so far. Yeah, just have to go for it in the race.
Tell us a bit about the series, because, of course, I know you from the C1 racing paddock. So what kind of endeared you to go into the CityCar Cup?
Yeah, I think knowing these cars almost inside out now really was a big factor in it. We looked at the Mazdas, we looked at Civics, but we don't really know those cars. We haven't got the budget for a team to run us, so we thought, let's stick to what we know. Let's give these guys a little try. And so far, so good.
Now, I want to talk to you about Snetterton, because inadvertently you gained your pilot's licence, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought I'd save some tyre wear on the inside tyres. Yeah, I feel really bad about that. I've apologised to Brad about 40 times now, offered him new doors and stuff, but luckily he's an absolute gent and he's not fussed. Racing's racing is his opinion, so yeah, no, it's good.
So for those of us that haven't seen, what happened, what led up to it?
Yeah, so I'm coming around Coram, which in the endurance stuff is a really good overtaking point for me, and I see a gap, and I start to go for the gap. Brad leaves me loads of room, I panic, hit the sausage curb, and end up on two wheels at 45 degrees into his door.
Now, to be fair, I will say, if you have got a chance to go onto the socials and have a look at Team Morwin's Facebook page, there is a still image of the car at 45 degrees. It's an epic photo, isn't it?
Yep, and we kept the foot in. You got to carry on going as well.
Absolutely. So your targets for this season, really, so it's a new championship, kind of, well, your first full championship properly. The C1 series is a series. So what's kind of been your target? Is it a learning year and then you look to progress?
Yeah, I think so. I sort of said we'd be happy. I mean, if we can bang on the door of the top 10 all season, we'd be really happy, and that's where we are at the minute in joint sixth. Yeah, and just learn the car, learn how to operate on a two-day weekend, which we've never done before either. And yeah, hopefully next year, maybe we can challenge the guys at the front, because those top four at the minute are just in a different league.
They are rather good, aren't they? Yeah. Now, Katie Ramsey, the reason we brought you in, so you will see adorning their team gear here is Driven Minds. So this is something that's been set up by Eliza Clapham and yourselves. You run it together to sort of raise a bit of awareness on how the mind works in motorsport and raise awareness for the different goings-on. So tell me a bit about it.
Yeah, so we started during sort of COVID lockdown. I think a lot of people being self-employed in motorsport, drivers securing sponsorship, that all kind of fell away. And I think that has such a mental sort of impact on your mental health and your mental fitness. And you know, the paddock being mostly men, let's be honest, and they're most likely to not talk about stuff like this. So it was kind of creating a safe space, a collective that can talk about mental health problems, and there's been no stigma, no kind of negativity around it, and kind of sort of raise that awareness in paddocks, really.
Yeah, and you've actually also got one of your ambassadors, Amelia Vincent, on the same grid this weekend as well, haven't you?
We have. It's brilliant. We've set ourselves a target. You know, in perhaps 3 or 4 years' time, it'd be brilliant to have an ambassador in every paddock. Someone there that, you know, you can, if you're having a bad weekend, you have an incident on track, and you just want to chat to someone who isn't an official, you can just go have a chat to them, and just they'll help improve your mood. I think that's, at the end of the day, we're all here for fun, aren't we? So if you're not enjoying it, why would you be here?
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, it's quite a good initiative for, like you say, if you do have something happen on track that's maybe out of your hands and it does affect your sort of state of mind during the weekend, it gives you that option to speak to someone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, no, it's a real big passion of ours, isn't it? And Eliza as well. The team's growing. Yeah, and hopefully, like I say, hopefully next year you'll see us in even more paddocks.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you guys crack on. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you for some good, clean, hard racing this weekend.
Oh yeah, we'll go for it.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys. And I've made my way down to see Richard Jepp of the Student Motorsport Challenge and of the CityCar Cup. Richard, good morning. How was that first session for you?
Good morning. Yeah, it was really good. Unfortunately, we couldn't do any testing yesterday, so it was straight into the deep end. But car feels really strong. Ended up P2 overall and P1 in the Student Challenge. So yeah, really happy with that. Really happy.
Very happy. What's your target sort of been for this year overall?
So last season, obviously, we got the championship for the Student Challenge. But this year, I really want to push for overall podiums through the season. See if I can push the boys at the front. They are a different level to us, but yeah, we're round about there at the moment, so it's all going well.
Fantastic. The car itself, all good. You went for the Peugeot 107 in this case.
Yeah. So it was originally yellow. We called it the Big Bird. So obviously the Peugeot sign's a bit like a bird as well. But yeah, I mean they're all very, very similar, as you will know from the C1s, and on the outsides it's just the shell that's different between the three brands. So yes, it's a good little car.
What gave you sort of the impetus to race in this particular series? Do you see it as sort of a learning curve and a step up?
Yeah, so I raced karts back when I was 7 through to about 14, and I was away from it for a while. I got back into this through sim racing. I met a few people, had a couple of chats with JP, done some testing with him, and then this is just, I like the emphasis on the educational side. Giving the students a live environment to learn in I think is paramount in their learning. It's such a good environment for them. Scenarios come up that you can't replicate in a classroom. So I really like being able to give that back as well. I do want to progress, but we'll see where we go. I like where I am at the moment. So.
Tell us a bit about Croft Circuit itself. It's a very fast, old-school circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. I love the fast circuits. You need to have balls of steel around here. It's one of those tracks where you need the confidence. These little cars, they're not very fast, but you need to drive them on the edge to be anywhere near the front. So it really challenges you as a driver. You need to keep the momentum up in these as well. Croft is very quick, very fast sweeping turns. But yeah, I do love it around here. I do love it.
Awesome. And obviously going into race day, you've had your qualifying looking good, so only a pair of wins will do, right?
Yeah, hopefully. The weather's going to be changing throughout the weekend as well, so it's going to keep things interesting. But yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us,
Richard.
Richard.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And I've come to see Will Blackwell-Chambers out in the Mazda SuperCup this weekend. Will, how's your season so far?
Been a bit rough. Started out fairly well at Silverstone, put it on pole, and then kind of sat around the podium spots. Haven't been able to get near a win. Aidan Hills is incredibly quick, so yeah, it's good chasing him at the moment. And then Brands again, sort of bouncing around the front. Had a bit of a mishap in race 3, so that's kind of ended my championship, to be honest. But we're still here, we're having fun, and we'll sort of see how we go.
Croft Circuit, tell us about it.
It's quick. It is a very quick circuit. It's a heck of a long drive to get up here as well. But yeah, it's fun. It's quite challenging. You've got some very high-speed corners, lots of big braking zones, and just trying to keep the tyres in place is quite difficult. You seem to be able to overheat them quite easily. So nice soft driving to try and make them last the full 20 minutes is required.
So is there a bit of pressure in carrying the #1 on the car this year, have you found?
Well, there was. When I was trying to retain the championship, there was definitely some pressure, but now that's gone. It's more here for fun now, which is quite nice. It's taken the pressure off entirely, and I just sort of go around and have a giggle, to be honest, with mates, which is, at the end of the day, why you come racing.
Fantastic. So you've been out already today. How have you found it?
Warm. It's we're power steering's off this car, so it's quite physical. So that's good fun. So yeah, did the 20 minutes. We're P4, so fairly happy with that. Be nice to be a little bit quicker. Don't think we've quite got the race pace, but we're making some changes, so hopefully we'll be nearer the front next time out.
Awesome. So anything now you've kind of got this new mindset going into the rest of the year, what sort of target have you set yourself?
Trophies. Just every race, let's see how big the trophy can be, and we'll just keep going from there, to be honest.
Gonna need a new trophy cabinet at this rate.
There's multiple. It gets a bit awkward, to be honest. I've run out of space, but it's not bad.
Not bad at all. Well, thank you for talking to us, Will, and hopefully you have a good day.
Perfect. Cheers, man.
Thank you. And I've popped down to the CityCar Cup area where I found new driver and new team for this weekend, Amelia Vincent with Wiltshire College Motorsport. Now, you're part of the Student Motorsport Challenge, new to this weekend as well, so that's another part of the CityCar Cup that kind of brings a new flavour to things. But how have you found it this weekend?
Thoroughly enjoyable. First time at Croft, first time driving the Igo. Yeah, looking good, looking very good, yeah.
Because you're normally used to racing a Honda Civic at Castle Combe, so this is completely out of your comfort zone, isn't it?
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. The only similarities is it's front-wheel drive. That's it. Completely different otherwise.
And so you've had one session, and tell us a bit. You haven't raced at Croft before, have you?
No.
So tell us a bit about your thoughts about the circuit.
It's lovely. Scenery's lovely. Sunshine. Well, I could kind of say the sun's shining. No, track's really, really nice. Good technical bits. Some flat-out sections, bits and pieces like that. So yeah, it's a good circuit. It's really, really good. Yeah.
So with the new team and the new car, new things to get used to for you. I mean, you can get the hammer down at Castle Combe, but this is a bit different going to the different circuits in a brand new series. So what's your targets for this season?
Targets, so obviously we're racing within student motorsport. We would like to be top 3, but the main bulk of it is just to have fun. We just want to have fun. Teams have a good time, everyone to have a good time, make friends, just enjoy it really, yeah.
And it was a bit of a last-minute.com deal to get everything put together. So how long roughly did it take to get the car built and here today?
So the car took 2 months to get built, and I think we entered the race on Thursday night. So yeah, very last minute.
No pressure or anything?
I didn't want to jinx anything. I don't like entering something until the car is ready. Once the car is ready, yeah, all good. But if I put an early entry in to like a race meeting, everything will go wrong for the team and that's it, game over. So I'm an absolute nightmare when it comes to circuit stuff.
I think motorsport legend will normally have it, the later you leave it, the better your weekend becomes. Hopefully this is the same for you this weekend.
I hope so, yeah. Just, looking forward to it, yeah. Qualifying's out the way, so bring on race 1.
And one thing I've asked a few drivers as well, what's it kind of like for you being on that TCR UK package? Does it kind of give you a bit of an aspirational feel to things, something you could progress to?
So I was actually saying to my dad this morning walking in, I said, just dragging my suitcase with my helmet in my hand going, this feels really strange, like there's some seriously like amazing drivers here. And there's me. So it's quite nice to share a paddock with the TCR boys. That will definitely be a goal. If someone said, would you like to drive our car? Yes, please. I would definitely take that. So I'm gonna have to get chatting to some teams, I think.
Start the marketing and sponsorship campaigns early.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us, Amelia. I wish you all the luck for this weekend in the CityCar Cup and the Student Motorsport Challenge. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
And another member of the SuperCup class that we had to come down and see, of course, is Amy Watts. Now, before this year, you were kind of used to driving C1s to the ragged edge. First of all, how's it been changing to these rear-wheel drive cars?
It's been a learning curve for sure. I think everything you sort of learn in a front-wheel drive becomes instinctive after a while. So obviously I've been doing the C1s, like you say, but also I've been getting quite used to a historic Mini, which has been great. Then I came into the rear-wheel drive and everything I knew was wrong. So it's trying to actively think about stuff while you're going around a circuit isn't that conducive to going fast, I don't think. It's hard. Nothing's natural, but I'm getting there and I'm loving it. And every single race meet, this is our third round of the season, third meeting, and I love it. I love this track. It's great.
I was just saying to George Grant when I interviewed him just now, it's a very old school track, isn't it? It's a bit tighten them up and let's go kind of.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. I mean, even just from the spectators' point of view, it's a great track with the low fences and stuff, but the actual circuit itself is lovely. I mean, there's a cornfield in the middle of it. We're surrounded by sheep. It's a great environment to race in. But the track itself, it's old school. I mean, it's bumpy, it's technical, but it's also fast. It's got a bit of everything. It's really ballsy around the back. You have to sort of go, oh my God, but you get through it, and it's a really cool track to race on, actually.
And as for this year, in terms of your goals for the season, what sort of targets have you set yourself going into the SuperCup? Because it's a very competitive series in its own right.
I mean, yeah, it's massively competitive, and we knew I was jumping in at the deep end when we started, and it's disheartening. I'm not up there yet. I'll be honest about that, and I knew that was going to be the case. But by the end of the season, I want to be, top 10 would be great if I can get near that. That would be amazing. I think I'm going to give myself 2 years to do really, really well. 2 seasons. That's my plan.
That's your plan. And so with yourself and Patrick and everyone running 2 cars, is that kind of more beneficial for you to kind of learn off each other as the series progresses? Because you're both brand new to the series.
Yeah, totally. I mean, me and Wilbur are pretty equally matched as well. We always tend to be, maybe one slightly up on the other. So we always have data to compare against, and we can always see where the other one's going a little bit faster. I mean, often we could have the, very identical times, but one of us has got half a circuit right and the other one got the other half right. So, yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, having a teammate to compare against is always the best way to do it, I think.
Fantastic. And what's your kind of targets for this weekend? Is it just a case of more progression, more learning?
Absolutely. Keep it on the bloody track is my main goal. Yeah, no, I'm feeling more and more comfortable with the car. To be honest, control is my biggest goal this year, this round. Like it's a really fast circuit, so having the high-speed control is what I really want to nail this time.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get suited up. I think you guys are actually out in about 20 minutes. So thank you very much, Amy, for chatting with us. Good luck this weekend, and hopefully some good results will come.
Perfect.
Welcome back, everybody, on the BRSCC stream. Thank you for those who have been stuck with us and had a chat, checked out some of the interviews from some of our personalities around the paddock and on the grid this weekend. We're back with Mazda MX-5s now at the Croft here, and it's the turn of the Mark IIIs and the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Now, this should be a good one because it is genuinely this year one of, if not the most competitive fields that we've had in MX-5 Super Cup history for a long, long time. Plenty of former Mazda champions on the grid. We've got multiple race winners, the defending champion as well. Lots of potential stars, lots of familiar faces for those amongst Club Motorsport that are giving this a go. And it really should be a magnificent race for everyone to enjoy. The racing so far in the first 6 races we've had this year at Silverstone on the GP circuit and also at Brands Hatch Indy have been absolutely spellbinding. And I imagine it'll be just about the same as we go through these 3 races here this weekend. 20 minutes of racing are up on the board in this one. And I'll take you the grid in a second because, of course, this essentially counts as their green flag lap to the grid. So we'll give you the run through as to who starts when for this first one. And as they come out of pit lanes, quite a few of them. There's 32 of them on the grid for this one. Now, pole position for all of it is going to be Patrick Fletcher, who puts his car firmly on pole by about 0.3 of a second from the championship leader, who's won 5 of the first 6 races, Aidan Hills, who really is someone who's marking himself out as a real title contender, who's got a 70-plus point lead over everyone else in the pro class. He really is gunning for that title after several years battling for it back and forth over the last few years. So it's Fletcher and Amos Hills on the front row of the grid, excuse me. Richard Amos will start third on row 2, alongside the defending champion in pro class, Will Blackwood Chambers in car number 1, in the Clapham North and Downforce radio liveried car for Rob Boston Racing. Is then Joe Wiggin, former MX-5 Mark 1 champion back in 2020. He starts alongside James Cousins in the ex-Colin Bysouth car. So if you watch the championship of the car past couple of years, and you're seeing the silver and black sort of zebra liveried car with the pink highlights, that in fact is James Cousins, not the Bysouth, but it is his car that he used to run last year, so that car is in the mix. 7th place on the grid for Ali Bray, AB Motorsport team boss, and he's alongside Sam Heading on the 4th row of the grid. Then it's Tom Griffiths, one of the drivers I possibly plucked to look at in terms of someone who could be a dark horse in this one, looking pretty well. So there's then the grid, as we quickly go through. Patrick Fletcher and Hills on the front row of the grid, Amos and Blackwell Chambers on row 2. It's Joe Wiggin and James Cousins on the 3rd row of the grid from Ali Bray and Sam Heading on the 4th row. But it's Tom Griffiths and Fraser Fennick. Good to welcome him back after he missed Brands Hatch. He starts on row 5. Row 6 is James Blake Baldwin, who won at Brands Hatch and alongside Lee Brisson. Then it's Alex Stott and Tom Selden on the 7th row of the grid, and Christopher Richardson and Nick Rutter on row 8. Row 9 is then Josh Morris and Martin Tolley ahead of George Grant, Mr. Clapham North himself, and Scott Wright, who's in the club class. Then it's Will Batilli and Clive Powles, followed by Kamal Kelsey and Amy Watts, who we just saw as our last interview in the break there between races. With then Bruce Robinson and Stephen New come next on the 13th row of the grid from Christopher Ginn and Max Merritt. And then it's Will Powell and Liz Walton, followed by Alex Jones and Eliza Seville at the back of the grid for our 32-car field. The cars then making their way onto the grid out of their out of assembly area green flag lap here for this first of 3 Mazda MX-5 Super Cup races, of course sponsored by Clapham North MOT. Big thank you to them for all their support over the last few years, and particularly this year when they're now known as the Clapham North MOT MX-5 Super Cup. Large grid of cars, so they're having an effort to try and grid them all up at once. Christopher Richardson and Nick Rutter line up on as they make their way onto the grid here for this first of 3 races. It's a packed grid, lots of talented drivers here. This should be a pretty fantastic race all round. We're going to get set for 20 minutes of what should be real cut and thrust action in the MX-5 Super Cup. It usually is. It's rarely a dull race in this championship because these cars really know how to jostle for position from race, and the battles are always pretty exciting, both in pro and in club class. There's two classes in this championship primarily. There's a pro class and a club class with separate points tables for each. There's also an overarching Masters points table for drivers aged 45 and over for the more experienced drivers in the field. And they also go for glory there too. So I think that's Eliza Seville, who's just lining up at the back of the grid, waiting for the race to get underway. And now I think almost all set to go. The green flag waves at the back. So Patrick Fletcher, who was on the left there in the black and red car on pole, it's champion leader Aidan Hills looking for his 6th win out of 7 races as the red lights go out and we're racing for the first time in the MX-5 Super Cup. It was a good jump from Aidan Hills from the outside of row number 1, and it will be 2 abreast down towards turn 1. It's Ali Bray's on the grass already, trying to make space. He goes down towards Clairvaux, and Aidan Hills looking for the outside line into turn 1, but he can't get it done, and he has to sit back as they're 3 abreast around the outside there with Fraser Fennick. He's now going wheel to wheel with his team boss, Ali Bray. Behind, I think there was 1 or 2 cars having a spin, possibly. They're going around. Yes, it's one of the Patrick Watts racing cars, I think, that's gone around. Also involved is Liz Walton. Now, which of those 2 cars is it? It's either Amy Watts or it's Wilbur Tilley. One of the 2's been involved, but they come out of the S's down the back straight towards Tower for the first time. And it's Patrick Fletcher who leads it then. From Aidan Hills in 2nd place, Richard Amos 3rd, it's Cousins 4th, Wiggin 5th, in 6th place there was Will Blackwell Chambers, and moving up steadily also in 7th was Sam Heading in the charcoal silver car with the pink flashes on the bonnet. That's Sam Heading in there too as they switch through. Now look at this, through the Jim Clark S's, one after the other. What a sight this is, bumper to bumper MX-5 Super Cup racing at over 100 miles an hour. Look at this, the freight train makes its way through Jim Clark S's left and right, side by side. Battling there, that's Max Merritt they're scrapping, I think they're with Clive Powell and Christopher Ginn as they come through the right-hander. There's yellow flags. Now the car's off is car 15, and car 15 is, no, that's Clive Powell in fact, so Liz Walton was up there towards the back. It was Liz Walton having a battle off the road. That's Tom Selden's gone into the barrier, so, and I think he's been oh goodness me, there is all sorts going on in the back. George Grant's involved in that, also Stephen New. What on earth has happened here at the complex? And there are cars that are slowing up and just charging into the zone where there's a safety car. And I wonder if it's caught, one or 2 drivers, for whatever reason, have been caught out by the safety car. Either way, several cars have been involved. Stephen New's car bonnet up, and the front enders, I think the remnants of his front end are in there. In fact, red flag, race has been stopped, and no wonder. Goodness me, there's been all sorts that's gone on that first lap. Just trying to pick that all apart. The first incident that we saw was, it looked like it was Amy Watts and possibly Clive Powell's that, I don't know if the 2 incidents were linked, but Amy Watts is off there. Stephen New climbs out of the car. Thankfully, he's okay by the looks of it, but he has a look and thinks, that's not how I wanted to start the weekend. There's Clive Powell's, who's also off the road. Now, I don't know if his incident or off was related to why we saw what looked like one of the Patrick Watts racing cars. As I say, it was either, if it was the Patrick Watts racing car, it was either Amy Watts, of course Patrick's daughter, or Wilbur Tilley that was involved in that. Either way, I'm not sure exactly. And then we saw further incidents going on behind that we only just cut to as they were kind of coming into view behind the pack that was going on. The first car that we saw going off in that whole sequence, when we got to the back straight towards the complex, was Tom Selden's car spinning off into the barriers. And then just behind, Stephen New's car appearing into shot with the front bumper taken off, the bonnet up. George Grant's car was also involved in that as well, because he was sideways in the middle of the road, and he managed to get away by the looks of it. But the senior clerk of the course rightfully throwing the red flag so we can clear this up quickly enough. And as we said, the Croft marshals and recovery teams are very good at quickly clearing these incidents up, so hopefully we'll be able to get going fairly swiftly. But I think that justifies, if anything, it kind of cements just how much hustle and bustle there really is in an MX-5 Super Cup race. And there really is a lot for position. And you have to remember, at some points, there are a couple of really tight pinch points at the circuit, particularly through the S's, is where it happens. We've got a bit of a replay here. It's not going to show us too much more, but we try and get some context as to what happened here, I think. So we look here. So the safety car come out. There's Tom Selden's car at the barrier. There's also on the left-hand side, you can see damage to Lee Britton's car as well. In the background, you can see there that one car off the road. That is Stephen New's car. Also off the road is... that might be the other... That looks like possibly Amy Watts' car, I think. So maybe the other car was Wilbur Tilley that went off the road. The yellow car that was off the left-hand side, that was Bruce Robinson in car 90. And also we saw George Grant's car off to the left as well. So yes, I can confirm it's Amy Watts that was on the grass on her driver's left. a bit further back whilst that incident was happening. So it was Wilbur Tilley that was the one that had the incident and the spin up at Hawthorns. And this is the Rob Boston crew having a look at the back of George Grant's car, and they're very quickly trying to pull the back end of the car back into shape. I have to say, these teams don't give up, do they? If they've got a chance to fix something, they will use everything they can, come hell and high water, to make it work. There's Stephen New's car in car number 25. He's out of the car, thankfully. I think there was even a very, very short, very brief, thankfully, fire at the front of that car, so whatever it was, but that car's going to need some clearing up before its second race tomorrow, if he's able to make it out. Fingers crossed everyone involved is able to do so. And whatever strife, whatever damage potentially either Wilbur Tilley or Clive Powell's have, it should be fairly straightforward enough to fix. So as we had for the MX-5 Clubman restart that we had earlier on, because the red flag came out on the opening lap, and we go back to our original grid spots. So Patrick Fletcher gets another chance to start from pole position. Aidan Hills gets another opportunity to try and beat him off the line into turn 1.
So far this season, he lies 5th in that particular class. And Amy Watts, she's alongside.
Let's see if they can work that one out. We can quickly go through who else should be in the mix as well. So Richard Amos was up there in 3rd place, having a great start, and also a rapid start was for Sam Heading. Now, he started in 8th on the grid and was up to about 7th, so he was able to make up a couple of places. There's George Grant having a conversation with his team, Mr. Clapham North himself. I'm sure he'll have no doubt been a little bit frustrated in getting involved in that incident, but he's just sitting patiently whilst the Rob Boston crew go to work. And so now the re-gridding up process begins, because of course everyone has to go back to where they were in their original spots. The front view rows have already sorted themselves out, and I think just working themselves back into position. And once they have now done that, the next task is for them to wait until the clear-up's finished, which might be a little bit lengthy possibly. So it gives us a chance, we've still got a few more cars to properly grid up here, because everyone's kind of lined up in where they paused before, where they've parked here, before they get a chance to properly move them around. So it gives us a chance to kind of talk about the championship a little bit whilst we're under this break. MX-5 SuperCup's been around since about 2013. And the first race they ran was back at Castle Combe, about 6 or 7 cars in that field. Now there's regularly 30+ cars per weekend in this championship. It's wonderful to see how it's grown and brought brilliant stars that have come through the championship. One of the most notable, of course, for those who know the championship and know the history of it, is Abby Eaton, who won the championship back in 2014, and she's gone through all sorts of different options. She's raced in British GT, she's raced in GT Cup, she's also been, of course, the tame racing driver, if you want to use that term, for the Grand Tour over the last few seasons of that too. She's made some sporadic outings in different championships. She likes to sometimes head out in her father's replica of a proper Holden Commodore, I think VK Commodore Australian touring car. I think she was out in a couple of weekends ago at Silverstone, which was quite nice to see. And she's just announced, I think from the next couple of weekends, or whenever the first weekend of the season is for the championship, she's just announced this year that she's racing in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Championship. So that's a warm congratulations to Abby for picking up that. Looking forward to see how she gets on there. We look at others that have been through the season, through this series, one of which we should give a mention to is Sam Smith. He's a double champion from 2020 and 2021, and we should mention shortcast here. He is actually here this weekend, thankfully. I'd say thankfully because he was racing in the Mini Challenge at Donington Park a couple of weeks ago and had a rather nasty accident. I'm not sure if it was something to do with the brakes or the conditions, but had a rather nasty accident where he had to go to hospital for a couple of days. But thankfully he's on the mend, and thankfully he is here, I think, supporting some of his teammates in order to give them a bit of advice and a bit of set-up tuition end of the weekend. So best wishes to Sam. Great to see him here at the circuit, and we hope he has a speedy enough recovery to get his racing plans back on track. We should also say the same for a few drivers that were involved in quite a nasty incident at Brands Hatch, particularly we had Jack Brewer, Simon Baldwin and Nick Grindrod, and all three of them had in their own stages of whether they need it or not, convalescence, or at least getting things repaired. I know that I've heard that Jack Brewer's car, they already have a new shell for that car, and they've salvaged as much as possible as they can from the car that was involved in the incident. It was a nasty looking incident on the run up towards Druids last time out. You might have caught a bit of that on the live stream coverage we had there a few weeks ago. But best wishes to all 4 of the drivers involved in that incident too, and hopefully we'll see all of them on track very, very soon once they have fully recovered and rebuilt cars and got themselves back on track and got their plans back together in terms of racing. And hopefully before the end of the season, all 4 of the drivers involved will be able to get back out racing and be able to finish the season in some way and grab some points towards the final table. So of course these Mazdas are Mark III generation Mazda MX-5s, or the NC model as it's known, and they run on gas shocks as well as an Avon tyre. I know there's some changes afoot with Avon, but of course they still supply the tyres for quite a few different championships and series up until the end of end of their particular existence, from what I understand. Specification here, they of course run the regular Mazda engine, 2-litre engine, which I think is a little bit related to possibly like a Duratec engine in some cases. And they have gas shocks and Avon tyres, and you can either have the Mark III or the 3.5, which is the slightly facelifted Mark III. So you'll notice when you see the Mazda MX-5, there are 2 different looking front ends on these cars. You've got the Mark III, which has got the more sort of rounder headlights and rounder grille sort of opening, and then you have the Mark 3.5, which has more kind of pointed, more sort of aggressive looking sort of headlights, and the more kind of wider, slightly pointed, a slightly more angular front grille section. So you see the difference in there, but I know there's quite a bit of a running joke that goes around with some, that they like to kind of make the joke that these cars almost look like they're smiling or they're happy. And I guess if you look at Aidan Hill's car, for example, you can kind of see that a little bit, whereas that's the 3.5, whereas the Mark III looks a bit more serious and a bit more kind of bit more concerned. These are the kind of things that you talk about under a red flag in many cases. You're trying to find topics to talk about, but that's a skill, I suppose, when it comes to having to fill between time. We're just looking on the timing screen. It looks like we're going to have a restart, which is going to be over 15 minutes rather than 20. So obviously try and keep things on tabs, particularly when we've got the likes of the CityCar racing as well. Also, we've got more racing coming up with MX-5s with the first of the Gaz Shocks MX-5 Championship race. We've got the first Middlesex Sports CityCar race coming as well, plus also the second Downforce Radio MX-5 Clubman Championship race to come. Still a few more to go. This is our 3rd race of the day. We've still got 3 more to go, of course, which is the 3 I've just mentioned. And once racing does get underway, we'll be able to see if Patrick Fletcher can maintain that leading pole position once again. Here is Stephen New's car on the back of the low loader, firmly secured, and the Go For It Racing squad and Martin Tolley's boys will have to work, unfortunately, I think, quite a late night to get that car refixed, because there is a bit of front-end damage on that, and they're going to have quite a task to get that ready for race 2 tomorrow. Fingers crossed they can, and fingers crossed everyone involved has damage that is relatively easily repairable to ensure that they can get out for tomorrow's race, because of course you want the grid as full as possible on that side. So looks like we're going to put them on a green flag lap again. There is a green flag in hand, one of the marshals on the top of the gantry just to the right hand side, you can see. So I think we're going to get them on a green flag lap again, which we are. So away they go to warm up the tyres and brakes once again. So the typical weaving starts once more as they come up towards the start of this race. So what I am going to do as well is it's definitely worth us taking a look through the championship standings, as I mentioned, and Aidan Hills comes into this weekend with quite a substantial lead in the pro class points. As I mentioned, there are points for both pro and club class runners, the separate points table, which you get a separate pro and separate club class champions, and then an overarching Masters champion for drivers aged 45 and over. So coming into the weekend after the last rounds at Brands Hatch, in the pro class, it is Aidan Hills who leads the way, as we mentioned. 5 wins out of the first 6 races. One he didn't pick up was race 3, that was taken on the road by Ali Bray, but then in post-race, the stewards decided that he gained a position unfairly, and that was given to James Bate Baldwin. So the lead at the top of the points is 601 points for Aidan Hills compared to 528 for Tom Griffiths, who's been one of the most consistent drivers out there. Hasn't always scored in the top 10, but has banked points when others have hit stripe or had problems. There's then Patrick Fletcher, our pole sitter, who starts in 3rd on the grid. He's in 3rd, third in the points, but 1st on the grid, get that right. He's on 502 points, just 4 ahead of Oliver Allwood, who's not here this weekend, sadly, but his car is quite a smart-looking car, and it's like it's an older sort of Mazda rally car tribute, which is quite a rare livery you don't see very often. But it's Will Blackwell Chambers, the defending champion. He's 5th in points in pro class. That's courtesy he had a disqualification in the final race at Brands Hatch, which has lost him a few points there. Disqualification, I should remind you, of a point. There are drop scores to get applied at the end of the championship, but you do, if it's a disqualification, you do have to count that as one of your final results. You can't use it as a drop score. So if you get a disqualification, it has to count, or that 0 has to go towards your final points tally. You can't get rid of it, sadly. 6th for Alex Stott. He's been silently quiet. Again, his best result of the season has been at 8th place. But again, there's drivers that have had either problems unable to start a race or DNF'd and lost points that way. So it's those drivers that simply have just mainly kept their noses out of trouble and just been able to score and bank as many points as they could. That's had them towards the top of the points, and overall points, at this early stage in the championship. We've got Richard Amos in 7th place, who's a bit further back than maybe he would like to be, but he had DNF in the very first race of the season at Silverstone. James Cousins is 8th, but he wasn't able to start the first race, because if I remember correctly, he was at a wedding that day. He qualified in the morning, then left to go to the wedding in the afternoon on Saturday, came back on the Sunday to race, and managed to pick himself up a 2nd place and a 4th. So that's not a bad weekend, is it? And then Ali Bray had done quite well in 9th, and Joe Wiggin rounds off the top 10 so far in his race. And in the club class, quickly, it is currently Robert Wade, who's not here this weekend, from Clive Powers, Adrian Burge, Liz Walton and Kamal Kelsey. And then it's in the Masters, it's Nick Rutter from Clive Powers and Adrian Burge. Right, back to racing action then, as the green flag flies at the back of the field. 5-second board is up. Let's try this again, shall we? As the red lights go on, they go out again. There's a bit of a stumble there from Aidan Hills. He might have prematurely jumped the start briefly as you watch the lights come on. But it's a better start from the pole position for Patrick Fletcher, who immediately sweeps to the racing line and takes the lead down towards turn 1. They're 4 abreast in the mid-pack, so into the top 10. There's a lock-up from Richard Amos. They turn in. Now, can they get through Clairvaux cleanly? A couple of cars pick up the dust. They turn into the right-hander at Hawthorns. A couple of cars running wide again on the exit of the corner, but they've all got through here safely, he says rather optimistically. Now through the S's, onto Tower Bend. All looks good so far. So Fletcher then leads, but Aidan Hills on his rear bumper. It's Will Blackwell Chambers up to 3rd, from Richard Amos in 4th. And then 5th position is there as you see Aidan Hills challenging down the outside line. There goes Ellie Bray on the inside of Sam Heading. That is for 6th position. He goes up the inside and over the curb on the exit. And now Aidan Hills couldn't get the move done on the inside, heading in towards Tower Bend. He's going to try again as he hustles the rear bumper through the Jim Clark S's. There they go, one after the other. It's the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, all of them all together as they're side by side. That was Fraser Fennick, ever the showman. He was going side by side, I think, with Alex Stott over what looked like 11th or 12th place. Here goes Aidan Hills. He's going to try and pull up the inside of his teammate here at Hills Motorsport, because these two both run in the same morning. Aidan Hills is Patrick Fletcher's team boss, and so these two are going to go wheel to wheel down towards. I think he was previously, forgive me, he actually runs with Luke Herbert. I'll correct myself quickly. So it's Luke Herbert, one of his drivers, in the mix with the Hills Motorsport team boss. He's right in the mix there, and now 3rd in car number 1 in the Clapham North liveried car. That's the champion, and Joe Wiggin making a huge dive up the inside. Oh, he's tagged Will Blackwell Chambers, tags the back of number 1. They're both interlocked, and Joe Wiggin and Will Blackwell Chambers make contact at the hairpin, and that has severely ruined each other's races. They both get underway, but I tell you what, Will Blackwell Chambers will be absolutely livid. So he's right down towards the back of the field and got a lot of work to do to get himself back up through the order. That will certainly be a drop score if he can't get himself a bit further up the order. So now they come up towards the start of lap number 2. Fletcher was in the lead from Hills in 2nd place. Bray's now up to 3rd after the shenanigans up at the hairpins. It's 3rd for Ali Bray, 4th for Richard Amos, 5th for James Cousins, 6th for Sam Heading. It's then Griffiths, Blake Baldwin, Stott and Fennick rounding out the top 10. As we see here, Ali Bray going wheel to wheel with Richard Amos. And Amos is thinking a bit racy here. He's looking for 3rd place. Richard Amos is not afraid to get his elbows out when he needs to. He's quite a forceful driver at times. Patrick Fletcher continues to absorb the early pressure from Aidan Hills as they make their way through the Jim Clark S's once again. Nose to tail. Brilliant to watch these cars move and squirm around under brakes. Ali Bray then holds the tide back here of the cars behind him. He's got Richard Amos in close attention. Just behind him is James Cousins, as Patrick Fletcher was a little bit wide, exiting the right-hander at Sunny Out as they come back into the complex here to end lap number 2. I think Aidan Hills is going to try and line him up here, potentially for a move in the next few corners. Body language of that number 8 car certainly looks as though it's pretty racy, as you'd expect from somebody like Aidan. There goes Ali Bray with a wider approach into the corner. That was a bit of an invite there from Richard Amos. Can I come through, please? Ali Bray firmly shuts the door in his face and says, nope, try again later. So now this brings both James Cousins and Sam Heading. Sam Heading's having a great start to this race, one of his best starts to a race since he joined the championship at the beginning of this season. And I would say I'm slightly surprised, but then again, he is running a Rob Boston racing car, and those cars are pretty well sorted. They're one of... There's not much that Rob Boston doesn't know about tuning a good race car, because he's does it with Mazda MX-5s, he's done it with Lotuses, with Ginettas, now with TCR cars, he's got a GT3 Mercedes. He's done all sorts in terms of... I think he might have done some BMWs as well in the past, possibly, I could be wrong. But he certainly knows how to set a good race car up, does Rob, but he's certainly making the most of... Sam Heading's making the most of that by being up there running around in the top 6. There's James Cousins making a huge dive over the curb and couldn't quite make that one stick for 4th as he came up the inside of Richard Amos, and he firmly shut the door on that one. As they make their way now up through the trees into the Jim Clark S's. One driver reached it. That's James Baldwin. He's come from nowhere. Where's he come from? He was up in 7th place. He's charged past Sam Heading, and he's really on it. So the Brands Hatch race winner and 2016 champion, back for a full season again this year. Really good to see James back. I have to agree with Andy McKeown when he's mentioned it. There's never a dull moment on track with James Baldwin. He's always doing something, whether he's getting into a slide or waving his hand at somebody. There's a yellow flag flying for somebody down here. I'll get back to that in a second. But yeah, James is one of those drivers where you won't tire of watching him on track, because he will always find a way to get himself into the mix and have a good race here. He's doing it now, up the inside of James Cousins. Off the road has gone number 11, Scott Wright. His car off at the complex there, so that car's been away for a while by the looks of it. Aidan Hill sets the new fastest lap of the race. He's now continuing his pursuit of Patrick Fletcher as they come down towards the right-hander, and there goes Cousins as Amos leaves the door open, and James Baldwin thinks, excuse me, can I come through too? But Richard Amos was not quite that inviting to Blake Baldwin. He might be on this exit of the Hawthorns here, but sweeps back across, and the run through the S's is going to be crucial, because if Blake Baldwin can get a really super exit here, you might have a chance to line him up for a pass down at Tower Bend. There's Ali Bray at the front, getting away from the battle pack for 4th behind, which is starting to get bigger and bigger. As up the inside for Malik goes Aidan Hills. He gives Patrick Fletcher a bit of a hip and shoulder onto the grass and over the curbs. And as he comes up towards Jim Clark S's, a new race leader, or is it? Here comes Patrick Fletcher back up the inside, side by side to the Jim Clark S's. That should be impossible, but somehow Aidan Hills holds on. But Patrick Fletcher was not going to give that up for a moment without going side by side. Brilliant racing. And Patrick's going to come back at him here through sunny in and sunny out. And now you see roles are reversed, because the hunter has now become the hunted. It's now Patrick Fletcher's turn to get a bit racy. Off the road has gone Alex Jones with his arm in the air, thinking, please can someone give me a push? But at the moment, the marshals are not too forthcoming. Or at least they're trying to in a minute. I'm trying to work out where that is. I think that's on the exit of Clairvaux, that one is. I have the confirmation in my ear. So that means now that there's going to be a live snatch going on here. So that should negate the need for a safety car, thankfully. There is a yellow flag out, but that's a warning to the drivers that there's an incident up at turn 1. Behind, there's always incidents here between Richard Amos and Sam Heading. So Richard Amos has lost another place to James Blake Baldwin. That's now put James up into 5th position now. Amos down to 6th. As the top 2 remain line astern, and they can't move, of course. They're going to be very careful down here, because that live snatch is picking up a car that's right on the edge of the gravel track, right on the edge of the circuit before they get back going again. And I imagine it's going to be quite tough to see how that's going to work out. So as they come back down towards the end of the back straight here, we'll see if there's a chance for Patrick Fletcher to get back past. There's some great work by the marshals and recovery live snatch there to pick up Alex Jones's car. Good work for them involved. Quick work to get that car back out of the way. And Patrick Fletcher is definitely not letting Aidan Hills get away. He's had a super run through the Jim Clark S's, and he's really lining him up. Is he going to make a dive here up into Sunny Inn? He thinks about it. He's all over the curb at Barcroft. But now as they just rumble over the curves here, he's giving it a really good go here to try and get past if he can. So these two really are the class to fill. Patrick Fletcher had a bit of a slow start to the season at Silverstone, but he got back on form at Brands Hatch, the Podium. Up the inside he goes into the complex. And there was almost contact, and Patrick Fletcher had to back out of that at the very last moment to avoid contact between the 2 cars. That was a real heart-in-mouth moment, particularly for Patrick, and also for Aidan, who saw the car right in his mirrors and thought, crikey, don't make contact with me, please don't. And he managed to just about hold on. Here's our scrap that's going on just behind them. This is for 5th position now, between James Blake Baldwin, Richard Amos and Sam Heading. He's having a fine run in 7th place at the moment. Rest of the top 10 is Tom Griffiths in 8th, Fraser Fennick in 9th, and Alex Stott in 10th. We should quickly see who's in the lead in Club. I think there's an error in the Tyre screen, because it's showing Will Morris and Will Powell as club class drivers, but I don't believe they are. So I think actually our actual club class leader, I think is Kamal Kelsey. I think the time of spin is slightly incorrect. I think we need to correct that for tomorrow. I was double checking this earlier on, and I do believe, yeah, both of the drivers should be in pro class, not club. So I believe the actual club class leader is Kamal Kelsey, I believe. So in car 64, and he's ahead of Wilbur Tilley and then Bruce Robinson in car 9. He's in the ex-Matt Pickford car, is Bruce Robinson. Just seeing there, that was the Fraser Fenwick car battling away with Tom Griffiths. And Tom's one of those drivers this year who a lot's been expected from Tom, because he's been one of these drivers, he's top driver, very fast driver, was very capable and quick in BMW Compact Cup racing. He's moved to the MX5 Championship last year, and he's one of these drivers that's had taken that expected year to get used to the car and get used to the way it runs, to it, the way you have to set it up, the way you drive it, the competition levels, the way you race these cars, and other drivers are really getting involved. He's been getting used to that. He's getting used to overtaking. Here is Richard Amos, and gets right onto the front bumper of James Bates Baldwin. He was lucky not to get turned there, but really sat that car right on Blake Baldwin's rear bumper and the front bumper, and James must be thinking, goodness me, how much room do you want? Into the hairpin they go. This is over fifth, but the way they're battling, you think it was a lead, never mind P5. As you can see, both Ali Bray and James Cousins have cleared off up the road here. You can see there's James Cousins in the foreground, chasing after Ali Bray, who's on course for a podium. Let's see if he can make this one happen. Further back here, this is Wilbur Tilley battling with the recovering Tom Selden, who had that off at the red flag when the race was being put under safety car on the first start. And now as they come up through the Jim Clark assist now up through towards Tower, one corner. It's now going to be James Bates Baldwin now under attack from Sam Heading this time. So Rich Amos not only demoted James Bates Baldwin another place, but what he's also done is put James under massive pressure now from the three cars behind, because you've now got Sam Heading being joined by Tom Griffiths and the very racy Fraser Fenwick. So these three are going to be all over them. Through Barcroft. Looking pretty strong at the moment. Still the top 10 as it really was coming up through the complex. Still up the front, no change between the top two as far as we can see. Still Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher. Here they are. And Fletcher has not left the rear bumper of Aidan Hills for 1 second since we last saw them. You see they're both pushing as hard as they dare. These two certainly the class of the field, and Patrick Fletcher seems to quite like Croft. He's had a couple of wins here in the past, so it's certainly a circuit he favours. And definitely making the most of it as they come up through the right-hander. Now through the S's, and just got a lot of curve through there, trying to get a good run off the left-hander onto that straight. It's a really key corner at the exit of the S's, because you can get a good run through there. You can set yourself up nicely for a potential overtaking move into the right-hander at Tower Bend. Let's see if what Fletcher's got left in his bag of tricks here. A little wide over the curb there for Aidan Hills. As they come back through into the Jim Clark S's, all one car in the back. I think that was Ali Bray running wide over the curb, and that will give James Cousins the incentive to get a bit closer and try and attack him for third place if he can. Through Barcroft, I love the way these cars just... Watching cars high speed through Barcroft, you go flat, you have a little bit of a lift to kind of just, or even just a little tiny lean on the brakes to bring the weight a bit more towards the front of the car to help the car at the front end turn in a bit more. The way the cars bounce and move around and just are so active through these corners on this circuit. It might be resurfaced, but they've kept, some of the bumps have stayed around, so they've been on this circuit, and it's great to see that they haven't been like ironed out or flattened out, particularly also at Clairvaux as well, where there's a huge, as I mentioned in an earlier race, huge big bump on the apex, which will really throw some cars out a little bit. There is the recovering Will Blackwell Chambers. He is down in 15th position at the moment. So, and ironically, the person he's behind chasing, Joe Wiggin. So that won't get, that's not going to get awkward at all, is it, between these two? But you can see there's a bit of damage here where the right front of Joe Wiggins' car has been punched in. That's where he tagged the back of Will Blackwell Chambers' car. And you can see by the body language, Will Blackwell Chambers is still pretty racy. I don't think he's quite forgiven Joe Wiggin for that, at least not on track anyway, because he's all over the rear bumper, and we'll see how this potential overtake move, if he does go for a move here on on Joe Wiggin how this plays out. He's on his bumper, so let's see how this one works. This one plays, and there was a small lock up there with Blackwood Chambers. I feared the worst for a second there, but thankfully there was no contact. And I'd like to think these two won't make contact after what happened. Blackwood Chambers is going to make a pass here. He'll do it the right way like he always does. This is over 14th and 15th spot at the moment. We've got 1 minute and 10 left on the clock, so I think we'll get possibly maybe one more lap after this, because I think they cross the line with about 1:50 to go or so. Blackwood Chambers is really applying the pressure here. He's looking left, looking right, but still Wiggin won't let go. His left wing mirror has been folded in, so we can't look to the left to see where he is. He has to rely on his right and his driver's wing mirror to see where he is at all, unless that's an aerodynamic purpose, in which case, if he is doing it for that reason, I take my hat off to him for the extra ingenuity. You see there, car squirming around as they came through Barcroft, and he's still pushing on as hard as he dares. Can he make this one stick as they come up through the right-hander? I think there's a real chance that he could make this one stick if possible. If he's able to make it through. SuperCup is up the inside, and they are side by side into the complex now, but Wiggin will have the inside line here. If he can get the switch back, it might well work, but Blackwood Chambers decides to take the wide approach to get the slightly straightened line off the corner to get the slightly better momentum in the bid to have a go here. They're both chasing, by the looks of it, I think they're both chasing Will Morris by the looks of it. They're coming to the right-hander. Still Blackwood Chambers pushes on. Meanwhile, back with our leaders on the last lap of the race now. And this should be pretty intriguing to see how this one plays out. Back onto the Jim Clark S's and back towards Barcroft. There's a chance here, a bit of a wiggle there from Patrick Fletcher as it's a slightly wider approach there for Aidan Hills. I think the momentum's been pretty good for Fletcher, although as they come through Sunny out, they get that little bit closer. If anything, Hills got a slightly better run. Oh dear, that's the 31 car, I think, of Max Merritt, I think that is. That's also possibly something leaking or an engine that's about to expire, so I think Brian Chandler's got some work to put that back together. Meanwhile, the complex for the last time. Aidan Hills is under big pressure again. He's going to be under pressure all the way to the end. Has a dive up the inside, a look, but still nothing. He tags him on the rear end. He gives a bit of a nudge, but he won't want to win that way. He's going to sit back and hold on to second place. And so, in a great effort, once again to the top step of the podium, it is 6 wins out of 7 races for Aidan Hills. He once again adds another victory to his 2023 tally with the win in race 1 of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. And there you can see a thumbs up from Patrick Fletcher. I enjoyed that. That was good. So did we. Third goes to Ali Bray in the end. No, James Cousins in the end. No, hold a minute. What's happened here? So Aidan Hills has been given a 10-second penalty. So I thought the car jumped at the start of the race. So Aidan Hills has been given a 10-second time penalty for a false start. Now, if you watch back at the start, I did see his car move. It jolted. So that's the false start. So Patrick Fletcher wins the race, in fact. So Fletcher does indeed get the win in the end. It's Ali Bray in second place, and James Cousins picks up third. That's pretty extraordinary. So Aidan Hills does not win the race. And I've only just spotted that on the timing, so there wasn't anything that came up that flashed up suggesting he was. He always came past being in front. That's only been applied at the end, which is interesting. Martin Tolley's car has come to a stop at the exit of, at the end of the pits exit. We also saw that Max Merritt's car was increasingly self-destructing itself as well. Well, Patrick Fletcher then might not realise he's the race winner, but he is, and he's taken the victory in the pro class as well and overall. So Patrick Fletcher might be a bit surprised when he has to move up to P1 on the board. I'm sure he'll be delighted none the same. In the club class, we should clarify again, Will Morris and Will Power should be showing in pro class, not in club. So I believe instead it should be a win for Kamal Kelsey, I think, in that one, from Wilbur Tilley and then Bruce Robinson. Well, here's the result then after the penalty's been applied. Patrick Fletcher, I'm sure, will be very surprised, but takes the win from Ali Bray in second place, and James Cousins rounds out the top 3. Aidan Hills with the penalty that shuffles him down to 4th and off the podium. It's then 5th for Richard Amos, 6th for James Bate Baldwin. A very impressive drive for Sam Heading in 7th place for Rob Boston Racing, and he's ahead of Tom Griffiths in 8th, Professor Fennick in 9th, and Alex Stock rounds out the top 10. Chris Richardson's 11th, Lee Britney's 12th. I would ignore Josh Morris in club class. He should be 13th in pro, I'm certain. 14th place for Joe Wiggin. after he and Will Blackwood-Chambers got together at the hairpin on the first lap of the restart. Will Blackwood-Chambers finishes 15th and Nick Rutter in 16th place. I believe it's Kamal Kowsey who wins the club class instead, not Will Norris. He should be pro class. So should Will Powell, we believe. So we'll get that amended for tomorrow. Tom Selden, 19th. Will Tilly is then in 20th place, and we think second now in the club class. From Bruce Robertson in third in the club class, 21st overall for Martin Tolley, who then expired at the end. Amy Watts is 23rd for Christopher Ginn in 24th. Then it's George Grant, Max Merritt, whose car was having problems at the end, and Liz Walton rounds up the 27 cars that made it to the finish off the start. We also had Eliza Seville make it to the end, and we lost Alex Jones after going off the road at the first corner, and up at the complex we also lost Scott Wright into the barriers. So let's find out how they found that. I'm sure, I'm sure, a rather surprised but very pleased Patrick Fletcher, who took the victory after the penalty, and they're down there in the top 3 area, hopefully for both classes, with Rob Lewis.
Well, that was a bit exciting, wasn't it? The last-minute penalty there, changing the top 3 order. Let's go and speak to some of the drivers after an enthralling Mazda SuperCup race. Patrick Fletcher, our winner. Let's go and see if we can have a chat with him now. Patrick, a good race from you. Job done, first race, a nice win.
Yeah, first pole of the year for me and a first win. It's a shame it's not a win on the road, but it is what it is, so take it while I can.
What is it about this Croft Circuit that does it for you?
For me, there's just certain corners, and it just seems to suit my driving style. And like in that race, I sat behind Aidan, and I thought I could go for a move. I tried a couple of times, a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's best just to bring it home on P1 and take the win.
I mean, speaking of Aidan, it does look like he's got a 10-second penalty for a jump start. Were you aware of that at all?
Yeah, I was looking at red lights, and unfortunately, Aidan jumped the start, and yeah, he just jumped the start. He stopped, but he's already committed the rule of jumping the start, so I thought unlucky to Aidan, but I think he's the only person this year who hasn't has bad luck, so I think he's still going to be miles in front of the championship lead. He's got no problem.
So, plan for the rest of the weekend, same thing tomorrow?
Yeah, just keep it nice and clean and keep getting the points. Enjoy the racing, that's the plan.
That's the best bit, enjoy the racing there. Thank you very much for chatting to us now. Let's see if we could talk now to Ali Bray. Ali, fantastic second place there. How was that for you?
Yeah, that was brilliant. I mean, we started 8th. We've been struggling with the car all weekend and struggling with the driver, as it's my first ever time here. But Mike Combo, MCR, AB Motorsport, they've done a fantastic job with the car, and yeah, taken a pot back to the awning for them. So yeah, just want to say a massive thanks to my wife, all the family, like, for making this all possible. Atkinson Body Repair, and hi to my 2 boys at home.
Fantastic. That's really sweet, actually, saying hi to your 2 boys. So, for tomorrow, P1, are you gunning for Patrick Fletcher?
The aim is always to move forwards. We've got to start 8th again tomorrow. Got a few things that we can dial out with the car, hopefully make it even better. And yeah, hopefully after a sleep, the driver will be better as well.
We'll go with that then. Thank you very much for chatting to us there. Now, 3rd place, James Cossins. Good race for yourself?
Well, it was before the red flag, because I got straight into 4th and I was fighting for 3rd at the end of lap 1. But then unfortunately, because of the red flag, I had to drop back down to my original position in 6th. And then going into turn 1, I just missed a gear. So then I think I must have been 8th or 9th. Just started going through a couple of accidents here and there, ended up in 4th. I saw that Aidan had a penalty, which is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, we had a good little battle towards the end. I reckon another lap or 2 I would have had him. But yeah, it was good. A lot of thinking time, because it was kind of a track day, really. So we had a lot of time to think until right at the end. But I think tomorrow I'm starting 6th again, so same again, except 2 more. That's it, really.
2 more, so that's the plan. Just see if you can utilise that 2nd row start and get onto the front row.
Yeah, that's it. You just got to get your elbows out a bit in the right way. And the slipstream around here is pretty mega at the moment, so it's just sticking in, just look into the car in front, because you can see their eyes in the mirror. If they've seen you, then it's too late, because then you can get in their head. But yeah, need to get my elbows out a bit more, not in a bad way, and just press the accelerator harder, I think.
Just go a bit quicker.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty easy.
Easy as that.
Yeah, easy.
No problem. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your 3rd place podium there. Well, that wraps up our top 3 for the Mazda SuperCup race. It's time to hand back to our commentary team for, I think, Mazda MX-5 Championship are due out.
causing chaos around here at Croft, which is really unfortunate. But you know, you've got to take it, obviously.
Yes, indeed. More Mazda MX-5 racing coming up now, and it's back with the turn of the Mark 1s, and it's the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, which is up next. This one from proper competition levels all the way through this pack from start to finish. It's going to be with excellent racing in store. It's been pretty competitive at the front of the field because we've had a few of the champions in the past few years moving on, including Fraser Fennick and other drivers who've moved to the top 3. It really has brought a new generation of front runners into this championship, and it's been a really nice collective of drivers that find themselves at the front of the grid now, many of which populate the first 5 cars that you can see lined up in assembly ready to go. Qualifying this morning produced a pole position for Adam Sparrow, who's been one of the real young sensations this weekend. You know, Adam's been fantastic all through this season. He's picked up some great runs. He even picked up, I think, a win or 2 so far this year, which we'll double check on the points in a second. Alongside him is the man who ultimately was unbeatable at Brands Hatch last time, and I think had he not had a fuel leak issue at Silverstone, which forced him to not be able to take the start of the first race, I think, in all fairness, probably should be someone near the front, if not even leading the championship, and that's Steve Foden, because at least at Brands Hatch he was dominant, won all 3 races. He charged his way back through to eventually win the 3rd race at Brands Hatch as the I've almost lost my train of thought there. So Steve Foden's really on form. All 3 races won at Brands Hatch. He's totally dominant, and of course he's had 4 wins from the first 6 races in total, which means that he's been shooting up the order from the table. To give an example, he started the weekend at Brands Hatch in 17th in the points. By the time he'd finished with all the race victory wins and all the extra points that came with it on top of it for things like fastest lap and everything else, he'd shot up the table to 8th. So he had a real good time on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. And of course now he comes to Croft here with a chance to try and add to his tally, but if he can do that, we'll have to wait and see. So remember that it's a formation lap out of the pits, so we'll wait and see on that one. I was going to give you the grid, but I think there's been an error on TSL where if it shows me the grid, it's coming up with the MX-5 Clubman grid rather than the MX-5 Championship grid, which is not correct. So I'll have to try and work that one out, or at least look at the information here to see if I can find that out. But I can't at least tell you who's at the front of the first few rows. It is Adam Sparrow on the front row of the grid. It's then followed by Steve Foden in 2nd place. And then we have in 3rd place on the grid is Ted Bradbury. He's been a real sensation this season so far. He's had a few podiums, yet to take a first win, but he really has been threatening. He's a young sort of 16-year-old racer, fresh out of karting. And believe it or not, if he hadn't followed the season so far, first ever race, he only just learned to even change gears a few weeks ago to get used to the gearbox. A manual gearbox in one of these cars, goes into qualifying, his first ever qualifying session in the MX-5 Championship. Granted, the weather conditions were a bit damp, a bit slippery, a bit greasy, and he sticks it on pole position in his first ever qualifying set. And he's driven absolutely superbly ever since. He's been up there towards the front. He's got about 4 podiums so far this season. He's been absolutely magnificent, and I think a first win surely for Ted has to be on the cards at some point somewhere. So fingers crossed he can do that. Right, I have got a grid in front of me here, so I can at least go through it manually before we have set something on the screen. So Adam Sparrow then will start on pole position ahead of Steve Foden alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's then Ted Bradbury and Tom Smith on the 2nd row, followed by Jack Noller, who was last year's Mazda Rookie of the Year, and Jason Greytrex in car number 33, who was last year's dominant Masters champion, will start in P6. Adam Craig, who had his best ever MX-5 result with the 2nd place at Brands Hatch last time, will start on the 4th row. He's alongside Luke Pullen, who's a very rapid driver in his own right. He starts 8th, and it's Owen Mills in car 22 and an improving Levi Aisbert, who will start on P10 on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6 is Harry Storer, the former MX-5 Clubman champion from 2 years ago. He's alongside Neil Chisnell, son of Clive Chisnell. Neil's been making his own trail in MX-5 racing, and he's good to see him now rising up the ranks in the Gas Shocks MX-5 Championship. Masters points leader Tim Dorr will start in 30th on the grid alongside one of his main rivals, Kevin Dengate. And followed them is Matthew Goddard and Graham Rumsey on the 8th row of the grid, followed by Jonathan Fieldset and William Chadwick alongside on the 8th row of the grid, 9th row of the grid. Richard Wooden and Adam Zieber is on the 10th row of the grid in 20th place. Then it's Tim Storer, father of Harry, alongside Chris Thirlwell in 22nd on the grid, and Clive Chisnell at the back of the field. Chris Thirlwell doing double duty because he's doing both Clubman and MX-5 Championship. This is his 2nd of 3 races today, so he'll be very busy by the end of that one, but I'm sure he'll have 2 more to make it 5 total for the weekend. So the cars make their way around onto the grid once again. And these cars are run to exactly the same rule set as the MXI Clubman Championship. So we'll see how this one plays out here on the front row. I imagine that obviously they're all quite fast starters here in this championship. There's a few really demon starters here, so I imagine that both of these guys are going to want to try and get a good run down towards Clapham, as anyone would anyway. But I imagine Steve Foden, if he gets a real chance, he will try and nip this one from the outside of the front row of the grid. I'm certain he'll definitely try it. He's going to give this a really good go if he can. And so let's see if he can make this one happen. There's still a few more cars being gridded up towards the back of the field, just to see if we can finish off gridding them. And then once we do, of course, we'll get the usual green flag at the back. So driver to watch out for him, certain. Ted Bradbury, if he can get up there, has got another great chance to take his first win. He's been in positions where he's led for quite a while and then lost it towards the end. If he can fight, if he's able to work on that late race pace where he can keep himself pretty quick and get himself towards the front and stay there and even get into the lead, it might well work. Well, let's see what happens then for the first of our 3 gas-shocked Mazda MX-5 Championship races here at Croft. Adam Sparrow on the left on pole, Steve Foden angled in the front row of the grid. Lights are out and we go racing once again here at Croft. It's a strong start from Sparrow, who immediately goes defensive on the inside line because the fast-starting Foden is already on his tail down towards Clairvaux for the first time. So Sparrow will lead them in then, single file. It's then Foden, Smith, all off the road already. He's gone Graham Rumsey. He's exiting stage right and dips 2 wheels into the gravel trap, I'm afraid. So I'm afraid unless he can push him out, he might not go any further. A couple more cars have gone grass tracking. One, I think, is Jonathan Fieldsend. And the other one, I think, might well be possibly Chris Thirlwall or Adam Zieba, one of the two. Meanwhile, here comes Adam Sparrow then, under big pressure from Steve Foden as the lead pack makes its way out of the S's, down towards Tower Bend for the first time. And there's somebody's rear bumper that's gone missing, so someone's car's a little bit lighter temporarily. As the rest of the pack goes through, there's a lock up there from 9 to 5. That's Adam Zieba, so he wasn't one of the ones that got off. It was a dark grey car. Whoops! And someone else is also getting a bit out of shape as well. It was possibly, I think, Tim Storer towards the back. Meanwhile, back at the front, here comes Adam Sparrow, and again, look at this, all over each other as they come towards Barcroft, and already it's 6 for the lead down towards the sunny in, sunny out complex. It's Sparrow from Foden, from Tom Smith, and it's Jack Nollett, Jason Greatrex, and Adam Craig. I really like the fact Adam Craig has just found this massive spark of pace all of a sudden. He's been sort of, he definitely hasn't been a slow drive, but he's been a very consistent sort of top 10 runner, getting results in and around the top 10 and popping up into the top 5 occasionally. But this season already, he's been on fire, getting some fantastically strong results, getting that second place. And I think, not to wish his presence without it, but I think he definitely would have been someone who, if he managed to get into the traffic a bit quicker, might even challenge Steve for the victory. Because he was at a point where he got to second place, but by the time he'd got there, Steve already had quite a large lead anyway, but he was able to get a very strong second place and looking strong at the start of this first race of the weekend here. So across the line at the end of lap number 1 then, and it is Adam Sparrow, he leads it then from Steve Foden in second place. There's swapping going on here between Levi Aisbert and Harry Storer, and also in there too in the silver car with the green striping, that is Neil Chisnell, and he's going up the inside of Harry Storer. Now these two would have known each other quite well from racing in the Clubman Championship, but of course now they moved into the MX-5 kind of more established 2-day championship. They're continuing their battles from there, but rather than at the front of the field, they're more kind of just towards the bottom of the top 10. Right, change of lead then, up the inside goes Steve Foden, as some people might have expected. Foden to the front of the field now. He really is marking himself out as that championship contender, and ever since he had that issue where he couldn't start the first race and had that fuel leak, he's been desperately trying to get himself back towards the front and really show people what he can do. Now down towards the right-hander. Just get this one stopped a little bit more. He's going to try and just get on the brakes here and turn in. And just about holds on to that, I think. He's going to really just keep hustling that car all the way through the right-hander. Now they come back onto the straight. So still 6 for the lead, make it 7 because Ted Bradbury's trying to go with them. It wasn't a good start for Ted. He shuffled down from 3rd on the grid, down 4 spots. So he's got some work to do to get back on the tail of the queue is the first one, and then pick his way through one by one. And that's the thing. Obviously he's a rookie, so he's still learning. So he's going to make rookie mistakes, of course, as any rookie will do. In that case, I don't think any rookie can be classed as perfect. So he will certainly keep on trying and pushing. But he's one of those rookies that has taken to car racing, particularly to MX-5s, incredibly quickly. And he's been so impressive to so many people up and down the paddock. And I think Ted's certainly going to keep on pushing here to get himself up towards the front and get himself maybe in podium contention. He's got time to do it. He's got plenty of time to get himself up there. But let's just wait and see what he's got in store here as they come up through the first few corners. So now into the right-hander at the right-hander at the Hawthorns, and now in through Tower Bend once again onto the back straight. And now it's Adam Sparrow's turn to go on the attack, and Steve Foden's not comfortable. He has to go to the outside line, but then sweeps back as he's entitled to do. Back to his racing line, is almost out of control. Jack Noller under brakes, manages to get the car anchored up somehow. He was under big pressure behind from Jason Greatrex in the 33 car, but thankfully they almost make the corner in good time. There's a top six that's trying to break up a little bit into two trios. And the next group, which is being led by Ted Bradbury, he's bringing Luke Pullen, Harry Storer, Levi Aisbett and Neil Chisnell with him as well. Possibly Owen Mills at the back of that too. So we're looking at a 12-car train here for the lead, if that second group catches up. Jason Greatrex now was on the attack on the back of the Jack Noller MX-5. Now he's under threat from Adam Craig for his 5th position. Going into the hairpin once again. So 5 minutes to go, and a little sideways as he came through the hairpin. I don't think he had a tag from Sparrow in the tail. I think he was just holding on as best he could in that position. Down the pit straight once again. Still that's 6 altogether. Behind the background, I can see that Ted Bradbury's under threat from Luke Pullen. So the 2 AV Motorsport teammates will go into combat very shortly. Steve Foden's one of these drivers, particularly this season, where yes, he gets in front, but he's got the pace to do so, but the others are able to keep pace with him and actually put him under pressure. It's just that Steve Foden knows where to put his car in all the right places. And all the right times. Down the back straight they go. And into the complex once again. So now that group of 6 cars is starting to pit, rather than going to 2 groups of 3, it's they're pairing off. As you can see, you've got Foden, Sparrow together, then Smith and Noller together, and then Jason Greatrex and Adam Craig together. So they're all kind of battling amongst each other and getting into their own separate little fights. And behind them, you can see Luke Pullen and Ted Bradbury having that big scrap for 7th place, and they're bringing the rest of the cars behind them into play as well. So we've got 2 separate leading battle packs here. Here's the second one. So Bradbury in the white car with the kind of bronze and blue graphics on that car, just with the white and black car, which they've affectionately nicknamed Shamu after the whale. There's Luke Pullen. It's a fresh car that's been built over the winter. And Luke currently hustling along in 8th. Here's the 2 Go For It Racing teammates. This is Harry Storer ahead of Levi Aisbett. He's now got Chisnell behind him, and Owen Mills, and the orange and white car just behind him too. And Sparrow's getting racy. That was a small little tap in the tail there. That was definitely contact between the 2. And that's now given Sparrow a little bit of chance to try and pull himself alongside. In fact, what it's actually done, he thought it was to his advantage, but here comes Tom Smith, the white car, to Sparrow's inside down towards Clairvaux. He's now got a chance to try and pull himself inside into the inside line to make this one stick if he can. And he does go through to 2nd place. That's a move done for Tom Smith, but all this has done, it's primarily benefited, is Steve Foden, who now is trying to pull himself up and away a bit further now down the road to try and hold on if he can. So the race continues on. Croft still with Foden holding on for the time being. As they come up through the complex once again. Still 11.5 minutes to go in this race so far. And Tom Smith now has managed to close that gap to Steve Foden. And Sparrow now just keeping a close attention now in 3rd place. So they come up now through the through the end of another lap. There are 11.5 minutes to go. 5 laps in the books now for leader Steve Foden. There's still this leading group of top 6 that have pulled away from that second main group. Foden then not able to escape at this point in time. Everyone has the pace to reel him back in here, particularly in the slipstream down these longer straights. It's interesting to see how this all plays out at this point in time. Down towards the Tyre bend they go. Now to Tyre bend once again. Looks like that Jason Greatrex and Jack Noller are just starting to drop Adam Craig a little bit now. He's falling backwards into 6th. He's lost connection with the train. He's trying his best to try and catch up. He'll certainly do so if this lot starts scrapping, which they may well do if they're going to get into combat. Again, there's a tiny gap appearing between Steve Foden and Tom Smith, and Adam Sparrow's on Smith's tail as they come through the exit of Sunny in and Sunny out. Come back into the complex once again. Still with Steve Foden in command here. Of course, he'll be looking to try and take his 4th win in a row here. In fact, actually, his 5th win in a row, actually, because of course he won the last race at Silverstone, then 1 or 3 races at Brands Hatch. He's now looking to try and get back on the top step of the podium here, and he'll keep up with a very impressive win streak if he can. But he's got, I think at the moment, 4 very feisty competitors trying to close him down here. Adam Craig is trying to still be the 5th, but he's just steadily falling backwards now into no man's land, away from this top 5 group. So Foden, Smith, Sparrow, Noller in the number 36 car, the Go For It racing car with the red and white wheels, and you've got just behind there in the red and white red line racing car, that is Steve Foden, as Jason Greatrex in car number 33. So out through the S's, and Foden's got a little bit of advantage here, but Smith is going with him now. Smith is pretty close, he's not too far away. And I don't think it'll be too far until he makes this one happen, I don't think. Let's see if he can possibly try and get through here. A few more cars going back. Meanwhile, change for 3rd on. This is now Jack Noller who's managed to find a way through, and that's opened the door up for Jason Greatrex to get through 2. And just like that, Adam Sparrow, I think Jack Noller didn't quite see it on camera, but it looks like Noller was able to make a huge dive up the inside and make the move stick to pick up a 3rd place. And I don't think Jack's had an overall podium. In fact, if he has, it's been a long time since. I don't think he got one last year, but he's been able to get steadily quicker, and I think this might well be his 1st overall podium. I have to check the results back from last year to see where he was again. But I think he's had 1 or 2 top 5s, or he's got a best about a 5th or a 6th position last year, but I don't think he's ever had a podium in the MX5 Championship. So if he hasn't, if he can hold on here for the next 8 minutes and 20 seconds, it might be quite an exceptional occasion for Go For It squad and Martin Tolley. Now, what I'm intrigued to see here is whether Thomas Smith's got enough here to actually not only just close on Steve Foden, but try and make a pass. Because if he can, this will be quite fascinating to see if he can try and snatch a victory here. Because, of course, as I say, Steve Foden looking for that 5th win in a row. Tom Smith would love a victory himself. He's been on the podium several times. I think he has won at least 1 or 2 races in this championship, but whether he can actually make it stick here remains to be seen. Let's see if he's got what it takes to. This will happen. That's Tim Storer battling over Jonathan Field's end. Come down the front straight here. That's Adam Zabel also in the mix there too. He's having a battle with the 88 car, I think, of William Chadwick. That's looking pretty impressive for them. Now the top 2 have managed to create a gap here. Come through the right-hander, over the curve. And now as they come onto the back straight towards the complex, there's a real chance here where he could start to mount a proper attack. He's got some time to do it. Let's see if we can maybe just line something up a little bit here in the next couple of laps. There's definite potential to do so. The complex. So Jack Noller in 3rd place. What if he can get after Tom Smith here? Because he knows if these two start fighting too much at the front, the easiest going to be for him to start getting involved. Adam Craig there exploring the track limits and the exit of the hairpin a little bit too much. You can see now that Ted Bradbury pulled away from that 2nd group here, which is now headed by Harry Storer, with Chesnell, Mills and Aisbett at the back of that now. As they come back towards the end of Hawthorne and back towards the Essex section once more. Real chance here that there could be an option here for a change in the lead very, very soon. We're seeing Storer here with Erin Mills on his tail. This is over the last couple of top 10 spots, 9th and 10th. Storer a slightly straighter line through the chicane, whereas Mills is all over the curbs. This is a great chance for Mills to get himself past. He thought about it, but the slightly straighter line through that section gives Storer the run he needs, but Mills will try and get it back up the inside, which he does. A little late, can he get it stopped on the apex is the big question. And the answer is yes, he can, and gets the move done and completes the pass. So up for the Jim Clark Esses again. There goes Luke Pullen still chasing after teammate Ted Bradbury. But still this scrap goes on now for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. And they're again all over each other, all over the place, taking as much tracked space as they can to make this work. Heading into the last 5 minutes here at Croft, with still Steve Foden in front, Tom Smith in second place and Jack Noller in third, followed by Jason Greatrex, Adam Sparrow and then Adam Craig. Mills now has got quite a bit of pressure to try and hold on to here, but also trying to make his way around the outside. Looks Neil Chisnell, puts two I think onto the grass, onto the dusty part of the circuit. Come through the complex again, still side by side now. See Leways, but couldn't quite make that one stick. And they come back down towards Clairvaux once again. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. To the right-hander at Hawthorne, so they go. Foden now just still in the lead at this point in time, but we're still watching this scrap here for 9th and 10th at this point in time. Here come the leaders. Now this is closed up a little bit more because Adam Sparrow has been shuffled back down to 5th position now, given the fact he's lost out to Jason Greatrex. So they've all come back together again, but in a slightly different order. So you've got Foden from Smith, from Noller, and now from Greatrex in this top 4. Let's see if there's anything left here between. Let's see if Smith and Co have got anything left in the tank here to try and dethrone Foden from the top step of the podium here. If he does make it, it'll be his 5th win in a row. If Smith can do it, it'll be his 1st of the season. What about Jack Noller? This is probably the racist I've seen him since he entered the championship last year. He certainly is giving it the beans here as much as he can through the complex. There's a possibility. There could be an option here. Meanwhile, this is the scrap that's going on at the bottom of the top 10, and there's the two Go For It Racing teammates. That was Levi Aisbett attacking Harry Storer, who in turn has lost the position to Chisnell. So Chisnell, Owen Mills has gone through. So Owen Mills at the front of that group now. It's now Neil Chisnell's also got through as well. So the two Go For It Racing cars have been shuffled backwards. Particularly Harry Storm has lost 2 places. He's now got his teammate Levi Aisbett for company. Through the left-hander, all over the curbs again, and back on the power once more. The right-hander goes all the way through once again. It's about just under 3 minutes to go in this race. Still could be anyone's guess in this top 4 and 5, and now it's Jason Greatrex's turn to fade backwards slightly. So it's technically now becoming 3 for the lead. But Steve Foden seems to have just enough pace to keep the cars behind him at bay. I don't suggest for a second he's not driving at 100% and try and keep these guys back, but if he's driving at the amount he needs, so this is all a quick dab of the brakes in terms of Jim Clark S, just to make sure you can just rotate the front of the car a bit better. He's probably driving just as much as he needs to, and if he wants to pull up a little bit more, he can unlock that extra 5 or 10% he's got left in his pace to be able to do so. And actually he's driving as fast as is required in order to try and make this work, to hold on to the lead here, whereas Thomas Smith, I suggest, is probably driving as hard as he can to try and get past. Now looking at lap times, we are going to go on to the last lap of the race this time by, so only one more chance for in terms of a lap for Thomas Smith to try and get past. If there's any opportunity for Jack Noller to try and squeeze through, with Jason Greatrex in 4th just behind, also putting pressure on him, you'll have to possibly rely on something happening within the 2 cars in front. So onto the last lap they come then. And Steve Foden has, ever since he got past Adam Sparrow early on, has held on to the lead here, but he's had different cars giving him different problems behind. First it was Adam Sparrow, now it's Tom Smith. And Jack Noller is also in that mix as well, so we'll see if there's anything that Tom Smith has got left, and if there's anything that he can do to try and knock Steve Foden off his top step of the podium. He had a good run, looks like, through the S's and up towards Tyre Bend. Is he looking pretty close? He is relatively close. He's got a good run here. Is he going to make that last gasp dive, or is he kind of thinking about it? He thought about it. He was thinking about it. He sort of moved his car a little bit into Foden's mirror just to remind him, I'm still here, I haven't disappeared. I'm still putting the pressure on. It's a good exit through Tyre Bend as well, so he might well get pretty close to the Jim Clark S's. If he's going to make a move, it might well be down towards Barcroft and Sunny Inn, provided how good he is through the Jim Clark S's. He's pretty good. I think he needs to be just a fraction closer to make that stick through Barcroft. Back under brakes again for the Sunny In, Sunny Out double right-hander. And again, just the two cars relatively evenly matched. I don't think, unless Smith makes one last big effort into the hairpin, I'm not sure if he's going to try and make that one stick. It's going to be pretty close, but I think Steve Foden will probably have just about enough here to hold on to the position if he can. Go back through the last couple of corners now. And Foden's going to try and hold on as best he can if he's going to head out the complex for the final time. And up towards the checkered flag now. It's going to be quite a drag race to the finish, but it looks I think that Foden will have just about done enough as they come up towards the checkered flag. And in the end, it's going to be a victory for, across the line, Steve Foden. So Foden will indeed hold on to that one. And he wins by just 0.3 of a second from Tom Smith in second place. Jack Noller will pick up what I believe is his first podium in the MX5 Championship with third. And then it's Jason Greatrex in fourth and Adam Sparrow rounding out the top five, with Adam Craig picking up sixth position. And it's seventh place for Ted Bradbury, 8th for Luke Pullen, 9th for Owen Mills, and 10th for Neil Chisholm in the end. After that, he had that race-long battle with Mills and Storer and Aisbert. So the four of them having an excellent scrap all the way from start to finish to the end of the race. So looking pretty strong in itself and very enjoyable all the way through from there. So great racing once again from the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX5 Championship. They'll have 2 more races tomorrow. 2 more chances for Steve Foden to keep on extending his win streak. If he can win 2 more races tomorrow, he'll increase it to 7. But I'm sure that there's a lot of very feisty drivers behind that can try and make that happen. Right, here's the result from race 1 then. Steve Foden takes the victory by 0.3 of a second from Tom Smith in second place and Jack Noller rounding out the podium in third. And I believe that's his first MX5 Championship podium since he debuted last year. If it is, congratulations to him. Fourth for Jason Greatrex. He's, again, by far and away the dominant Masters class winner as he takes that victory. Adam Sparrow rounds out the top 5 after he started from pole on lead early on. Adam Craig, a bit further back than he wants to be, but he ends up 6th, and Ted Bradbury in 7th. He might be a bit disappointed after his recent form at the first 2 rounds. But it's Luke Pullen 8th, Owen Mills 9th, and Neil Chisholm rounds out the top 10 ahead of Harry Storer and Levi Aisbert. After those 4 had a brilliant 4-car battle all the way in the second half of the race. Richard Wood in 13th, ahead of Matthew Goddard in 14th place. Then it's Kevin Dengate and Tim Dorr from William Chadwick and Alan Sieber. And then it's Tim Storer, Jonathan Fieldsen and Clive Chisnell. And we lost early on as well Chris Thelwell in car 577. So that is the conclusion of our first MX5 Championship race, and to hear the top 3 found that, let's hand back down to Rob Lewis down in pit lane to have a chat.
Well, it took a while getting here. We've still got some cars arriving yet, but we have got Steve Foden arriving in first. We have got Tom Smith arriving in second, and I'm really keen to talk to this man that finished in third place. That is his first ever podium. However, let's go and grab our winner. I'll let you get your helmet off first. Right, now I've given you time to get your kit off and get ready. Steve Foden, winner in that race, fantastic race. How was that for you?
Really difficult, yeah. I think the conditions today is the first properly hot weekend that we've had, so I was struggling with the tyres going off towards the end, and Tom was putting him under a lot of pressure towards the end of the race. So yeah, just trying to keep calm under pressure and in the heat.
They may be getting a bit old, these Mazdas, but they still provide such good racing, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's, a one-make series always deliver fantastic, battles on track, and it's why, we've obviously got 3 full grids worth of them in the Mark 1s and the Mark 3s. So, it's a series that I'm sure will be going for years to come.
Fantastic. And for the rest of the weekend, what's the plan? Same again?
Same again, and I just want to say a big hello to Dave at UDC Design and Consult. He's currently on a beach in Anglesey with his jet ski and some beers, so this one's dedicated to him. It's a shame he can't be here this weekend.
Fantastic. I'll let you go and get an interview with the circuit comms now. In second place, we have Tom Smith. So, Tom, good race from yourself. Couldn't quite get to the top spot, but that looked fantastic from watching it on the stream.
Yeah, we had really good pace then, so thanks to Mike Comber, who's running me, because he's really made the car fast this weekend. To be honest, I had a synchromesh gone in 4th gear, so getting it into 4th was tricky, and we had really bad brake fade in that race as well, so I didn't have enough to fight Steve at the end, but we're very close to being able to, so hopefully tomorrow we can.
So not only are you racing in one of the most competitive championships in British motorsport, you've got those extra problems on top giving you a bit of a headache, and you still stuck on the podium.
Yeah, not bad. Obviously, some people watching will know, but my brother had a really, really bad accident at Donington 2 weeks ago. So I'd like to just dedicate this result, if I could, to the marshals, paramedics, all the people that in the end saved his life, because he wouldn't be here without them. And I wouldn't be obviously here without my brother being here. So.
Fantastic, and I'm sure, you know, we all send our best wishes to him as well.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Well, congratulations on the second place there. More of the same tomorrow, maybe get up to that first place.
I'll be doing everything I can to beat Steve. That's what I'm here to do.
Fantastic. I'll let you crack on. Thank you very much. Now, this man here, I interviewed him earlier on in this resplendent Go For It Racing Mazda. We're just waiting for the circuit commentator to get finished, but I have it on good authority. It is this man's first podium, and if it is, I just want to get the raw reaction of him to getting that, because it is quite special. Again, I'll say this, 1.6 litre cars, really tight, close racing. There's a reason these Mazda grids are so popular, and I'm really glad to hopefully speak to Tom and get his reaction. Jack, I spoke to you earlier for the sort of pre-race day interviews, and the one thing you said to me, I'm desperate to get a podium. How special is that for you? Congratulations.
This is amazing. What a weekend, what a result after the season. This is the first race one I've finished this year. All the others have been not starts or DNFs for one reason or another, and to finish from the podium and have to work for it as well, to get a few positions off a start, get Adam partway through as he was starting to die off a little bit in the middle and made the move at the right point. Oh, it's amazing. It's an amazing feeling, and thanks of course to the guys to putting the car together like it was from where it was on Friday.
Jack, mega result again. Congratulations on your very, very first podium. Hopefully there's some more to come. Now, I've got to wrap it up there now, because I have got it on good authority. The CityCar cars have just headed out on circuit. So for now, back to the commentary box. And I've managed to find one of our Fiesta Mark 7 pilots, which is Ben Mulryan. So Ben, you've been out at free practice this morning. The car's looking great out there. How are you finding it?
I mean, we managed to get P1, so I'm delighted with that. I mean, it's the first P1 we've gotten all pretty much my career in Fiestas, so I'm delighted with it, especially to be able to do it in this. I mean, it really shows how much the BRSCC are pushing these. I mean, they're completely the next generation of this series, and they're really moving along, and it shows the pace that they have. So I really believe we could be up there this weekend in it.
Fantastic. So first of all, your weekend started off well. That's great. So tell us a bit about the Mark 7 Fiesta and just how. So I assume you've raced the Mark 6s before, right?
Yeah, so last year we did a season in the Mark 6s, really successful season. We just missed out on Vice Rookie Champion. We came P5 in the championship, so quite a successful rookie season. I found the Mark 6s were a good car, but obviously moving on to the new generation car, I mean, it's really showing some good pace, and I'm delighted with it, to be honest. I feel like so far the handling on it is good. Obviously, it's the new generation, so Mark 7, this is the future of the series. So I'm great to be able to be up there with it.
Fantastic. And is it about little subtle differences between the cars, or are they very much the same in terms of handling and pace?
I think obviously there's a difference in it. The Mark 7s we found are quite quick down the straights, whereas due to the shorter wheelbase in the Mark 6s, they have a lot more rotation in the corners. But overall, I mean, obviously, we feel that the Mark 6 is at its almost maximum development, where there's still so much more development in this thing, and so little tweaks in it. Do you know what I mean? Just to find out more tricks and to make it just that little bit quicker. And we're definitely finding it out, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Brilliant stuff so far. So your targets going into this weekend, and kind of your season so far leading up to it, how have you found it?
So I think at Snetterton we struggled a little bit with pace at the start. We still managed to get podium, so I was delighted with that. And then especially towards the end we felt we had the pace to win it. But unfortunately due to the safety cars at Snetterton we didn't have the time to. But no, I think I'm happy with the way the season's going so far. Obviously at Snetterton, like it was all right. I enjoyed. I mean, we got 2 wins in the Mark 7, so you can't really complain about it. However, coming to here immediately on the Friday, well, yesterday we found we had a lot of pace and we were delighted with that. And then to be able to come into this free practice and win it, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better weekend to start.
Brilliant. Now, a bit of a theme that I've got with the drivers up and down the paddock. It's a very old school circuit, Croft. How are you finding it? Compared to other circuits, it's quite old school and balls out kind of place, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love Croft. I came here last year, my second round, and I managed to put it on P3 in qualifying. So it's probably up there with my favourite tracks. It's old but gold, as they say. I love this track so much. It's really high speed, where this car really benefits at it, and it's a track that I love. Obviously, this works well in it, thankfully, and I'm just hoping that we can keep up the pace for qualifying.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to watching your progress this weekend. Thank you very much. Cheers. And continuing with the CityCar Cup chat is Elliot Lettis. Elliot, first session done. How was that for you?
Not bad. Yeah, a lot to learn from that session. We're going really well at Snetterton, but a couple of issues with brake binding, but nothing that can't be sorted out for the first race.
How's your season kind of gone so far this year?
Well, really good at the start, to be honest. We're 0.8 ahead in qualifying at Snetterton, and now we are 0.8 behind, so got some work to do, yeah.
Got some work to do. Is it the characteristics of the circuit maybe take a bit getting used to?
A little bit, yeah. We adjusted the rear handbrake after Snetterton, and now it's just gone all solid, so we can't even turn the rear right wheel, so hopefully we adjust that and hopefully we're back on pace. That'd be good.
Fantastic. It is quite a nice old school circuit though, isn't it? Is it good fun?
Yeah, it's definitely good fun. I think we need to loosen up the dampers at the rear just to handle some of the bumps, but no, it's a good fun circuit, fast as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, being on the TCR weekend, does it kind of give you a bit of an aspirational feel to sort of looking at that ladder to sort of step up to eventually?
Yeah, of course, these cars are so much faster than us, but no, definitely aim high. Hopefully, you never know, we might get to there. It'd be good.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Well, I can see your team feverishly working away behind you to get the car ready.
Yeah, no, they're definitely putting in the work. That's good.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, good luck for you today. Hopefully everything goes well and some more great results for you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
No worries. Thank you. Now, it wouldn't be a BRSCC weekend without talking, of course, to George Grant of Clapham North, Downforce Radio. George, first of all, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. No, fantastic to be here.
Well, it's a beautiful circuit, Croft, isn't it? It's certainly something a bit different to what we normally go to, your big circuits like your Donningtons, your Silverstones.
Very, very different. Obviously, in the back of beyond, you travel a long way to be here, and it's just beautiful, actually. In fact, where are we now? Beginning of May, and beautiful green grass. I just hope I can keep on the concrete bit.
Well, OK, then let's talk about keeping it on the concrete. So going into this weekend, how have you sort of found your season going so far?
Well, it's actually been very good. I mean, Brands Hatch for me was a first, right? In terms of, I came second in the Masters, 14th overall, which was my best showing ever. But occasionally there are a few glitches. You know, we had a little bit of a clutch issue at Silverstone, which I had a DNF. But you know what? It's just great to be out on a track, and I just love it.
And there is something about racing at this iconic circuit as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's an old school circuit, right? And now they've re-tarmacked it. It's a little bit. It's not as slidey as it's quick, but you've really got to drive the pants off this, you know, off the cars, really, basically.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get ready. I'm sure you'll be heading out for qualifying quite soon, actually. So we'll leave it there with you, George, and good luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And I'm here in the Go For It Motorsports Mazda tent with Jack Noller. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thanks. First time here at Croft, so did a bit of testing a couple of weeks ago, but it's mixed conditions yesterday, so lots to learn, but really good so far.
How have you found the circuit so far?
Really, really fun. We really have to commit at some of those points where you have to keep it flat really late into the corner and that, but that's really enjoyable to do. Little bits of canvas here and there to try and learn, and ways to get around that really tight complex at the far end of the circuit, but it's really, really enjoyable circuit to drive.
And tell us a bit about why you wanted to get involved in this series.
So I was actually been a mechanic for Martin the last 3+ years, and I met him at Autosport International in 2019. So I've always wanted to race. I was obviously with Williams and doing esports before now, so I couldn't afford karting. So I learnt my craft through there, and then thankfully up to Martin and everyone, I got the opportunity to race again last season as my rookie year, and that went pretty well. Helping develop the car over the last year and this year, try and make it better and better each time, and yeah, it's going really well. I'm really enjoying it.
Brilliant. And what is it, your targets going into this year? So the Mazdas have always been known to be a very competitive, tight-knit championship. So what sort of targets did you set yourself going into this year?
Going into this year to build off my rookie year and try and build off my best result was P6 last time, and that was after even that was a difficult weekend. Made some improvements to the car over the winter, and thanks to Glencar and Nationwide concreting, I was able to put that a bit to good use over the winter and help it come into this season. Getting a good result this year to build on that P6 and push towards podiums, and if all goes well, possibly even a win.
Fantastic. And sort of your targets for the rest of the year is sort of same kind of thing?
Yeah, we'll have a smooth weekend. The start of the year's been a bit difficult with problems here, problems there, but thanks to the team, we've worked through it all and got at least out for race 2 each time. Hopefully this weekend, finishing all 3 races as a start, but then going forwards, trying to chase those podiums and chase that front of the pack down.
Brilliant as well. And how do you find it as well being on the TCR UK races as a support package? Do you kind of see it as a bit aspirational? You've got something to maybe aim for in the future?
Yeah, it's front-wheel drive, so it's very different to the rear-wheel drives that we're here, but I've followed the TCR for quite a while, and obviously in the sim and like iRacing, they're very enjoyable cars to drive, so as much as aspirational to be able to get to that sort of level of motorsport in the coming years.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for talking to us today, Jack, and good luck.
Luck to you too. Thank you very much.
Cheers. And down to the Fiesta Juniors, I'm here with James Pope, who's got quite a bit of work going on the front left of his car. So you've been out in free practice this morning. What happened?
Just classed as a curb, something simple, just the suspension failed, nothing much. But the sponsors they've been really helpful to us, so we should get out or nice.
Fantastic. So your season so far leading up to this point, how's it kind of been for you in the Fiesta Juniors?
It's been reasonably well. We managed to get out in the end, thanks to the sponsors, obviously, because we struggled a bit financially. But yeah, it's been really good. Last meeting was nice. It was good. A bit messy race in the last one, but I did well.
Fantastic. And what's your targets going into Croft this weekend? It's quite an old school circuit, isn't it?
Top 10, maybe. Yeah, top 10. I'll be happy with that. Nice, clean weekend.
Fantastic. And the Mark 6 Fiesta as well. Is it quite a good car and a good series to kind of learn your trade in?
Yeah, it's like a mini touring car. They're brilliant. They're really good, yeah. Fantastic.
2-litre Duratec up the front. You're only limited to about 100 mile an hour, so you've got no problem sort of acclimatising to that at all?
No, they pull really well. Brilliant around the corners. Yeah.
Fantastic. Right, we'll let you and the team crack on with it. No worries, thank you. We've got double trouble down here in the paddock with the Fiesta Juniors, and that is Jensen Belt and George Foxlow. Gents, how are we doing? I'll start with you, Jensen. You've had a session already. How have you found it this weekend so far?
It's not been too bad, but it's not been ideal at the same time. I've had a few problems just trying to get myself up to speed and confidence, and it's qualifying next, so we'll see what I can do after that.
Lick the stamp and send it, I think is the term, isn't it?
I think it is, yes.
George, how have you found it so far this weekend?
All right so far. I suppose all you can really do is what you got in car, but we've had a few problems throughout the weekend, but hopefully we get them fixed for qualifying and can only see what we can do.
Absolutely. So, Croft Circuit, tell me about it. It's something quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely different. It requires a lot of bravery. It's just a lot of full send into every single corner. It's not the easiest track I've ever driven, but it's definitely one of my favourites.
And what about yourself, George?
Well, as Jensen said, it's definitely something. I love the track, except from the final corner. It's terrible. But
what's so bad about the final corner? It's just a lovely hairpin.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, it's terrible. I hate every single part.
You can't gel with it.
No, just can't get it right, no matter which way you try it. But it's there, so you have to do it, don't you? You just got to get used to it.
Absolutely. Right, gents, so talk to me about the Fiesta Junior Championship. Why are you here? Do you kind of see it as a good step up with the time with TCR UK? Start with you first, gents.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely a good way to move up in the ranks. I used to do Junior Saloon Car Championship last year, but I decided since this is on the touring car package, and it's more likely to be, it's like similar to a touring car in a way, with the suspension set up, and it's just a bit more similar, if you know what I mean.
Does it kind of give you that aspirational level to kind of look up to?
Yeah, and they just drive more how you would expect a touring car to drive as well.
Fantastic. And what about yourself, George? I mean, being on this package, what does it mean to you?
Well, before this, I never did anything other than Fiestas, so this is the only thing I know technically. But well, it's as now the best one there is out of all three of the UK Junior Series, and as Jensen said, the closer touring cars, easier route into TCR and things like that. So definitely the best one to choose out of the three of them.
So your targets for this year, obviously, you're both probably going to stand there and tell me I want to win the championship. But did you set yourself that target at the end of the year, or are you kind of using it to learn and progress?
I'm just going to use this year to try find my feet with the car a little bit more. But then definitely next year, I'm gonna push for it next year.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy with top 5, but we didn't have the best one at Snetterton with a few incidents and not the best position in the first race. But I do have another year, but we'll just see if we do it or not. Possibly move on to something bigger and better. Don't know.
Fantastic. No, any thoughts about possibly moving to the Mark 7s at all?
Me and my dad have had a debate about it. We're not 100% sure because the cars kind of develop as they kind of grow in the championship. So we might move on to a Mark 7 next year. It's kind of up to him though.
It's up to the funds, isn't it?
Yep, always.
And what about yourself, George? So you maybe thinking you may step back next year, or would a Mark 7 interest you?
I possibly won't because, as I say, I might leave at the end of this year depending on how we go. But possibly next year, but as Jensen said, it's all up to the one who's paying.
Fantastic, chaps. Well, good luck this weekend. I hope you guys go great guns, and hopefully we'll speak to you at some point during the weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, cheers, guys. Right, I've popped down to the Paul Sheard awning because we're in a bit of a celebratory mood because Jonathan Greensmith has returned to the paddock. Now, this is Jonathan Greensmith, former Mazda champion, former Porsche, BRSCC Porsche Boxster champion as well from back in the day. Jonathan, great to have you back in the paddock. What brings you back?
Family commitments, and just I've missed it. Missed out the atmosphere and everything. So yeah, I've just got itchy feet, and I thought that's it. I'm coming back, doing a bit of work for Paul Sheard, father-in-law. Yeah, and then we're here with my brother and a couple of other friends. So all good.
Well, we'll chat to your brother shortly. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
But so what in particular made you go back to the Mazdas, especially?
I think it's a competitive championship, and it's a little bit relaxed as well. You don't want it too much pressure. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I come back, because it's cheap and cheerful as well. So well, you can make it cheap and cheerful.
You could certainly suit it to your budget, can't you?
Oh yeah, all day long. Yeah. So it's depending on how deep your pockets are. So yeah, it's all good.
And even racing in such a competitive series, have you kind of found it a bit of a baptism of fire coming back in to get it going again?
Yeah, old has took over me as well. I'm a bit too old for it now, but I still have a bash, and it is competitive. Even in the Clubman, it's competitive. And the main championship, I don't know how to do it, to be sure now. So yeah, I am getting on a bit long in tooth, but no, I love it, absolutely love it.
I wouldn't really say long in the tooth. Would it be a case of the cars have just developed that much over time?
They have actually, yeah, because when I first started, everything was totally standard, and they have started messing about with them quite a lot now. So yeah, but it's what it is, isn't it? So you just get in there, get out, and get in.
So now your sort of triumphant return to the paddock. What's your sort of targets for this year?
Top 10. So I qualified 13th, and then just found out that I had too much fuel in the car, so I was 10 litres overweight. So yeah, well, 10 kilos overweight, so yeah, so it didn't help matters.
Certainly doesn't with a pack that's so close like this.
Yeah, well, yeah, every penny counts really, all the weight and everything, you need it off. I'm a bit on the larger side now since I did it before, so yeah, it's going to be a bit tougher for me, but I'm going to have a go.
And how good is it to race on this Croft circuit?
Croft is mega. It's proper. You need to be like brave, especially in sunny out, and going into Tower as well. You've got to be really late on brakes and everything. But yeah, really technical circuit. Love it.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get back to being on the spanners, but good luck in your racing later on, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you once again back in the paddock.
Thank you. Cheers.
And with the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, I've found Kevin Bird. Now, Kevin, you've been out already this morning?
Yeah, we've been and done qualifying.
How'd you get on?
16th, so only my second time up at Croft. Yeah, a few tweaks to make to the car. We've got an idea of where we need to go or what we think we want to be doing, and race pace seems to be a bit better than qualifying anyway, so we'll see what race 1 brings this afternoon.
Fantastic. So how are you, obviously not been to Croft a lot, or it's been a while since you've been here. How have you found the circuit?
I really like the circuit. I forgot how quick Sunny In comes up on you and how close the barriers are, but no, it's a good circuit. I like it. It was the first ever race that I did in the Clubman, on the first ever Clubman race. So yeah, it's nice to be back, to be fair.
Superb. So your targets for this year going into the series, what have you kind of set yourself?
I always sort of try and keep up within the top 10. If I can keep it in the top 10 with the competition that we've got, I think is a good standard for me to keep in there. I don't do a lot of testing, so it's top 10 is if I can keep it there, I'll be happy.
It's kind of one of those series, isn't it? No matter whether it's the Clubman or the full championship for the Mark 1s, it's always very closely fought, isn't it?
Yeah, the Mazda racing, whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing, and yeah, people aren't scared to get their elbows out.
Plus, you get a chance to be on the TCR UK package. How do you sort of feel about that? Does it give you the aspirational level to sort of look up to?
Oh, massively, yeah. I love the British touring cars, but the TCR's on the same package. It's up there.
Welcome back to a packed assembly area for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. So this assembly area, this is where all the cars get lined up in their respective grid positions before they get unleashed onto the circuit. This will be the final race of the day, and I just want to talk to a couple of the drivers, namely the front two of Paul Bateman and Matthew Fletcher. So I'll go and see Paul Bateman first. A wonderful win earlier on, which also included a Masters win, and he's sat here quite peacefully. I think you've got a while yet, mate. The Civic Cups have just cleaning up their mess. First of all, so are we going for 2 out of 2? Let's be honest here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, because you never know what the rest of the season will bring. You know, you've got to take the results when you can. But I'd like to think I'm in a good place. I'm in a good place here, aren't I?
You certainly looked it out on track earlier on. What is it? Something about Croft that kind of?
It's a fantastic circuit. These little Mazdas we're on the ragged limit of bouncing and dancing through the corners, and if you've got the car set up as you feel comfortable with, and you're in control of that looseness, it's great fun. And yeah.
It certainly looks like great fun out there. So what's your game plan starting from pole position? Just get the head down and try and get clear of the traffic behind?
Yeah, I mean, Luke, Matt here is going to be after me, and I've got to just focus on like qualifying laps and try and keep it neat and quick.
Keep it pinned.
That last race was tricky with that oil. I mean, I was being very cautious, and now the track will be completely clear, I hope, unless there's oil out there now from whatever's gone on.
Well, I can't confirm that at the moment. If I do hear anything, I'll let you know if I could speak to you before we go out. But I'll let you get psyched up, ready for the race. Good luck, Paul.
Thank you.
No worries. Right, let's go and see Mr. Second Place, which of course is Matthew Fletcher. I'll just let his engineer get out of the way. Thank you very much, sir. Matthew, target acquired, this car next to me here?
Yeah, absolutely. I was a bit too kind to him in the first race, so last race of the day, we've got to go for it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So what's the game plan looking at the sort of plan? You're on the outside for turn 1.
I mean, who knows? I'll just, take it as it comes. Naturally, get off as quick as I can. Try and get across. The inside line is always the preferred one. Certainly coming into here. all come out unscathed, hopefully in first place, and then drive away. That's the ideal plan, but it never quite works out like that. So let's see what happens.
Send it and see.
Absolutely.
No problem. I'll let you get ready. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Now, someone else I do want to talk to. You may have seen in the interviews I spoke to this man, former BRSCC Porsche champion, former Mazda champion, just psyching himself up. So what a perfect time to come and interrupt his day. Rob Greensmith.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
I'm all right, thank you. Yourself?
You've had a good day so far, haven't you? A bit of progress.
Yeah, qualified 16th. First race, I fell off at Sunny Inn, and then finished 20th. So I'm happy. It's a fresh rebuild, this car, from Silverstone. So yeah, it's still feeling a bit fresh.
Tell me a little bit about this, because this isn't just any old car, is it?
It is an old car, yeah. It's a 1990 Mark 1 1.6 Mazda MX-5 Miata. So nothing special about them. Pretty much road-going vehicle. You can upgrade the suspension. Brakes have to be the same. You can choose whatever pad you want to run. So they're pretty much what you see on the road, really, apart from, obviously, the cage to keep us safe.
Absolutely. I'll let you get psyched up and carry on. Apologies, it's Jonathan Greensmith is the former champion. That's his brother Rob. It's actually Jonathan that I need to have a word with as well. See where he is. He is in the blue one here somewhere. Jonathan Greensmith, where are you? Let's have a look. Ladies and gentlemen, number 11. So we've got the top 5. Top 6, number 11. Do you know, I can't find him. I hope he has turned up. Here he is. I've just spoken to Rob inadvertently thinking it was possibly you. You look so alike, it's unreal. How have you found it coming back?
Yeah, good. Enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Rubbish start. Dropped me quite far back. And then got up to 8th place, so yeah, top 10 finish. I was happy with that. Yeah. So
I was going to say, we had a conversation earlier where you were commenting on just how competitive this series has come even more since you last raced in it.
Oh yeah, it's massive. It's yeah, there's some good driving standards at the minute as well, so which is good. But yeah, really competitive. Everyone wants to be a winner, but fair and square. So yeah, all good.
Absolutely. Your plan for this race, just eyes on, move forward?
Yeah, top 5 hopefully. We'll see.
I'll keep my fingers and toes crossed for you.
Cheers, thank you.
No worries, good to speak to you, Jonathan. Right, let's see who else we could talk to. Hayden McDonald looks a good shout, actually. He had quite a good finish in his first race, finishing 6th. So there's something about these old MX-5s. They've got a bit of soul about them. Hayden,
hello.
You're live on the BRSCC channel. We thought we'd pop by and say hello.
Hi.
Good first race, good solid 6th place finish. You happy?
Yeah, very happy. Highest result I've ever had doing this for 2 years, so over the moon. Bit scary being up the front here, though.
You kind of get a nosebleed, you're up that high.
Yeah, something like that.
I joke, of course. So what's the plan for this next race? So obviously you've achieved your highest ever finish in the first race. A bit more of that in race 2?
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can make another place up. I was catching the guy in front at the end of the last race. I'm a bit quicker than my 2 friends behind me. So yeah, hopefully make another couple of places if possible, but another 6 would be great.
What is it about racing these Mazda MX-5s? Even though they get better with age, they are getting a bit old now, but there's still so many of them out there and racing so close.
They're so forgiving. You can put them into almost any corner at any speed and just deal with it. A lot of the more modern cars are so much more technical. It's much easier to get into trouble than with these old things. And actually the best thing about this is the paddock and how everyone helps each other out. It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's certainly very evident the more you go round and visit everyone.
Yeah, very good.
Fantastic. Right, I'll let you get psyched up and ready now. Let's have a look. Car number 500. Let's see who that is on our sheet here. Car number 500 is Jordan Pimley. Now, I like this. I like the black with the yellow stripes. It's a bit different. Almost looks like an angry wasp. Hello, Jordan.
How are you doing, right?
Have you had a good race weekend so far?
It's been frustrating, to say the least. I'm not very familiar with the circuit here, so with all the red flags in testing yesterday, I've not had as much running as I hoped. Hence, I think the grid position.
But is it one of those days where you're kind of making progression, moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I qualified 12th, so I've certainly moved forwards from there, starting 10th now, so I'd like to move forwards again. I was definitely quicker than the guys ahead of me at the end of the last race, so we'll see if I can carry that on.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you, mate. The car looks absolutely mega. What is it about racing these old Mazda MX-5s?
Well, I actually got introduced to it by a friend of mine. He raced it in 2016, Andrew Adams, with Aaron Mason joining him later on as well. So I've known those pair for a long, long time. That got me interested in the Mazdas, and a couple of years ago I was sat at home watching it on old Motors TV with my dad.
Cool, that dates it a bit.
yeah, absolutely. And he turned around to me, he said, "You fancy having a go?" So it was like, well, yeah, absolutely, let's do it.
Fantastic. Well, that's me and you both that's quite good friends with the Adams family. He actually built my race engine for my race car, so it's weird how these small worlds collide in the motorsport world.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So I've worked with them a few times, and yeah, obviously both all grew up in Bromsgrove, so known them from there, yeah.
Super. Plan for this race then?
Be fast, go forwards.
I like that. Nice and simple. Be fast, go forwards. Thank you very much for chatting to us there, sir. You have yourself a good race. Right, let's see if we can chat to some more drivers. Kev Bird. I like this as well. A bit of the old orange peel on. I like that. Bit of the metallic orange. Now, Kev, I spoke to you in the interviews earlier on. The car looked absolutely mega resplendent, and you had some good fun out there, didn't you?
Yeah, it was enjoyable. Bit tricky. Car weren't exactly under me how I would have liked it to be. Okay. But we've made a few alterations, and we go again, so...
Well, we're in the assembly area. No one else is going to... What alterations did you make?
We just stiffened a little bit up and softened a little bit here. Put some of them magic nuts and bolts in and...
A little bit of this, a little bit of that?
Yeah, something like that.
Bit of the secret serum?
Yeah, hopefully.
That's what I like to hear.
Secret serum comes later on after we've done this race.
It's a family audience, Kev. Careful, careful.
No, I was thinking of beer.
Ah, yes, there we go. So, plan for this race, just get your head down, move forward?
Yeah, always looking forward. We obviously got some quick guys scattered all around us. So, yeah, just try and keep it clean, move forward and, yeah.
What is it you enjoy the most about racing in this series?
I like the one-day format because I've got the family. So the wife and my son comes with us. School Monday morning, work Monday morning. We can get packed up. We have a beer Saturday night and head back. So, but the racing super competitive. Great bunch of guys. If you do get into any strife, there's always somebody that's willing to help you out and try and point you in the right direction. Whether it's parts, advice, whatever it is. It's a good bunch, to be fair.
There's something about this paddock, isn't it? There's a bit of a good feeling vibe.
There is, certainly. I think the fact of the triple Mazda package that we've got builds, it introduces a good core. So yeah, I think the amount of Mazdas that we do on the package is really good.
Superb, thank you very much, Kev. I'll let you get cracking on and get yourself psyched up there, sir. So, yeah, the cars look resplendent. Now, I like this. Check this out. Look at that, the nice puzzle multicolour livery on here. We've still got a bit of track clean-up going on for the CityCar. So I'm just going to chat to this man here. Alan Hawkins. Are you a fan of jigsaws?
Yes, I am. But it also is the sign for autism.
Fantastic. So tell us a bit more about why you've got the car in this livery.
Yeah, I've always wanted to put the Jeep that sort of design on it, and my granddaughter's on the lower scale of autism, and I've got a friend that's got an autistic son, and I saw it on their logo, and I thought, you know what, we'll put it on the car, and that's it. You know, sort of. I've had lots of people come up to me at Snetterton. A guy came up with his autistic son, and his son loved it, and he got pictures taken in the car and all that. So, yeah, no, it's nice and colourful. That's what race cars should be.
It's nice and colourful, and also almost gives you a bit of the feel-good factor.
That's it. Yeah, it does.
All about the feel-good factor. So, racing-wise, good weekend so far?
Not really, no, I'm not used to being this far back, but we've had a few problems with the car. Maybe I'm a little bit overdriving it because I'm trying to get faster up the front. But other than that, yeah, not too bad. You know, no damage so far, so we'll just have to see after this race.
It's got to be a nice positive to it, no damage so far. So being the last race of the day, are you kind of hoping that the track will be a bit quicker than earlier?
Well, yeah, as long as I'd like it to be a bit cooler, the track, so the tyres stay sort of a little bit more like sticky, sort of, instead of overheating and start getting a bit greasy. So, yeah, a cooler track would be better, but we'll just have to see what it's like.
Superb. I'll let you get sorted, Alan. Again, the car is looking fantastic. It's a great livery to have. Thanks for chatting to us. Right, now, the one thing I do want to do, we love our officials and we love our marshals. Oh, hang on. We got to go for the artistic Instagram shot here from Close Racing. What we got?
That's not
Any
bad.
good? Oh, was that for the gram? Check this out.
You're going for the gram.
For the gram?
Yeah, a little moody shot.
How's the weekend been so far for the close racing team?
Difficult. Jordan obviously had a fantastic weekend at Brands Hatch, and we're hoping to kind of follow on from the momentum of that. And yeah, I've just kind of struggled with getting down that last 2 seconds. It's for some reason we just can't find it. But he's pushed his way up through that last race, up into the top 10. So hoping to build on that and top 5 at least.
Superb, I like that. I like that. So plans for the rest of the year?
Much of the same, just working forward. Obviously, we're still new to running cars, and every day's a school day. We've got 3 different styles of driving completely with our drivers, so it's getting the cars to suit them and work around how they like the car to feel and how they like the car to handle.
Great. So bit more much of the same. Hopefully you can see your drivers go forward and get some good results.
Well, yeah, they're near each other, so they've been told to work together and move forward together.
Yeah, but they're racing drivers, you know what they're like.
Well, yeah, absolutely. These two are friends off track, so they need to play it nice.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it might be a bit of an awkward drink in the pub tonight.
Well, yeah, it depends on which one wins. That depends on which one's paying. But yeah, thank you very much anyway.
No worries. So, yeah, that's Michael Close of Close Racing running a couple of his arriving drives. Now, one thing I do want to do, we've spoken to enough drivers, I think. I want to speak to a marshal because we love our Orange Army. In fact, we absolutely adore our Orange Army, our group of marshals. So I think we're going to talk to a few of the Croft faithful because we've got some characters here, I tell you. Fantastic group of people. I'm doorstepping you now, chaps.
Hello.
We're just live on the Alpha live stream there, guys. So we love our marshals here. I'll start with this chap here. Apparently his name's John Stewart. Thank you for having your name on your overalls. But when did you start marshalling? Has it always been at Croft, or are you all over the country?
No, I'm normally at Knockhill. I've come down here for the TCR meeting. I've been marshalling for about 6 years now, and today I've been getting my assessment on flags for my upgrade to experienced marshal.
Okay, so how have you been getting on? Are you waving them correctly?
Yes, Mr. Sudlow, the Chief Marshal's very happy with my work here today.
Fantastic. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't going to say it too loud, but there have been a lot to sort of get, a lot happening out on track to get to grips with.
Yes, you start getting big muscles and sore shoulders here.
Time to hit the gym, pal, I think. Get the weights on. Right, who have we got here?
I'm Glenn Slattery.
And how long have you been marshalling for?
10 years. 10 years at Croft, and up and down the country, different circuits.
Enjoy it?
Yeah, love it.
Well, you must do. I mean, you're here.
I'm still here, still doing it.
Fantastic. So, out of all the series that are here this weekend, what's the highlight for you?
Oh, it's all pretty good, to be honest with you. It's I've enjoyed every part of it. The Honda Civics have been awesome to watch, and the TCRs are just amazing, to be honest with you.
They are quite next level, aren't they? Well, they're touring cars.
Yeah, well, I'd hasten to say they're a little bit better than the other type of touring cars, to be honest with you.
Nothing like a bit of controversy live on air. But thank you for chatting to us. I'm Rob, by the way.
Hi Rob, I'm Jim.
Hi Jim, so how long have you been marshalling?
Oh, about 12 years.
About 12 years?
12 years, yeah.
Oh, still a youngster then?
Oh yeah, of course. Young at heart.
So your role here this weekend, what is it you're responsible for doing?
I'm chief assembly, so I was getting the cars ready to go out.
Putting everyone in order before they go out?
Yeah.
And what do you do with the miscreants? Do they sort of get chucked in the corner over there?
No, they get shouted at and then... No, they're a good bunch really, they'll do as they're told.
What is it about this circuit? It's something a bit special, isn't there? It's old school.
It is, yeah, it is old school. My favourite circuit, I mean my home circuit, but I do go up and down the country, but yeah, I like Croft.
Well, they do say there's no place like home.
They do, you're not wrong there at all.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for chatting to us here. So, a highlight of our lovely Orange Army. It's all right. I won't doorstep you this time. It's okay. So, thank you very much. So, guys, big up the Orange Army and don't forget, support them in any way you can. And if you want to go and watch racing for free, there's nothing better than donning a set of orange overalls and going and doing some marshalling at your local race circuit. What can I say? I think that's going to be about it. I think they're going to start to give the orders for them to head out onto the circuit soon. They're just about finishing with the repairs to the CityCar. So for the moment, I'm going to hand back to our commentary team of Scott Woodwess.
Thank you very much, Rob. That was excellent work in the assembly area there to have a chat to some of our drivers and some of our marshals, and he's absolutely right. We genuinely do love the Orange Army. They do an amazing job. You have to remember, all these guys do it as volunteers. They do it because they love the sport and they do it because they want to be involved. But I think for those who don't know, you probably, for me to say that marshals are literally one of, if not the most crucial part of race weekend, will probably still be the understatement of the century, because we genuinely could not go racing without marshals, volunteers, all the officials that we have. Everyone who gives up their free time on a weekend to come and make these race weekends happen, because they love the sport, they love being part of it, they're passionate about it, they just want to be part and involved and be an integral part of the entire structure, the entire formula of it, is incredibly important, and everyone plays their parts as best as possible, and they do it magnificently. So hats off to everyone, particularly some of the marshals and recovery crews that have been kept quite busy today by one or two on-track incidents, but of course it's not for the want of good skilled marshals and recovery crews to get it all done. If you can see here, look, already they've built the tyre wall, they've got it all back together again, and we're about to go racing once again shortly for our last race of today. So if you enjoyed the racing, be sure to come back tomorrow, because there is plenty of racing tomorrow. Of course, there's another 11 races in store, including, of course, our pair of races, rounds 3 and 4 of the 2023 TCR UK Touring Car Championship, where we saw qualifying earlier on, and that put Jack Constable on pole position for that race. So be sure to tune in for that on the TCR UK YouTube channel. And also we've got the second Miltech Sport Civic Cup race, where if you were just watching that race, my goodness, what a conclusion that was, and what an absolute ding-dong battle it was right at the front, with several cars in the fight for the lead. It all kicked off in the last couple of laps. It really was a watch. If you haven't seen that yet, you've been sticking around on the BRSCC stream. First of all, thank you, because it's been great to have some of you guys sticking around. I appreciate jumping from one stream to another. Sometimes it's a bit sort of back and forth, but that's just the setup of how we have things. In terms of the Civic Cup and TCRs have theirs on their own separate stream, and we have all the support races on here. But it all works in synchronicity and all works nice and fluidly once everyone's able to go from back and forth to one to the other. But yeah, first of all, thank you for those who've been sticking around the stream all day. And remember, if you want to make sure you catch all the other live stream action here, but by all means, not just subscribe to our channel, but of course also to TCR UK's and to Civic Cups, because of course all their action for their races, qualifying sessions and races and everything else in between is going to be all on their respective channels. I think that's Steve Foden on the Spanx. I think it is our MX5 Championship race winner from earlier on, Steve Foden, already on the spectator bank, and having a chat with some of his fellow drivers and family members and teammates. So he's already back to spectator mode, because he's going to be, I'm sure, a very interested spectator, because we have got some Mazda MX-5 Clubman action coming up. And of course, this is the second race for them today, after we had race 1 earlier on, and it was an excellent win for Paul Bateman, his first win in the MX-5 Clubman Championship, I think not just this season, but also full stop. And that was able to give him an excellent addition to his championship points lead, and he will continue on to make more progress up towards the front, make more progress at the head of the field if he can try and convert pole position from race 1 into victory. He's got Matthew Fletcher for company alongside him on the front row of the grid. There's more wild, interesting spectators on track, trying to get one of the best seats in the house, I think, for that chap, as he wants his way back into position to get the best possible view of some 27 Mazda MX-5 Super Cup cars working their way around the Croft Circuit here in North Yorkshire. You can hear the whistles in the background to get the racing underway very shortly, and they will leave the assembly area. Remember, it's for them, unlike other circuits, it is a green flag lap straight out of the assembly area. So there's no coming round to the grid, then doing another green flag lap. Your green flag lap is your one warm-up lap out of the assembly area back round to the grid. So that, in turn, is why they get shown the 1 minute and 30-second board, because they are getting ready to head out to warm up. And I think some drivers have to remember that, to make sure they can keep on warming up tyres, keep on warming up brakes, and getting pressures and temperatures up as much as possible. It's pretty crucial that they do that in order to make sure they're in the best possible shape when the racing gets underway. So I'll give the grid very shortly as to where we are to get things underway. And the grid is set by the results of race number 1, so I'll quickly rattle through it for you. It's Paul Bateman, who's the blue car just next to the ambulance on the left-hand side. He starts on pole position. Car number 42, alongside him is the purple car with the green trim. That is Matthew Fletcher, who starts on the front row alongside him. John Pethick then comes next on row 2, and he's the blue car with the offset white stripe. And then it's Harry Dean, who's in the white AB Motorsport car with the green trim and stripes. That's him in 4th place on the grid. He started on pole in race 1, but he's down to 4th for race number 2 after he was shuffled backwards by the 3 cars in front. It's Bo Parry in 5th position, followed by Hayden McDonald alongside him on the 3rd row of the grid. In fact, here is the grid on screen here. So Bateman and Fletcher on the front row. Pethick and Dean on row 2. Then it's Parry and McDonald on row 3. Row 4 for Michael Pearce and Jonathan Greasmith, who made some great progress through the order from he started outside the top 10. He started 13th and finished 8th, so Johnny Greensmith could make more progress if he moves forward and gets a clean start. Row 5 is where we see Del Pace and Jordan Himley. We heard from him, he's a bit sort of disappointed where he was in terms of pace, but he's going to keep on pushing forward after he won at Brands Hatch. Nick LeDoyen and Jamie Turner then come next on the 6th row of the grid. They then start ahead of Kevin Bird in car 59 and the 722 Jigsaw car of Alan Hawkins. Then it's Matthew Goddard and Russell Halley on the 8th row of the grid from Simon Waterfall and Jordan Head come next on row 9. Row 10 to round out the top 20 is Rob Greensmith, brother of Johnny, in car 122, and Chris Thelwell on the 10th row of the grid. It's Thomas Davis, ex-Fiesta racer from last year, who's now switched to Mazdas for this season, ahead of Jason Aisbert, and Peter Bell and Simon Browning, all the way from Australia. I'll tell you about him in a second. In 24th position, David Scowler and Kevin Dengate, and right at the back of the grid, last but certainly not least, is Jake Pace, after he went for he had a bit of a spinning qualifying and then dropped down a bit in the order throughout the race later on. So cars now on track then to make it out for their one and only warm-up lap. I was going to mention Simon Browning because he is running with AB Motorsport this season, but incredibly he lives in Australia, so he's been over here for a few weeks to get the season started underway. But essentially, to race in the MX5 Clubman Championship, he has to commute. He has to travel all the way from his home in Australia just to come and compete in the rounds. Now, that's not dedication to race in a motorsport championship in a different country, no less, a different continent, no less, literally the other side of the world. I don't know what you call commitment on that. So hats off to Simon Browning, not just joining the championship, and we're delighted to have him in the championship, but also to be able to come this far around the world just to come and race in it. I think that's absolutely magnificent. It just shows how far-reaching sometimes British club motorsport really can be. I genuinely believe it's one of the best kind of national motorsport championship, national domestic motorsport scenes around the world. You've got the likes of, I think Ireland has a good one, so there's the USA, Canada looks pretty good as well, Australia, New Zealand, and other ones around the mix as well. They have some pretty decent ones. But I think the UK is one of, if not arguably the best for domestic motorsport, because I think in many cases lots of drivers and teams do tend to flock to the UK because they love the circuits, love the kind of racing. I think in many cases for some people there's nothing quite like it. There is Jake Pace, starting at the back of the grid in car 228. He is, I think he's the son of Del Pace. It's good to see father and son in the mix. Not the only kind of siblings that have been racing in MX5. You have the Baldwins, because you have Simon Baldwin and James Blake Baldwin. You also have, as say, siblings or family members or relations, shall we say. You then have, or people who are part of the same family. You also have as well, of course, the Greensmiths in the mix as well. You've got Storers, the Chisnells. You've got all sorts of other ones. There's a few that I've probably missed, but if I have, then forgive me. But there's a few. It's great to see some of these championships. You get real family affairs. You'll get, fathers and sons, or fathers and brothers, or kind of like uncles and nephews, or all sorts of different family, different combinations you might get in motorsport in these championships and around the UK and what have you. And it really to become a family affair. Usually, if the son likes motorsport, the son usually follows the father into motorsport, and there's an option there to obviously then to learn from him and to go forward. So it's quite nice to see it become quite a family affair in some cases for some teams and some parts of the paddock in this essence. So as we come now to the start of the grid, and the Paul Bateman car neatly lined up on the front row of the grid. And so now as the rest of the cars start to roll into position, and we'll see if Paul Bateman can hold on to this victory. You can see that Matt Fletcher's car, just as I say, the purple car with the green trim, he's just angled it ever so slightly to driver's right, because he wants to try and, it's the old trick they used to use in Formula 1 where they kind of just angle yourself in your grid slot. As long as you're in your grid slot, arguably it doesn't matter kind of what angle you're at, obviously facing forwards, obviously, but just inside it, just to get a little bit of an edge, so we can try and cover off any good fast starts from people like Bo Parry or John Pethick, potentially as well, Harry Dean also. But let's see who comes out on top after another 15 minutes of racing, as the MX5 Clubman Championship, sponsored by Downforce Radio, is all set to get back into action once again. We're going to hit the red lights about to come on in a second now, and our second race of the day for the MX5 Clubman contenders is underway, and it's a very good start, and that angling of the grid slot has worked for Matthew Fletcher. A better start off the line to beat the poleman Paul Bateman down towards Clairvaux, and they're three abreast already. We've got Harry Dean on the outside, Pethick in the middle, and it's Bateman on the inside, and Pethick will try and see them all off, but I think it looks like Bateman tries to get himself up the inside and hold the place. A little bit of dust being kicked up. Jordan Pinley's gone off onto the road. Somebody else has also gone wide too. Didn't quite catch exactly what it was. I think it was possibly, Rob Greaves, I think, that went off in 1-2-2, but they've all managed to get through safely and onto the back straight towards Tower Bend. Now that's Paul Bateman off the road. Oh, very close. He almost put it into the barriers, but somehow he stood on the anchors and managed to keep it off the wall. And I have to ask the question, how on earth did he catch that? That was incredible reaction from Paul Bateman. Now, I think the big question was, did he jump or was he pushed? Did he do that by himself or was there contact? The angle of it and how he went off, I hate to say, looked like there was a bit of contact, and the car that was immediately behind him, I think it might have been either John Pethick or one of those cars around him. I don't want to immediately pin the blame on somebody, but that's what it looked like, so we'll wait and see. But Paul Bateman has carried on, but he's now way down the order with lots of work to do. Interestingly enough, Matt Fletcher's also quite far down the order. I think unless that's Jamie Turner I was looking at. It might well be Jamie Turner I was looking at. But no, because Matt Fletcher's there leading the race, so it wasn't Jamie Turner far back. He's got a very similarly coloured car to Matt Fletcher. His is a more deeper purple, more pronounced purple than that sort of slightly lighter version that Matthew Fletcher carries. So into the complex they go then. It's Matthew Fletcher who still leads then towards the end of this first lap from John Pethick in second place. Now for third there's a defence going on because Hayden McDonald's looking at a fast start. And he's up to third place now. He started back in sixth. So 3 spaces made for Hayden McDonald as they come off onto the pit straight. Running wide there, looks like that was in sixth position. That was Johnny Greensmith, or no, it was Jordan Del Pace was running wide. That was it. Trying to work out the driver, but it wasn't him. So it's Matt Fletcher who still leads then. John Pethick in second place. Hayden McDonald runs in third. It's then fourth position for, trying to work out the actual, of Harry Dean. It's fifth place for Bo Parry and sixth for Johnny Greensmith. So the former MX-5 and Porsche champion certainly showing his prowess at the moment, because he's worked his way up now from what was eighth on the grid up to sixth, and he might want to make a bit more progress. Possible twitch on for third. Here comes up Harry Dean up the inside of Hayden McDonald, and straight past the 101 car goes Harry Dean back into a podium place. But looks like McDonald's feeling pretty racy here. He wants to try and come back at him, and it might start to bring both Bo Parry and Johnny Greensmith in the mix. How great would it be for Johnny to get himself a top 5 on his first weekend back in the championship? It's been a while, but since we've seen him, he has been a couple of sporadic periods. I think he appeared at Donington last year on the grid. It's good to have Johnny back in there. And of course also Rob after his shunt at Silverstone, where they had to completely reshell the car. But incredible work by the guys in their team to get that reshelled car all they put together. You had to miss Brown's hatch sadly, but I think it was worth it to get the car finished for Croft, and hopefully he's good for the rest of the season, barring any other misdemeanours. So on to the end of lap number 2 they'll come, and Fletcher coming a bit more pressure from Pethick, who was having a look up the inside on the exit of the hairpin. Now he's going to put himself alongside. He tried it, but no, he's fallen back a little bit, so that was a bit of a failed attempt from John Pethick. Staying in second place at this point as they come down the pit straight. They hug the pit wall to get the best possible run on the racing line towards Clairvaux. It's still Fletcher who leads, Pethick in second place, Dean up to third now. It's fourth for Hayden McDonald, fifth now for Bo Parry, sixth for Johnny Greensmith. That's the white car with the 2 blue racing stripes. There he is, car number 11. Seventh place for Jordan Pimley. And it's Del Pace in 8th, Michael Pearce in 9th. So Del Pace in 9th, Michael Pearce in Del Pace is in 8th, Michael Pearce in 9th. I'll get it right eventually. And then 10th for Nick Ledoy as they come through the S's once again for the third time of asking. Groups get a little bit spread out now. A few more little battle packs and scraps going on individually. We're seeing Jamie Turner here in car number 9 under threat from Kevin Bird. He's got his teammate Rob Greensmith just behind him. So the Steel City MX-5 squad are in full force here. Kevin Bird's about to get himself some backup in the form of Rob Greensmith to try and continue his assault on the taking position from Jamie Turner. They swing through the Jim Clark S's. Back into Barcroft once again, and still Turner's got this running well. Turner a bit further back than he was at Brands Hatch. He was up in the league group of League 4, and he was going to have some great scraps over the podium place. I think he got a podium as well in the second race. So it looks to me as if Turner's a little bit off the pace, or further off the pace than he would like to be. As we see here, this is the recovering Paul Bateman. Now Paul Bateman, I didn't quite catch exactly where he ended up on the first lap, but he's obviously picking his way through pretty quickly. He started the lap in 16th, so he was back. Let's say he was back up to 16th on the second lap. He's now having gone past one Steel City MX-5 driver, and there's many corners. He's gone past another. He's gone past Rob Greensmith and Kevin Bird in 2 corners, which is pretty impressive. So he managed to get Rob Greensmith entering the complex, and on the exit into the hairpin, he managed to pick off Kevin Bird whilst he was at it. Now his next target's going to be Jamie Turner, and the pace he's got off the corner, he's going to have a look up the inside. There's a lock-up from Jamie, so that will certainly help him. So in 3 sections of the circuit, he's picked up 3 cars, and the off for Jamie Turner certainly aided his cause as Jamie goes skating through the gravel and back onto the circuit, but he's lost several places. He's now going wheel to wheel with the 18 car, which is Matthew Goddard. And he's going to have to pick his way through. He's got Russell Halley behind him as well in that sort of metallic purple with the fluorescent yellow stripes down the middle. They're going side by side. And also just behind them, I think, is one of the Close Racing Machines 2 in there as well. It's car 24, Simon Waterfall. So the Close Racing squad getting in the mix now as well. We've got Russell Halley in front of one, and behind is another. Now this is Jordan Pimley under threat now from Johnny Greensmith, because he's giving it a real good go. He wants to get himself a top 5 if he can. In fact, no, sorry, forgive me, this is a change around the position, so Jordan Pimley's got up to 6th position past Johnny Greensmith. Forgive me, I thought it was, for some reason, I thought he was, he just passed him, but he hadn't. So there's been a change around that position. So Greensmith's early strong start quite working out in this middle part of the race than he would have hoped. Hopefully he can find a bit more pace to turn it up a little bit more in the second half. We're approaching pretty quickly. In terms of the lead gap out in front, it's still Matthew Fletcher who leads, but he does so only by half a second. Here is our leading trio. Broken away a bit from Bo Parry in 4th. In fact, Hayden McDonald has come through in. It's showing us. Right, because there's been a bit of a difference here because we didn't see that off camera. So Hayden McDonald's been shuffled now down to 5th position now, because in fact he's got quite far back. He's now behind Bo Parry. Bo Parry just set the fastest lap of the race also on the last time by. He set the fastest first second. Harry Dean's got the fastest lap of the race, although it's showing on the left-hand side that it belongs to Bo Parry, but that's not true. Because my timing screen shows me that it's Harry Dean with a 1 minute 40.849. There's Harry. And as they now come on towards the Jim Clark S's once again. Through the Jim Clark S's they go. Still Fletcher in the purple and green car. Pethick in the blue car with the offset white stripe, and then Harry Dean in white and green. Pethick ended the season quite strong last year with a couple of wins, and that helped him rise up to 2nd place in the Clubman standings. So he kind of came into the season as the early favourite, given he was the vice champion last year. Hasn't had the fastest of starts. He's not been bad at all. He's had some strong results that have helped him climb up the order quite well. But just maybe not quite exactly where he'd have hoped he was going to be in the championship. He's come into this weekend with 353 points. Now, yes, granted, he's only 18 off the road. And speaking of off the road, there's Thomas Davis going grass tracking again. He did that in race 1 earlier on this morning. I was going to say that, well, John Pethick is only comes to the weekend in 6th in points. He's trying to give himself a good result. You might get one here if he can take the lead off Matthew Fletcher, because he's managed to squeeze himself alongside, exiting the hairpin, but he's on the outside line. He knows that Fletcher will go deep to try and hold on, so the undercut could be coming up next. And at this point, it looks as though I think Fletcher's got this one neatly sorted out. So as they come up through the right-hander here at Hawthorns, and now through the S's once again. It's going to be a good option here if he can try and pick his way through. Now they're up through the gears once again as they come up towards the complex. Now you see Harry Dean on the attack now. He wants to try and get past Pethick to get himself a win that he could get in race 1, because he started on pole position, got shuffled back to his 4th position, and now he's back on the trail again. And also, like the other race we've seen today, look at the way Bo Parry's closing again. He's only being held by the fact these three are holding each other up, scrapping and squabbling over the positions, because Matthew Fletcher here is defending from John Pethick, who in turn is having to defend from Harry Dean. And then this now brings the number 79 car of Bo Parry, which I know for a fact is the ex-John Langridge Championship win car in the MX5 Championship from 2019. He's driven that ever since he picked it up, I think, for 2020. So Bo definitely working as hard as he can to make the most of his opportunity now in 4th. Hayden McDonald still sits in 5th. He's still ahead of Jordan Pimley in P6. One driver that's dropped back a little bit is Johnny Greensmith, I think. No, he is there, sorry. Johnny Greensmith is in 7th. I was trying to look at the timing screen and couldn't quite spot him for some reason, but he was there right in front of me. So 7th for Johnny Greensmith, it's 8th for Michael Pearce, 9th for Nick Ledoyen, and 10th for interesting. There's a black and white flag has gone out for somebody as well. For this battle pack, there's 5 of them all together. It's now led by Goddard. You've got in the mix at sea trying to work this one out. You've got Head, you've got Thomas, you've got Waterfall, you've also got in there too, possibly 96 of Peter Bell in there as well. They're all over each other here as they come back out of the complex, but so try and sort this one out. It is currently at the moment, there's lock-ups everywhere. And I think if you don't, you can see it on track, there's a small line, I think, of fluid just practically in the middle of the line of the circuit where someone is. And I suspect, given that he dived into the pits quite quickly, that might be Jake Pace, I wonder, because he dived into the pit lane having some problems. So I wonder possibly if he's gone off the road, broken something on the underside of the car, and problems. We'll talk about that later because we've got the scrap here between Davis, the 3 of Head, and the 24 Simon Waterfall all over each other. And again, I reiterate, it might only be for something in the top 20, at the bottom of the top 20. Doesn't matter. It's a great fight and a great battle, and that's the beauty about it. You've got so many places to race and lots of people you can race against in this championship, which is excellent to see. These were coming through Barcroft. We see here Jim Clark S's scrap between Jordan Pimley and Jonathan Greensmith. That will continue to the checkered flag as our leaders turn their way through. And back into view they come, and Pimley's just got the advantage here as Greensmith starts to keep on hustling. And remember, this is a former MX5 champion, Johnny Greensmith. He's doing a rather good job to keep him at bay here. Pimley, of course, has that pace from the race win at Brands Hatch. He'll certainly be wanting to keep him behind the whole of the top 5 spot to end his weekend on a high. And it will certainly be ending on a high for Matthew Fletcher by the look of it, because he heads out to the final couple of the corners, out to the hairpin for the final time. He will conclude his weekend and his day at Croft with a victory for Tucker Motorsport and a victory for Matt Fletcher. He takes his second win of the season here at the Croft in the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and a fine drive after taking the win from the front row of the grid off the start. Excellent stuff from Matt all race long. Oh, a drag race to a line there for 5th between Pimley and Greensmith, and it was 6th between Pimley and Greensmith. Pimley only just got it by 30 thousandths of a second. That was pretty close at the end. But Matthew Fletcher, once again, I'm sure, very much enjoyed that. Second place for John Pethick, so he'll definitely be happy with that one. He will certainly be very grateful for the points that come with that. He did get himself a second place at the first race of the season at Silverstone. He got the fastest lap of the race for that one too, but since then he hasn't been on the podium. He came closest at Brands Hatch in the first race when he got P5, and he managed to pick himself up a couple of very strong results to keep him in the hunt, because it's very close in the points at the top already. There's about, coming into the weekend, there was only about 18 points covering the top 6 drivers, so it looked pretty strong indeed on that side. But all the MX-5 drivers certainly in the Clubman Championship enjoying their day out. So there's Paul Bateman. Let's check where he ended up. It's quite important to work out. He might well have to use this as one of his drop scores. He battled back to 11th, but of course he was very lucky not to have that car still going, because that car looked like it was making a one-way ticket towards the barrier, but he managed to somehow anchor it up. And I know they won't stop him down there, but I'd love to know from Paul Bateman if Rob hasn't interviewed him yet, which he might well do tomorrow morning. I might have to get him to ask him how on earth did he catch that from that spin in his second race, because I genuinely thought he was on the way to an accident, but he somehow hit the brakes hard enough and steered it away to prevent that from happening. So kudos to Paul Bateman for the car control. Excellent stuff. So let's just I'll quickly rattle through the result then, because we haven't got them on the screen here. So it's Matthew Fletcher who takes the victory from John Pethick in second place, and Harry Dean picks up third from Bo Parry in fourth. Hayden McDonald in fifth. Jordan Pimley just gets sixth from Jonathan Greensmith by 30 thousandths of a second. And Nick Ledoy and Michael Pearce and Del Pace round out the top 10. It's then Paul Bateman who battled back to 11th place from Alan Hawkins in 12th. It's then Kevin Bird 13th, Rob Greensmith in 14th place. Russell Halley is 15th from Goddard, and then Turner, who had that great scrap towards the bottom of the top 20. And with that stage of the race, Davis 18th, Head 19th, Waterfall 20th, and it's Bell, Thelwell, Browning, Scowler, Pace and Aisbett. We lost Jake Pace and Levi Aisbett as well out of that as well. So, excellent day's racing all round for us. And for the final time today, let's head down to Rob Lewis in the top 3 for our second race of the day for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. On you go, Rob.
Well, that was a bit of a turn up for the books in our second MX-5 Clubman's race. Not the same top 3 as the first race, with Paul Bateman falling by the wayside. Now, P1 is this man here, Matt Fletcher. And in second place, we had John Pethick, who's just going to my left-hand side. And in third place, he hasn't actually arrived yet, is Harry Dean. Now, we'll wait for the guys to get out and undress themselves. We're hoping to get these interviews done before it rains, because if you look in the distance there, it's looking a bit grim. So we'll let Matt get out of the car and get unsuited. You're quite good at taking that off quickly, I'll give you that.
That was...
So
awesome.
We spoke earlier. That's an excited racing driver right there. We spoke earlier in the assembly area. You had the eyes on, and you've got the win. Well done.
Yeah, that was, can't ask for more than that. I set out with a plan, and yeah, executed it. Got a really good start, got in the leads, and managed to keep it there. So yeah, thanks to the whole team. The Tyre guys did an amazing job on the car. Big thank you to Kesport and Good Old Talk. Actually, to Mike Lillywhite as well. We had a bit of an incident at the end of our last race at Brands. So we needed a bit of repair work done to the car, but clearly they've done a good enough job to get us a couple of podiums. So yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you Chris Malloy for letting me use the car whilst you're away.
Fantastic. So a pair of podiums, including the win in the second race. You can't get better than that, can you?
No, it's brilliant. Obviously, you know, naturally I'd have liked to have won both races, but second in the first race, knowing that, you know, I was challenging for first. Yeah, it was great to get that good start and just stay in the lead, not make any mistakes, try not to let them put me under pressure. John was quick, a couple of times he got alongside me, but yeah, stuck it out and
came out on top, so very happy.
Well, congratulations on a very, very good win. Well done there. Fantastic win. And we've got in second place John Pethick. See, good camaraderie, competitors shaking hands. John, second place, a nice improvement on race one, a good weekend all round?
Yeah, really happy with that. Big thanks to my family, especially my dad, Nigel. But really good to get a couple of good results for a change. And really love the circuit. Never been here before.
I bet you love it now.
Yeah, it's way better than I was expecting. And yeah.
A good pair of results, mate. And what is it about this track? It just suits your style of driving?
I tend to be better on the flat tracks for some reason, although this is quite bumpy. There's no topography, so yeah, it seems to suit me. Yeah.
Might be something to do with the right pedal.
I don't know. I think I'm relatively smooth. Maybe that matters more on a flat track.
It could do. Well, congratulations, well done on a fantastic second place there and a good weekend all round there. So that's John Pethick. If I could just go and grab third place, which is Harry Dean, just collected his trophy there. Harry, snuck in with a podium there in race 2, you must be happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy, yeah. It's been a bit of a nightmare to get here. I was trying to get the car prepared for Brands Hatch so I could do a bit more of the season, but yeah, only my partner Marie at home would know how much blood, sweat and tears have gone into the car to get ready for Crofts, and luckily the hard work's paid off. Enjoyed myself, very good.
And you ended up with a trophy to boot. So leaving the circuit now, what's the plan for the rest of the year?
Actually, in that race, pulling into the assembly area, my clutch started to go. So going down the gearbox from 4th to 3rd and then to 2nd, had to be very patient with it. So I just had to bring the car home. So I sort of settled for 3rd position and just tried to hold it there and get the car home.
So next round, new clutch, get the car sorted and start challenging the front two.
Yeah, the front two drivers, they drove very well. Didn't really make a mistake, and I think he had the best view of it all on track, following them behind, and yeah, enjoyed it. Very good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again on your 3rd place there, Harry. And that actually sums up the racing for the day. A fantastic array of races on the BRSCC package from TCR UK, from CityCar, all of the Mazda Championships, the CityCar Cup. Don't forget, folks, to hit subscribe on the YouTube channels, as we just see the TCR UK guys alongside me doing their paddock walk at the moment. Don't forget to check out their social media content as well, and get back here tomorrow, 12 o'clock, race start, TCR UK, BRSCC races, CityCar Cup, Civic Cup. You don't want to be anywhere else on a Sunday. You want to be watching this live stream. Some fantastic club racing and some great national racing. But for now, it's good night from me, our wonderful commentary team, and from Alpha Live. Goodbye.